What's up, my people? It's good in here, y'all. Oh, fully, how you already here? I'm like, what the heck? I just started the live. Ooh, you are crazy. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my goodness. What's up, people? Oh, my gosh. I was like, man, let me come outside because I haven't seen my people in forever. Oh, my gosh. I'm so tired, you guys. Ooh, Lord. I've been fighting for my sanity. It's too much to do. It's too much work. Too much going on. Too much going on. Oh, I missed y'all. I haven't been here in a long time. Ooh, I hope I didn't forget how to stream. Chill. Oh, missed you. Y'all been so busy. I've been so busy. And the thing is, you guys, I don't know. I just feel like a lot of the topics out here right now, they're kind of negative. So I don't know. I'm like, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's too much going on. It's just way too much going on. I don't know how I feel about that. It's a lot. Because I'm like, I don't want to sound mean. You know? I was like, Chad, let me tell you something. Oh, y'all. Oh, Brittany. Miss you too, boo. How's your mom? You can always DM me if you don't see me on YouTube. You can find me on Instagram. You know my Instagram? Lena, the money girl. You can find me on Instagram. If you miss my mom, I miss you too, bro. I've been fighting for my life, okay? Oh, child. Amen. It's a lot. Oh, Lord, y'all. The workouts, Maverick, cooking, cleaning, sleep. I'm exhausted. Hey, Sonia, what's up? I'm like, what the freak? And then I had to work on this other stuff for myself because, yeah, I do work on other stuff. But you guys, it was a lot. I had all these conversations with, hey, Janet. I had all these conversations with Deep Seek. Because there are a lot of things I want to do, you know. There are a lot of things I want to do, which might impact how I conduct myself on this channel. So I'm like, I got to be very mindful how I conduct myself on this channel, right? Child. You know, when I was younger, though, hey, honey, oh, I missed you more. You know, when I was younger, though, not that young, but when I was in college, right, I was trying to join this fraternity. It was like a business fraternity. And so I had an interview, and they asked me, what was my 5-year vision? I'm like, I'm just trying to make it. What 5 years? I'm not thinking 5 years ahead. Oh, child, I was wrong, child. You need to. You really, really need to, because before you realize it, time is just flown by. You're like, where is my time? Where is my time? Right? So I was thinking about that because a lot of stuff I have to work on, you guys. It's a lot of stuff I have to work on. It's a lot of stuff. I was a little bit bruised up. Yes, I was really bruised, y'all. I was bruised up. I think I've recovered a little bit, but I was really bruised up because I was really bruised up, you guys. Closing Ling and Lashes, it did something to me a little bit. It really did. I was like, dang, I was really sad, you guys. Okay. Oh, the sound is not good? Hey, Liz. Is the sound good or not? Can you guys hear me well? Or do I have to start over? It could also be my internet. Child. Can y'all hear me well? Oh, no. Let me know. Let me know. Because I was like, sure. Can you guys hear me well? Or is it the sound messed up? Maybe it's the internet. Is that why it's dropping like this? I don't know. Lonnie, the sound is good for you, Lonnie? You can hear me? It's not cutting up. Okay, so maybe, Liz, maybe it's your internet connection. Okay, yeah. And if you like you leave and you come back and stuff. Okay, so I was like, shut up, y'all. It's a lot I gotta do. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff that I gotta do. And I'm like, it's a lot of work, you guys. But like I was saying, like you really should have a 5-year vision. Like initially, you might not think you need one, but man, when I tell you time actually flies, like it goes by really fast. It's already September, you guys. Can you believe this? Like already September. I'm like, wow, time really flies. Time flies like crazy. Yo, it's a lot to talk about, but I don't know because I don't want to be the negative one. I'm like, I don't want to be the negative one, and like the one to be, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't know. I was talking to a friend today, and she was like, Marlene, my sister's married to this man, and they've been married for 15 years, and I don't feel like he's doing anything for her, and we're telling her to leave. And I'm like, oh, friend, you might want to be quiet. You might want to keep your thoughts to yourself before you become the enemy. Right? Oh, this is how it started, you guys. Oh my gosh. Have you seen Rashida's son? No, I don't think it should make it the press, Brittany. I just feel like you should write a plan. You should have a plan like 5 years from now. Where do you see yourself, right? We really have to take that stuff seriously. I used to hate that question like, 5 years from now, where do you see yourself? I'm like, surviving? I don't know. Like, what? I'm taking it day by day. But that's the worst way to live. That is the worst way to live. Everybody should have a vision. Okay. You should have like a 1-year vision, a 5-year vision, a 10-year vision. I think it also helps you not to give up. I think it really helps you not to give up if you know what you want 10 years from now. Right. But, Rashida's son, right? It's all over the place. Rashida's son is being looked at as the number one suspect in a murder. I'm like, Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. Okay. So allegedly his sister was dating a man, he's giving YN though, who was domestically violent, like he was beating on her and things like that. So I guess she called her brother. He went there to intervene. They got into a fight. He left. They came back. Now somebody's dead. Okay. And I was like, you see, this is why I say to people, don't get involved in domestic cases. Okay. Don't get involved because and then she called the guy's family and she's like, oh, my brother did it. I'm like, why would you do that? Like, why would you say that over the phone? Like, why would you accuse your brother of murder? You saw him do it? Did you see him do it? Girl, what? Right? So he's all like, they're looking for, I guess they're looking for him, but he's all over the media. And I'm like, we saw this baby grow up on Love and Hip Hop. Like, what is going on? What is going on? So I was telling my other friend, like, you might want to stay out of this because listen, if she doesn't want it for herself, there's nothing you can say. Okay. She has to want it for herself. And I'm like, yes. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to, but I'm like, a lot of ladies, they love to blame the man. Oh, but it's his fault. No. Nobody can want something for you. So if she's okay with whatever he's giving her, that's on her. That's on her. You got to be ambitious. You know how, like, I don't know if you know, but do you remember how, like, Will Smith told, oh my gosh. Remember how Will Smith told Jada that he's not responsible for her happiness, right? And years ago, when I first heard him say that, I'm like, that's kind of mean. Like, aren't you her husband, right? But then I realized, like, you know what? You can do anything and everything. But if a person is not willing to be happy within themselves, there's nothing you can do, right? If as a woman or as a man, if you yourself are not driven, if you're not ambitious, I don't think it's your partner's job to make you ambitious or whatever, right? You got to want it for yourself, right? You got to want it for yourself. Because otherwise, if somebody tell you to do something you don't want to do, you're going to get upset. Oh, they're pushing me. Oh, they're harsh, or they're this, and that. So I've come to realize, like, listen, you got to just let people do what they want to do. Okay. Now, I do believe, like, if you have family that gets to a certain weight, you should say something just because, like, are you depressed? Are you okay? Whatever. But even that too, they might not listen to you. right? They might not listen. Like I'm 40 now. Like I've got to a point, I've made peace with this. Like you can say stuff, but sometimes the more you say it, the more people are going to dislike you, right? And you might mean well. Oh, but Marlene, like, yeah, I get it, but it's like they don't want to hear it. So I said to her, the best you can do is get on your knees and pray for your sister. The best you can do is like start a journal, write prayers for her, right? Ask the Holy Spirit to minister to her. Because if she receives it for herself and she wants it for herself, she's going to change. She's going to change, right? So maybe she's complacent. It's not so much the guy. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you think, oh, I need my husband to validate me. I need my wife to validate me. No, you need to validate yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be nice. You know, it would be nice if you had somebody pushing you and encouraging you, but sometimes you might not have that because who knows what they, like your person could be going through their own stuff too, right? So it's like, you gotta learn how to encourage yourself. Yeah. So I'm like, but I just feel like, you know, I don't think anybody should let their family members get above 250 because that's serious weight, right? Try your best to motivate the person to want to lose weight, but if they don't want to do it, what can you say? Right? What can you do? I don't know. Right? But I'm like, what you gonna say? Right? I even saw a video of this one lady, like she's going viral right now. Like a black girl, she's from Canada, and she does a lot of like dating podcasts or whatever. She's like, oh yeah, like she gotta marry a man that has this kind of money and that kind of money. And I'm like, and they try to argue with her, but she's like, yeah, she can't be with a man that makes 70,000. And I'm like, okay, let her be. Like, what? I'm like, people want to argue with people about what they want. People can listen. People have the right to desire whatever they want. Now, are they going to get it? No. But do you have to be the one to tell the person they're not going to get it? No. They'll find out. Because I was watching her, so I'm like, girl, you were on a podcast with Cam Newton. Did another podcast with Shaq. I think recently she just did another podcast with Nick Cannon, right? All kinds of people. But I'm like, you have met people who have the money that you want. So why aren't these people trying to hit a piece of like, why aren't these people trying to marry you? Or why don't they have their friends try to marry you? Right? But listen, yeah, sometimes people just don't want to be realistic. Like, if it was going to happen, it was going to happen by now. If it hasn't happened yet, it's probably not in the cards. But I've come to realize that people cling on to their delusion because it makes them feel safer. And so when you take away the blanket of delusion, it's like cruelty. I'm like, okay, you can have it. Yeah, because I'm like, to me, because I'm like, a lot of people, I'll play for y'all, but I'm like, a lot of people have seen her, right? A lot of people have seen this woman. Like she does a lot of podcasts. Like she does a lot of podcasts. So I'm like, there's no way that the guy you're looking for has not seen you yet. She probably has over 10 million impressions by now, right? Between YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Threads, whatever. But I'm like, the guy you're looking for, the type of guys you're looking for, there is no way they have not seen you by now. So if those people are not reaching out to you, but I'm not going to be the one to tell her. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no. Right? Because I'm like, delusion is free. Listen, right? And I even think, I feel like sometimes people don't want to talk about that, but I do feel like there is a curse. Not like a curse, but, figure of speech type of stuff. I do believe that there is a curse to being a big woman on social, like a big influencer on social media, because you don't have too much privacy. And I feel like a lot of people that are serious or just, they don't look at girls like that seriously, because you always have a camera shoved to your face. Right? I feel like that's the, I feel like that's the down part of it. Like, like downside to it. Like, I don't know. Because sometimes if you're a bit more private, you're more likely to meet certain people and they're more likely to feel more comfortable engaging with you. But if you're always on camera, you're all over social media, it's more likely to scare some people away, especially the people that you want. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like even yesterday, I was thinking yesterday because I'm like, so Candace Owens has been going back and forth, like they're all fighting. Candace Owens, what's his name again? Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, like they're all fighting, and so Candace is going back and forth with Nick, and she wants Nick to come back so they can do the debate and things like that. And I was like, Candace, how much time do you spend with your newborn baby? That's number one. Number two, the way you're always on social media, especially, she loves Twitter. I'm wondering, like, is her husband actually rich? Because I'm like, the way Candace Owens carries on social media, it really makes me wonder if that man truly has money like that. Because I don't know what kind of wealthy man would have his wife talking like this and fighting all these men on social media every day. She's always scrapping on Twitter. And I'm like, how is this healthy? Or like, did you have to sign a prenup? Do you have to earn your keep? Because if allegedly my husband's family is worth $200 million, y'all, I am not doing no goofy ass podcast on YouTube. I am not talking politics. I'm not becoming a sleuth and worrying about the weird crap and Brigitte Macron and her penis. Okay, I have better things to do. $200 million? Yeah, this is beneath me. So I'm like, Candace, is that man actually rich though? Is he seriously rich? Or is it like, what's her name again? Tamara. Did he make her sign a prenup? So is that why she has to work? Yeah, I'm like, something is off, you guys. So it's a lot. I'm telling you, like, all the topics are like, they're so polarizing. They're so negative. It's like, what the heck? Like, it's a lot. It's very like, oh Lord. But it's crazy. I just feel like social media brings the worst out of people. Oh, hey Queen. How are you feeling, boo-boo? How's the car? But I'm like, everything is just so negative. Like, so you have, Rashida and her son. I hope everything works out. You have Tracy Ellis Ross. She has she has a travel series. Hulu, I think it's in Hulu. Like she goes around different countries, Morocco, Spain, etc., and she only stays inside. She only stays inside her hotel room. She only stays inside the resort. She doesn't go outside. She doesn't meet people. I'm like, Tracy, you're trying a little too hard to sell people on this. Like, oh yeah, I'm a single Black woman in my 50s, and I don't have kids, and I'm so happy, and I'm happy by myself. And I'm like, girl, it's really evil. It's very, very evil. And I really feel bad, but hey, you're more than welcome to adhere to that if you want that. But I really do feel bad for the countless Black women who are buying into this crap and who are allowing Tracy to be an influence. Because let me tell you something. Tracy is the daughter of Diana Ross. Okay? Tracy is the daughter of Diana Ross. Her daddy is also like a serious millionaire. Right? And then I guess like her play daddy, which is Gordy, is the founder of Motown. Okay, so there are certain kind of foolishness out here that what's her name, Tracy, can do that the average woman, and especially the average Black woman, cannot do. Like when it comes to like taking care of herself, resources, that she has a hair thing, Pattern, but even Pattern also has a big investor. He's Iranian. Okay, right? But I'm like the average Black woman, though, if you stay by yourself and you retire by yourself, like it's a lot of bills. And right now, I know like when I go to the grocery store, like a pack of eggs, like 18 eggs, it's like almost $8, right? So think about 10, 20 years from now when you go to retire, how much you think a pack of eggs might be? $20? Okay? Like life is like, we gotta be real. But then again, you don't really have to if you don't want to. I'm not gonna force you, but I would hope that you would err on the side of caution and prudence, because it's better for two people to have to pay bills together and tackle life together than one person. Right? Like when you think of Tracy is no different than Blue Ivy, right? Like whatever Beyonce is to this era, to this generation, is what her mom, Diana Ross, was for her generation. Like her mother is the Diana Ross. Okay? I'm like, Tracy is like Blue Ivy. So I'm like, so imagine. Yeah. So I'm like, imagine you, a regular person with a regular mom, trying to live like a rich biracial woman. You are crazy. So I'm like, she's very spoiled. She is very, very spoiled, right? Hey, man. And I'm like, and you're not going to have that kind of luxury. Like the average Black woman, she needs to, hopefully, find herself a partner and build a life. and retire with that, because Tracy is not a regular person. And I kind of get tired of that. I kind of get tired of like a lot of Black women trying to, sell you these like mega rich Black women as like, oh, she's just a Black woman. Nah, she ain't just no Black woman. Her mother is Diana Ross. You better go sit down somewhere, okay? Her mother is Diana Ross. This is not a joke, okay? Beyonce and her hair care line. Beyonce is worth $700 million. They love to picture sacred. Oh, sacred is by a Black woman, like she's a regular Black woman who went and emptied out her 401k, and then she's like fighting for this one dream of a hair care line so she can feed her children. No. Yeah, definitely, right? But I just feel like when it comes to Tracy, they want to use Tracy to kind of sell to Black women. It's like, oh, be child free, don't be married, live like this, live like that. But I'm like, most people cannot do that. Like even traveling, Lonnie, like traveling is really expensive. Most people can't afford to travel every weekend or every month or every other month. Like they gotta work. They have to work. They got to ask for like, PTO, whatever it is. Like people have to work. Like she's very, very privileged. Like your daddy's a multimillionaire, Jewish, right? Your mother, your other daddy, okay, is Barry Gordy. She's probably on his will for all we know, okay? Your mother is Diana Ross. She's definitely on that wheel. Plus her own money, the money from Pattern Beauty. Like what? Like how much is she worth? Like 30, 40, 50 million? So I'm like, imagine you're a regular person. Even if you make six figures, who cares? These people are multimillionaires. She's a millionaire. Her mom a millionaire. Both of her daddies are millionaires. Okay? So I'm like, you can't try to compare yourself to these people. And they love to make themselves relatable. Like she likes that quirky shit she does. Well, I'll be quiet. You're just doing that to deflect from the fact that you are a spoiled brat. Go somewhere. Me, Marlene, I stay in my lane. Yeah, because these are not regular people. And they keep trying to like sell you Beyonce, Tracy, or whomever as a regular everyday Black woman that's just out here trying to. These are not regular people. Like nobody that is regular. Oh yeah, my dad is Barry Gordy. Oh yeah, my mom is Diana Ross. That is not regular people talk. So I'm like, Tracy, she's Blue Ivy. Like in the future, this is Blue Ivy. Beyonce, Diana Ross is almost like the same. Beyonce's a little bit like hip hop-ish, you know what I'm saying? She's not as glamorous as the Diana Ross. And don't come for me, but it's the truth though, right? Diana Ross will never put her butt cheeks out here like that. But anyways, right? You get my point. But my thing is like, you can't see the stuff that Tracy does and say, oh yeah, I'm gonna let Tracy inspire me. You're not gonna have the same outcome. Okay. So you're not going to have the same outcome. Like even Oprah Winfrey, she can sell you on the child-free wumpy wump wump. Oprah is a billionaire. I'm like, take advice from regular people in your that make like in the same income bracket as you, okay? Because I'm like, this is crazy. Like, yeah, girl, you're famous. Good for you. I'm not. I am child. Yeah, Northwest, Blue Ivy. Like because I'm like a little her mom. That's why I said Blue Ivy, because Kim is not like, Kim is not no icon. Okay, I mean, especially not music, pornography, maybe. Okay, but I'm like, but I'm like, they really want to sell them on that, and I'm like, okay, and I hope you realize there's a reason why these people want your Medicare money. They want your Medicaid money. They want your retirement money, because you will have to go into a retirement home. They will take your money. Like behind this, do you freedom live? There's always a bigger plan. And that bigger plan is to take your money. They're going to take your money. Okay. You're going to be in a nursing home somewhere, in some home somewhere, because you have no family. You have no children. I'm like, this is, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. But I'm like, yeah, I see exactly what they're doing through Tracy. I'm like, that's crazy. That is really crazy. So I'm like, please, if you can, you should. If you can get married, you should. If you can meet somebody nice and get married, you should. And plan a life together, especially plan retirement together, because retirement is expensive, you guys. Older people get sick. Older people need more help. Older people need more assistance. We're all going to get old. And so it's like we have to plan accordingly. Like it's a real thing. It's real. It is very real. And what these celebrities love to do is to make it seem as though time has just stopped. Like, oh, that's it. We're not going to age. We're always going to be in 2025, and it's always going to be like that. And we know it's not true. Like every day, a new day passes. Like we're getting older. So there's certain philosophies out here. Me, I think I can't tell you not to do it, but I just feel like it's extremely dangerous. Don't just consider the fun. Consider the other side, like the more practical side. But I've come to realize they don't like to tell people about things that are practical. Fantasy. These are rich people. These are extremely rich people. Like, no, thank you, gotta go. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even think, me personally, I don't even think Wendy would have divorced Kelvin. I think because it was public, she had to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because she's going to get chewed up. So I feel like she had to do it. If it was back in the day where she was on the radio and it was like a rumor, there were no pictures. Hey, Diana, how's the baby? I think that she would have stayed. Even now, they're talking about, what's her name? What's Aquarius' name? Alicia Keys and Sweet Beats, right? And they're saying that he had a baby, like he's having a baby somewhere. Okay. They're saying that he's having a baby somewhere. And so she wants to file for a divorce. I hope so, right? But I'm like, Alicia, that's your husband, sis. You're not leaving, right? Stay married. Why would you leave? Like, if this man, oh, he's good. He's downstairs. If it comes out that Swiss did have a baby with another woman, what's the problem? Yeah, they sure do need worker bees. Yeah, they really do. They want worker bees. They want people to work until they die. Okay? But I'm like, to me, Marlene, I'm like, I hope she's not trying to divorce him. Why would you divorce him? Right? If he got somebody pregnant, yeah, exactly, Queen. She needs to stay. Exactly. You need to stay, girl. Stay and help him raise that baby. Do like Rashida does, okay? Stay just like Rashida and help this man to raise the child. I'm like, she better not be divorcing him. Of course, that's your husband, sis. Oh, that is your husband. Okay? She better not leave him. Because I'm like, the audacity. Like, girl, he was married. You used to go to their house with the wife. She was nice to you, and you still backdoored the wife, right? You slept with her husband. You slept with Mashonda's husband. Yes. Okay? And you got pregnant by Mashonda's husband. And because you're famous and he's famous, you guys use your star power to shut her up, to gaslight her, to make her think she was crazy, that she needs to just move on, right? So, yeah, the baby is your baby. If he had a baby on the outside, that's your baby. And also, if I remember correctly, right, Swiss is Muslim. What's his name? Kareem or some crazy stuff, okay? He's Muslim. That's his culture, okay? He's probably polygamous. Embrace it. I'm like, she better not leave that man. Because if I find out that you divorced this man, I will drag you back into this marriage. This is what you wanted. You wanted this kind of man. You wanted a cheater. You wanted a man that cheats on his wife and things of the source. And guess what? That's exactly what you got. So enjoy it. Love on it. Love on him. Love on the new baby. Exactly. I'm like, how did you think this was going to turn out? These people are crazy. These people are crazy. The same thing with Porsha. Like, so I saw a video by Campire, and he's saying that they put a lien on Porsha's house. And I'm like, how did you think this was going to work out, Porsha? And I think the thing is, people think because when they do evil, the first year, the second year, third year, whatever, is still all good, that somehow karma is not waiting for these people. Just because your karmic load takes a while to load up doesn't mean you're not going to get a whole dump on your entire lap. That thing going to dump on your behind, okay? You're going to get exactly what you asked for because everything you sow, you're going to reap it. And that's why if you have any wisdom about yourself, you should sow love, kindness, integrity. You know what I mean? Like, be an honest person. right? But I'm like, all this sleeping with people's wives, people's husband, you are a thief. You are a thief. You are truly a thief. Exactly. She destroyed her career for this man. Because once people found out she was a side chick, then she married the man, her career took a hit. She never recovered from being a mistress that became the wife. So you might as well die on that sword. Okay? You might as well die on that sword. I'm like, no, this is exactly what you asked for. Because nobody, me, Marlene, that's just me. Let me speak for myself, right? Nobody is, me, I'm not mad. I am not mad at Swiss for cheating. Because that's who he is. I am not mad at him for getting other women or a woman pregnant. That's his brand. That is his brand. And the thing about having a brand, it's a promise as to who you are, what you're going to do, and what you will do. So he's on brand. Future has a brand. Swiss Beats has a brand, right? And she liked the brand, and therefore the brand actually delivered. So I'm not mad at him because this is who he is. Hello? Hello? Why would anybody be mad at this man? Okay? Why would anybody be mad at this man? This man is very consistent. If you ask me, he's even mindful because he could have done this to her sooner. So the fact that he waited at least over a decade to be himself, I think that's actually nice of him. It's quite generous on his part. Very mindful, very mindful, very demure. But I'm like, no, I'm not going to be mad at him for being himself. This is who he is. And that is what she chose. So stay. That's your husband, sis. That is your husband. And the way Mashonda told her son to love your son, tell your son to love his new brother or his new sister. And I wish you guys all the best. It's a beautiful family. Okay. Like, this is crazy to me. This is crazy to me. You were never going to get away with this. You were never, ever going to get away with this. Same thing with Porsha. You were never, ever going to get away with that foolishness. Yeah. Okay. I don't care how long it takes. Everybody was going to reap what they have sowed. So if you want a nice harvest, plant some good seeds. Right? Plant some good seeds into the ground. Exactly. Ariana Grande also has a brand of cheating and stealing. Exactly. It's her brand. It's her brand. Hello, you guys. Hello. Right? That's why I told y'all. You guys, when it comes to cheating out here, don't just hear, oh my gosh, a man cheated and get mad. No, I told y'all this, right? We are changing the way we do things out here. Because when we were younger, oh my gosh, he's a cheater, he's a cheater, he's a cheater. We go crazy. No, now we're older. And first, oh my gosh, my husband cheated. Okay, how did you get your husband? Okay, because we need a backstory, right? Right? Why did he cheat? Was he a cheater before? Were you his mistress? Is that how y'all got married? Right? That's why you cannot allow yourself to get upset the moment you hear that a man has cheated on his wife. You need the whole story, boo-boo. So if you don't have the whole story, you're like, well, I guess I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know enough. Right? Because there's a lot of married people out here who got married out of an affair. Right? So it was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. Just like they were talking about, what's her name? Sophia Ricci, right? Lionel's daughter, the one who married that boy Grange, Lucian Granger's son. Right? And so they were like, yeah, her husband is cheating on her, whatever they said, right? Elliot, okay. They're like, yeah, her husband is cheating on her. I'm like, no, he is not cheating. No. Cheating to me is you had an honest dating situationship. You had an honest engagement situationship. You had an honest marriage, right? Like there was nothing shady going on in the way that you guys got together. So to me, cheating is when, oh my gosh, I am surprised. You know what I'm saying? Right? But I'm like, Lucian, Elliot, allegedly, Sophia had a best friend. Like she had a best friend, and her best friend of 20 years was dating Elliot. Okay? Sophia decides to backdoor her best friend to get with Elliot. Okay. So now, if you marry someone exactly. If you marry someone, right? If you marry someone that was in a long-term relationship with your best friend, girl, he's not a cheater. He's being himself. So if you find out that Elliot is sleeping with this girl and I feel like people should just mind their business, right? Because she knew the kind of man he was, and she decided to marry him. So obviously he's not cheating. He's being himself. Because the way she got this man is also suspicious. So it's okay. I'm like, no, he's not a cheater. It's not fair to call him a cheater. Because when was he ever faithful? Okay? When was he ever faithful? When was he ever a person? Yes. Oh my gosh. It was her best friend. I put the video. They were best friends for 20 years. I'm like, your whole life? Pretty much? How can you do this to her? 20 years. You guys, she went and she backdoored the girl. And I don't know how she got this boy in her bed. And next thing you know, he wants to marry her. No problem. You wanted him. You wanted the wedding. You're going to eat the shit that comes with being with this man. Eat this fucking cake, anime. Eat the damn cake. Right? You guys, Marlene, I'm like, listen, I don't feel bad for people anymore. I am done. Oh my gosh, no. Because y'all think it's always the man. No, you guys. A lot of these ladies they will put the bar, the bar is in hell. Because that's how jealous and envious they are of their besties. You understand? You got to be a certain kind of jealous, a certain kind of envious, no shit type of person to do this to your best friend of 20 years. I can only imagine how she feels or how she felt. I can only imagine even how she felt like about the wedding because it was all over TikTok. But I'm like, if she's known you for 20 years, y'all were probably in diapers when y'all became besties. And you allowed a man to come between y'all because you wanted that life? You wanted to be in that family, the Grinch family, so bad? No problem, girl. No problem, girl. You gonna eat this damn cake and whatever comes along with it, put some whipped cream on it and act like it tastes magnificent, okay? I don't give a damn. I'm not crying for your ass. Oh well. Yeah, Dr. Umar also, y'all, Dr. Umar about to lose his school. I was like, if I had the money, I will help him out. Dr. Umar about to lose his school. Okay. You see? So, and this is why I be telling y'all, sometimes you cannot feel bad for people because you don't have all the facts. Keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut, boo-boo. I'm telling you, keep your mouth shut because you don't have all the facts. Because once you found out how this woman got in this relationship with this man, you're like, oh no, this is a jigsaw puzzle. Too much foolishness, too much nastiness, because people don't want to lead in integrity. I watched a thing, you guys, it's so dark, I don't want to play it. I watched a video the other day of a murder. You guys, a murder. A man, a black man went in the house. He was in the house. Bored in the house. Yes, he was bored in the house. Listen to the voice of the devil. Okay? This man got on top of his naked wife, a black woman, got on top of his naked wife, pulled her hair. I guess she was fighting and he choked her to death. Okay? When he was done killing her, he walked over to the kids' room. He had 2 boys, killed his sons. And I said to myself, there had to be another woman. Okay, listen to me, y'all. And this is why I tell y'all, leave people's cell phone the fuck alone. Leave those fucking cell phones the hell alone. Do not get killed. Don't get somebody to put their hands on you because when people are out here cheating and doing all this weird shit, y'all, the devil's in their heads. You know, it's a bad covenant. They're no longer themselves. And it's like the more you try to stop them from seeing the other person, the more they want to kill your ass. Baby, you're somebody's child. Okay? You are someone's child. You have a mom who cares for you. You have a dad who cares for you. You have friends and family that care for you. Leave that fucking phone the hell alone. Okay? Nothing is worth your life. Whatever's in that phone, who gives a fuck? Okay? If you feel like you got to pack your bags and go, go. Let these fuckers have it. Because one thing I've come to realize, when it comes to cheating, the more the woman cares, the more it gives them fuel to keep cheating. I'm going to say it again, right? A woman reacting to infidelity, oh, I'm crying. I want to go through his phone. I want to go through his pockets. Oh my God, what would you do this to me? Girl, you're a dumbass. Stop being a fucking idiot, okay? Because the more you react like that, the more you are fueling their bullshit. And now they're going to keep doing it because they're getting a reaction out of you. It's the, all this cheating stuff, it's emotional violence, okay? It's mental abuse, okay? It's abuse, right? So what you have to do, as hard as it is, act like you didn't see shit, you didn't hear shit, you don't know shit. Okay? Sometimes in life, for you to be successful, you have to learn to act like a moo-moo for a season. Oh, what? But you're not dumb. You're not dumb. But what you will not do is allow people to just suck the life out of you because it turns your goofy ass sins on. Oh, hell no. Right? You start getting ready. You start putting makeup on. You start going to the gym. You start seeing a lawyer. Act like nothing happened. Act like you didn't see shit. People have to learn not to react to stuff. But anyways, let's get back to the story. I'm like, no, there had to be another woman. Because guess what? I told you my friend killed his wife, right? And guess what? It was over a phone. Because she wanted his phone. I'm like, leave him and his fucking phone. Yeah, fuck him. And I'm telling you, when I tell you it's going to kill it, because I'm like, what the heck? Like, she's not reacting. She don't care. No, I live my life. You have to learn. Oh my gosh. I say this almost all the time. Like, you have to learn that the biggest battles in your life that you'll fight, you will have to fight those battles in silence. It's not because you're not hurting. It's not because you don't know. You see it all. But you got to have a vision. You cannot let people know how you feel. You cannot be predictable. Right? Because you got to know what you want out of life. And it's not a reaction. And that's why many affairs, they go on for as long as they do, because the wife is falling apart. And as long as you're giving into that, they're going to keep doing it because they're fucking bullies. They're a bunch of bullies. They're a bunch of ass shit people. Okay? So what you have to do is, like, you got to have mental resilience. Like, man, fuck y'all, fuck you, fuck her. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to live my life. And you become mentally strong. You become mentally resilient. Like, it's survival, y'all. Think about people in concentration camps, right? You got to go into a survivor mode. That you remain calm, you remain gracious, like nothing happened. They're going to get bored. Because now it's like, oh, what is she doing? Why don't she care? Why don't she care? There you go. Let them keep guessing about your ass. Let them want to go through your phone, okay? But when you go through somebody's phone, it's like, oh my gosh, I need to know. You don't need to know shit. Because the main thing you need to know, everything works for my good. What's done in the dark will come to light. And you come for me, you're going to deal with God. I don't have to react to shit. Okay? You never do, as a matter of fact. People plan against you, do this again, y'all, go to sleep. Give it to the Lord. They will choke and die on their own sword. You gotta know this. You either believe you have favor or you don't. It's up to you. But I encourage you to believe that you have favor over your life. And no evil plan that's been conjured up against you is going to prosper. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Because evildoers will get their just due. Evildoers, anybody who's out here being trifling is an evildoer. And I'm like, in due time, you will get what's coming to you. So I was like, there had to be another woman. And yes, And guess what? Guess who she was? She was the wife's friend since like high school or something crazy. Because the husband, he worked for Joyce Myers, right? So he was doing security. So one day they went to Florida, I guess the girl's city, and the wife, y'all, the wife, she called her friend and she said to her friend, oh, Joyce Myers coming. My husband's coming. I think it'll be good for you to go there and receive the Jesus. Girl, the girl went there and received the penis. I said, sis, but why? Why'd you have to call this girl? Why? You're not there. You are not. I don't give a Marlene. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn. You are not there. You're telling another woman, a single woman, to go to some whatever when you're not there and your husband is there. Girl, you are crazy. You're crazy. So her friend, instead of going there to receive the word of God, receive Jesus, she went there like, yeah, I want her husband. So then her and the man started planning how they're going to get married. I'm like, what? I'm like, you never should have called that girl. Leave people where they're at. Okay? And now, because he didn't know how to leave, because he tried to follow for the, I don't like, because people, when they're cheating like that, they're not thinking correctly. Erica, they're not thinking correctly. So he did the paperwork, but I guess he didn't type her name right. So like, oh, whatever, I'll just kill her. So he killed her and he killed the boys. So he killed her in the morning, like early in the morning. He goes to the gym. And like, oh, I don't. He called the neighbor. Oh, can you check on my wife and kids? The husband, the neighbor's like, okay. He called the police because he's a former police officer, whatever. The man gets to the house. Instead, I'm like, okay. He goes to the basement. I'm like, why you go to the basement? Like, who comes to their house to the basement? Anyways, the same day he got arrested. I'm like, it's not everybody you play with. It's not everybody you kill. Okay? That same day he got arrested because it didn't make no damn sense. They're like, what the heck? Because by the time, because the people, when the people got there, they were like the bodies, the wife, the children, they were already going through rigor mortis. They're like, no, these are not fresh bodies. They've been killed. Because he think he's smart. You ain't smart. You're a dumbass person. You're an idiot. I tell y'all, he got arrested the same day. Got arrested the same day. Right? Because him and that girl had plans of marriage. He bought her a wedding ring. He bought her a promise ring. He had her finger size in his phone. He had her panty size in his phone. He had this. I'm like, when I heard that the wife, I'm like, why would you call this woman? You see, why would you call this woman? You're not there. Even if you think she's not the type to, girl, it never hurts because temptation is real. Right? Because I have another big sis, we were talking, because she's like, Marlene, because when I say things, sometimes when I say things, people think I'm trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean, y'all. I think I just have a gift for seeing human nature for what it is. And it's not pretty. It's not pretty. The problem is, it's like people want human nature to be so this and that, especially like the nature of women. People want to believe that women are good and they're innocent and they're all about sisterhood and this and that. And I'm telling y'all, it's not good. Human nature is ugly. It's very, very ugly. It's very violent. It's very selfish. It's very envious. All right. And I feel like, the part that makes me sad sometimes is that women have been, especially here in America, like women have been so brainwashed to see men as what you have to fear. Fear the man, fear the man. And I guess sometimes, but you see, men are more like what you have to fear from men is physical force. But even that too, like it takes a lot to get there for the most part, right? Not saying you don't have crazy people. But the thing about women, their force is mind. Like it's their mind. Okay? It can be very manipulative. She can manipulate a best friend. Like, can you imagine you sleep with your friend's husband? And I'm sure she's calling you. Exactly. I'm sure she's calling her like, oh, girl, we're going through. So, oh, girl, he loves you, girl. Girl, hang in there, girl. Oh, yes, girl, the whole time. She has a whole day. She's planning your downfall. She's helping him to divorce you. She's helping him to do this, do that. You know what I mean? And also, come to find out, like I told y'all, he had 2 phones. He had a work phone and he had a regular phone. So he was talking to the other girl on the work phone. So I say sometimes, like, you can go through a phone, but how do you even know that's the right phone? Right? But ultimately, she called the devil into her life. She called the devil into her marriage. And that's why I will say this. I mean, you can take it how you want to take it, but that's just me. But that's why I will say, no matter what you want to do, especially if you're married and you want to be out here around other women and your husband, I really think you should take a moment of prayer and ask God for confirmation before you call anybody, because you just never know. Oh, but Marlene, she would never. You can't say that. You don't know what's in a person's heart. But I'm like, it was so heartbreaking, because I'm like, she called you so you would go to the prayer meeting to receive salvation, because she wanted you to get to know Jesus. But instead, you go there and you wanted her husband. Why? Like, that's just so crazy to me. I'm like, why? And I'm like, and most likely it could very well be that since they met in high school, she was probably always jealous of her. You don't even know who's around you that's a woman that wants your life. You don't have to listen to me. It's okay. Right? But I'm telling you, women have the gift of manipulation. Men have the gift of physical force. Women have the gift of manipulation. She can encourage you, and at the same time, she's sleeping with your husband, and you don't even see it coming. Your children will call her auntie this and auntie that. The whole time, she's smashing the husband, and she's telling him to divorce you. I was like, this is some crazy shit. But the way he killed her, it was so unnecessary. Just go. Go. You want to be with your mistress? Okay, it's going to cost you something, because there is a house, there is money, there is this, so pay for that. He's like, oh, because if you file for divorce, he was going to lose his job with Joyce Meyer. Okay. Now you're in prison, so you lost the job anyways, right? It's going to cost you something. If you want to go be with your mistress, and fine, it's your life, do that. But you're going to have to pay for something. So just accept that. If you love your mistress that much, then just pay up. Lose your job, pay the alimony, pay the mortgage, and go be with her. You don't have to kill anybody's child. And you definitely don't have to kill your children. For what reason? For what reason? But I'm telling you, there is a spirit of violence and I feel like, because it's so unclean also to have sex with a mistress like that, because it's so unclean, I feel like there's a spirit that overcomes people and they become incredibly violent. They will kill you for their mistress. So I'm like, no, stay out the way. Let him go. He's cursed. He's cursed. He just doesn't see it yet. Let him go. You guys, I swear, this life, I feel like life, for as much as it feels like it takes forever, right? But it also goes by really fast. Today, he can go away with the mistress, but oh, yeah, I won. Yeah, for now, you think you've won. But it never ends well. Look at Kelvin. When Kelvin left with Serena, whatever her name is, right? He was so happy. Oh, he had the money. She's pregnant. That's a side chick. Y'all, they were out here buying all kinds of luxury cars and stuff, because he never thought Wendy was going to stop doing the show, because everybody knows, like, Wendy, her second baby is the show. Like, Wendy loves her career. Okay, so I don't think that Kelvin really thought that Wendy was ever going to stop doing the Wendy show. So as long as she kept working, he was always going to make the money. But you see, that's the thing about idiots, right? Because even the Bible says, right, no matter what your plans are, submit all your plans to the Lord, right? And do not lean on your own intelligence, because you don't know as much as you think you do. Right? So now when you get sick, there's all the stuff going on, like the what's it called again? The stuff that she's under conservatorship, whatever it is, right? Like, nobody has access to her money. Even she doesn't have access to her money. She stops the show, and now he's facing foreclosure. He cannot pay his homeowners due. He can't pay for this. He can't pay for that. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. These moments of happiness, like these moment of victories, whatever, they're really short-lived. Because workers of iniquity will always get their just wage. Failure. They will fail every single time. So let them laugh. Let them enjoy it. It's not going to last. It never does. Never does. I know another man also, not gonna say who, but he had an affair on his wife, left the wife for a younger woman. Okay, he decides to marry the younger woman. No problem. The younger woman wants a baby. Mind you, he's almost in his 60s. The baby is born, you guys. That baby has all kinds of illnesses. Have you ever seen a baby that's allergic to protein? Have you ever heard of a baby allergic to protein? Have you ever heard of a baby that can't drink any kind of milk? And you think it's a coincidence? No, because as the Bible says, the sins of the parents, the fathers, will go on the children, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, and the great-great-great-grandchildren, right? Nobody gets away with that. And that's exactly what, remember, like even in the Bible too, when David slept with Bathsheba, she got pregnant. That's why he was anxious, because he wanted Uriah to go home. So that way, like Diana Ross, they would have stuck the baby on Uriah, but Uriah didn't want to go home. So then David's like, oh shit, then how are we going to justify the pregnancy? Because he don't want to claim the baby. So then David planned the murder of Uriah. He wrote a letter and he asked the generals to put him in the forefront so he would get killed. And he gave Uriah the letter to carry that to the generals. He had no idea what he was carrying in that letter, right? So then he ends up dying because David didn't want to step up and claim the baby. So then God goes and tells Prophet Nathan everything that David did, because David thought nobody knew, because he did it all in secrecy. Nobody knew. So then you got Prophet Nathan, he's out here praying, minding his business, and then God reveals to him that David killed a man, and he killed Uriah because he got Bathsheba pregnant. So he goes to David, and he says to him pretty much like, there's a rich man, there's a poor man. The rich man has a lot of cattle, he has lots of sheep, and then the poor man, he only had one little lamb. That was his favorite lamb. But then one day a visitor came to town, and the rich man said, oh, you know what? Let us make a feast for the visitor, right? But instead of killing one of his lamb or his sheep or his cattle, whatever, he decides to take the only one from the man that only has one. He's already poor, and all he has is this one lamb, right? That's all he has. And David said, oh my gosh, who is this man? He does not belong in my kingdom. We must put him to death. And Nathan looked at him and said, it's you. It's you. You have multiple wives. Uriah only had one wife, Bathsheba, and you slept with her. Then you got her pregnant, right? Then you killed her husband because you didn't want to step up. That's why I tell y'all, there is a spirit that comes with this cheating stuff, and it's really violent. It's really violent. People become possessed. They're no longer themselves. You want to ruin your life? Go be a cheater, right? So what could he say? Then the Bible tells you he gets butt naked, and then he just lays on the floor for 3 days. And what happens? The baby died. Because y'all put a curse on that baby. Which he put a curse on that baby. But it doesn't stop there. Now his other son, out of nowhere, now he wants to sleep with his sister, Tamar. All he can think about is having sex with his sister out of nowhere. I'm like, yeah, because your daddy brought a curse over the house. Because then you think, oh, the curse is gone because the baby died. No, it's not over. So now you got another son who had a perfect mind, and now he can't stop wanting to sleep with his sister out of nowhere. I'm like, David did this. You see? So next thing you know, his cousin says, well, you know what? Tell your dad that you're sick and that you want your sister Tamar to come over and cook and clean for you. So then he tells his dad that. Just though the same way he was deceitful towards Uriah, his son also is deceitful towards him. You guys, I'm telling y'all, you want to ruin your life, go be a cheater. Okay? So Daniel says, okay. So then he tells Tamar to go tend to her brother. So she gets there. As soon as she gets there, the boy's just jumping onto her. Right? So then Tamar pleads with him. Like, we're brothers. What the fuck? We can't do this. Like, the girl, I'm sure she's scared, but she's trying to reason with this dumb fuck. Right? But he doesn't listen. And because he's a man, he overtakes her and he raped his sister. That's why I tell y'all this name Tamar is not a good name. Like every time I see Tamar, I'm like, her parents never should have named her that because it's not a good name. I don't know why Christians, they love to pick names out the Bible and they don't study the names out the Bible. Like even the name David, it's not a good name, but whatever. There are certain names you should not, no, right? So then after he sleeps with Tamar, he looks at her with disgust. Like, what the fuck? Mind you, he was obsessed. This is all he wanted. He finally gets to rape his sister and he's like, what the fuck? Why are you here? He wants her gone. So now Tamar is pleading with him again, like, well, I guess you got to marry me. Like, no, get out of here. Throws her into shame. So now her brother, oh, Lord, you guys, her brother Absalom finds out. You guys, this stuff is a mess. And all of this started because David went and slept with Bathsheba, number one. Number two, he got her husband killed. From that moment, his entire family is batshit crazy. It's not a good thing. Yeah, it's not a good name. That's why when people talk about David, they're like, oh, David is cheating. I'm like, why would he not cheat? Right? Why would he not cheat? It's not a good name. And it's not a good name. Like, it's just not a good name. But in the Bible, he is not a faithful man. And so if we go by what the Bible says, that every time you say something, you speak something, you're speaking life over somebody, well, I guess you're speaking a curse. But it's not a good name. Right? Like, would you want your son to be like David in the Bible? No, it should be, oh, hell no. Hell no. Okay? It's like there's just certain names you should not name people. But in the Bible, this is what David does. He sleeps with a lot of people. He's a womanizer. He can't take care of his children. And yes, he does have a son that passes away. Okay. So Absalom killed his brother. His first boy died in the pool. Like these names, they carry stuff. I don't know why people don't read the stuff. Don't just read the good stuff, right? I think a lot of people too, when it comes to David, because the Bible said, God said, oh, he's a man after my own heart. Yeah, sure, whatever. But God never spared the rod from David. David was punished for everything he did, to the point that even his children were part of his punishment. Be very careful, okay? But I'm like, every time I see David, I'm like, yeah, I see why he acts like that. Because even David in the Bible behaved like this man. Right? It's a very chaotic name. It's a lot of chaos. It really is a lot of chaos. And I'm like, just like David in the Bible, he was a womanizer. He was not a faithful man. He was not a faithful man. And his house was a mess. Children everywhere. When you read how Bathsheba had to hide, because, Solomon was not supposed to inherit the throne, right? But his mother was very conniving. So when you read that too, like how she was out here finessing and hiding in the dark to go plead with him to overstep his son's child, it's a mess. It's a mess. And this man also has multiple kids by multiple women. I'm just saying, before you pick a name in the Bible to give it to your child, you need to look at the good and the bad of that person. Don't just look at the good side of the person. Look at the bad side of the person. I'm telling you, and sometimes if the bad outweighs the good, don't name your child after that person. I'm not doing it. You should even name your child Jesus. Why would you ever do that? Why would you ever name your child Jesus? He's going to suffer. He's going to suffer. Like, okay. Maybe John was faithful in the Bible. Like he was a loyal friend in the Bible, right? Peter, flip-flops. Okay. I don't know. So you might want to be careful, right? But I'm like, are we surprised? I mean, I'm not surprised because I'm like, the name David means something. And every time you get called David, well, he will act like David in the Bible. Like, you compare his life to David in the Bible, it's pretty similar if you ask me, okay? Just saying, right? But I'm like, there's a spirit, there really is a bad spirit that comes with infidelity. It never ends well. My friend, he got 35 years in prison. 35 years. And you think the girl he was messing with is out here waiting for him? Of course she's not. Why would she? Right? But they become possessed, they become deranged, they become violent, they become short-tempered, they become agitated. So what I'm saying is back off. Let them do it. You got to take care of yourself. That ultimately, that's his life. He's an adult. If he wants to ruin his life, that's on him. He wants to bring curses for his life, that's on him. But do not put yourself in a position where these demons are inside of him are going to physically do something to you. Hail to the nah. Go be with your horde. Go have fun. Y'all crazy. Y'all some crazy people. They're really crazy. Like, please, I'm scared. I am really scared, right? So I'm like, there's so much going on. Everything is it's so much negativity. Ooh, people are always fighting. You also saw the thing, Halle Berry, her first husband came out. And he said that she didn't cook or she didn't clean. And the girls are mad. The girls are mad. Like, why would he say that? Why would he not say that? Y'all, it's a lot. It really is a lot. It really is a lot. I was watching this one video. I was like, let me come outside and talk to y'all. What is this? Child, there is so much. Sha'Carri out here jumping her boyfriend. Then she lying on the boyfriend. Okay? And that, child, y'all, you guys, it is a lot. It really, really is a lot. I don't even know where to start. What is going on? Let's see. I'm overwhelmed. I am truly overwhelmed.
A 20-year-old New Jersey man allegedly wasn't interested in facing charges in connection with a deadly street race. Why? Because he's accused now of trying to flee the country with the help of his mom. That is the allegation from authorities in multiple states after the pair were taken into custody while trying to fly out of the United States. We're taking a closer look at investigations that cross borders and the potential consequences of trying to get away with a retired FBI agent. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Law enforcement in New Jersey say that this man's reckless actions left one person dead and others seriously injured. But the charges that he faced before have now ballooned into a laundry list of allegations because authorities say he tried to flee the country. According to prosecutors in Middlesex County, state troopers responded to a crash on the Garden State Parkway on June 29th, just after 7 p.m. New Jersey State Police's Criminal Investigation Office teamed up with the prosecutor's Fatal Crash Investigators team to figure out what exactly happened here. And those investigators say they were able to determine that there were two BMWs. One of them was an M5, the other was an X3.
I don't understand for the life of me why parents give their children such powerful cars like that. Like, these are teenagers. Why are you giving an M5 to a child? This is insane. And you know your kids are irresponsible. You guys remember there's a white boy also out there in Malibu. Also, his parents gifted him a BMW for his 18th birthday. And he drove at 100 miles per hour into 4 girls, like one black girl, a few white girls and stuff. It was their graduation. Right? So it was near their school, and he just drove into the girls and he just murdered all 4 girls. And you see how they don't really want to talk about it in the media because they don't want people to pay attention so that he can kind of somewhat get away with that. This is crazy to me.
They were racing on the parkway southbound when the X3 hit 2 other vehicles and ended up rolling over several times and hitting trees. Now, fortunately, the people in the cars that were hit, they were not injured. But the same couldn't be said for the passengers in the BMW SUV. 2 people in the X3, a man identified as Albion Heisenage and another unidentified person, were ejected from the car. They were both rushed to a hospital where Heisenage died. He was just 19 years old. The other unidentified passenger had grave injuries. Now, the driver of the X3, let's talk about him, 20-year-old Alvi Lamani.
He was ejected out the car. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
And a third passenger, 19-year-old Emily Harrington, both of Staten Island, apparently ran away from the scene of the crash. And it seems that Alvi wasn't done running. According to prosecutors, he was arrested in Miami, where authorities believe he was traveling in order to get onto an international flight and leave the country. Oh, and by the way, he apparently wasn't alone. A TikTok user posted a video from a New York City airport on July 17th that appears to show Alvi and his mother, 42-year-old Vilma Neshta, being led away from the plane and loaded into police cars. They were handcuffed, their feet were shackled. Fugitive warrants were filed against Alvi and Vilma, and the two were extradited from Miami back to New Jersey. So as you can see, there's a lot of moving parts here. I want to bring in Colin L. Schmidt, a retired FBI agent, president and CEO of Kronos Investigation.
This is really sad. This is sad. Yeah, Dr. Umar also owes money. Otherwise, if he doesn't pay, I think he has to pay almost like, yeah, I guess he needs $40,000. If he doesn't pay, they're going to sell his school.
Special announcement. FDMG Academy bank accounts are still frozen. Dr. Umar personal bank account is still frozen. Brothers and sisters, we are fighting this war against FDMG and Dr. Umar Ifatunde. We were supposed to get a refund within 4 days of our accounts being shut down. We were supposed to get a refund within 4 days of our accounts being shut down. We still haven't got our refund. We still haven't got our refund. We still haven't got our refund. So not only are the accounts frozen, make sure y'all hit my Venmo and my PayPal. PayPal.me/Umar the Psychologist. PayPal.me/Umar the Psychologist, or tap my Venmo. Text me for the links to donate to FDMG. Text me for the links to support Dr. Umar. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858.
So Umar is coming back out asking for more support because he said his bank account is still frozen. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, he went live to say somebody was trying to hack his bank account, and that
I feel like Dr. Umar, this thing, you all see this because I guess some lady was trying to out Dr. Umar that they had sex, right? And then I don't know how she was saying it, but he took offense to it. So he came out and he said, "Oh, her vagina stinks." And I'm like, Dr. Umar, that doesn't fit the brand. Because Dr. Umar's brand is usually pro-Black women. So I'm like, why would you talk about her lady part not smelling good? Like, and also, why didn't you tell her? Why didn't you tell her? Okay, why didn't you tell her? Like, yeah, you know, why didn't you tell her? But there's a risk, though, to doing what you do and to not be in a stable relationship, because I think a lot of people, myself included, it's like you always say, "Oh, Black women, Black queens, snow bunnies, never." But the thing is, like, he has impregnated 2 Black women. You don't marry people. You impregnate people. You don't marry people. Okay, because it's like he says a whole lot of mess, but it's like I do have a little bias for Dr. Umar. I ain't gonna lie, I do like Dr. Umar. I'm so fake, right? What'd you say? Too much negative. Oh, you're back. You are crazy, child. Steve, you know what? I'm gonna leave you alone today. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're back though. I missed you. Okay. Negativity is not my middle name. My middle name is Willie. Thank you. Right. But I'm like, Dr. Umar, though, how because the thing is, it's the school, like the school thing. Let me tell you this, right? When it comes to Dr. Umar, I think Dr. Umar is not financially responsible. Okay. I don't think you should trust. I don't think anybody in the right mind should trust Dr. Umar with money. Like, if you give him money, just give him the money. Don't think about it. Okay, don't expect anything out of this, because the way he lives his life is very chaotic. And who knows, he might be dyslexic. What do I know? Okay, I definitely think he has ADHD, right? But he could have ADHD. He could be dyslexic, but he's also seriously disorganized. He's seriously disorganized. I also believe that Dr. Umar, he's like a big idea person, but he doesn't like to get busy and do the really boring day-to-day kind of stuff. So I do feel like it'll be a lot easier for Dr. Umar if he had a team. Okay, I think he needs like money planners, accountants, like he needs managers, like he needs people who are a bit more structured, who really know how to do the stuff, and he can just be the big person, like the big idea person and the person that raises the money, right? But I don't think anybody should trust Dr. Umar with money, okay? If you give him money, you're not gonna get your money back. You're not gonna see nothing with your money. He needs an actual team. He's very, very disorganized, okay? But I think the bill, like the water bill, utilities, like they came out to like 18,000 or whatever. Like I said, if I had it, I would help him, because I'm like, should he lose the entire building for 18,000? I don't know. But if I had it, I would give it to him. Whatever. But I would require that he sits down and he has a proper team, because he can't do the school thing by himself. You cannot. And obviously, you're not good with money. Now, his account's being frozen. He probably did something to the bank. And they're like, yeah, this is it's very, very suspicious. Okay. He probably has suspicious activities on his bank account because you can't handle your bank account any kind of way. And if the bank feels like you are a fraud risk, they're going to shut your account. It's a real thing. Also, many times banks will also look at your credit score to know what you're doing. And I don't want to be mean, but I don't think Dr. Umar has a great credit score. Okay. I don't think he's good with money. I don't think he has a great credit score. So maybe the underwriters at the bank, they felt like he was a risk. Okay. So they shut the account. And like all these donations, he gets very, very disorganized. Because the issue is Dr. Umar, when he's asking for donations, right? He's asking for donations for his person. All right. He's not like the money is not going into an account that is meant for a 501c3. Like, once again, he's not organized. So imagine like if you're Chase, if you're Bank of America, if you're Wells Fargo, and you got money coming from all different kinds of people, all kinds of Zelle and stuff like that. It's like, this is crazy because how do we know you're not scamming people? And also, how do we know that these people are not going to turn around and, oh, I want my money back? But I'm like, banks are really, really careful about risk, okay? So if you have weird transactions on your account and they do their underwriting and they see you as a liability, well, guess what? You're going to be gone. So I really do believe that's why they shut his account. So for him to blame it on the lady, I didn't really believe that. I'm like, you're financially deviant. He really is deviant. But I do believe that I think Dr. Moore has a good heart, but I do believe he has ADHD. And I really do believe he's dyslexic. Like, I don't know. I worry about him though. I don't know how he's going to retire because it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well. I don't know.
As a result, the bank restricted both his personal account and the account for the school. Fast forward, he still doesn't have access to those accounts. And obviously, something bigger is going on with Dr. Umar because a normal fraud alert.
And the issue also, like even with the school account, if he keeps doing all kinds of transfers between him and the school account, ultimately, it no longer looks like a school account. It looks like a personal account. Like, you guys, these banks are really serious. And only God knows. I mean, maybe you'll tell us one day, but only God knows how much money Dr. Umar has received all in all between his personal account, the school account. Maybe it's over $1 million, maybe it's over $2 million, right? And I'm like, is he filing his taxes for himself? And is he doing it for the school? We don't even know. So I can see how the bank doing the underwriting is like, yeah, this is risky business. And most likely it was given fraud. So they're like, yeah, not here. So they just close his accounts. And I'm like, he has to do better. And I also will say he needs to work on his credit score.
Yeah, it can get your account restricted and funds frozen. However, as the owner of those accounts, you should be able to go inside a branch, produce specific documents, and have those restrictions removed. That's something he should have been able to correct. But according to Umar, those accounts are closed, not just frozen. And the banks haven't given him the checks yet with the balances. So this is why he's saying he's coming back to the internet asking for more donations. On top of that, he went on to reveal another problem.
On August the 5th, brothers and sisters.
Oh, yeah, they're going to auction the school.
On August the 5th.
Yeah.
The city of Wilmington, Delaware, took out a notice to auction off the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy campus for unpaid vacant property registration fees. I repeat, on August the 5th, the city of Wilmington, Delaware, took out a lien to auction off the campus we bought, the campus we've been working on for 6.5 years. I was not notified of this.
I'm not sure. It's like, Dr. Umar, like, if you know you don't have the money for the upkeep, you should have just sold the building. Just sell the building. I really don't get. I'm like, it would have been so much better to say, hey, Black people, you know what? I would have loved to have built the school, but honestly, I don't have the money. You know? And then just go. Because even the way he does all the podcasts, he's always traveling and stuff. I'm like, how are you going to manage a school when you are a social media personality? Like, you're always on the go. So I'm like, if you get to a point, that's why I said, I don't even think he knows his numbers. But I'm like, when you get to a point and you realize that you can't keep up with the water bill, you can't keep up with the power bill, you can't keep up with this, you can't keep up with that, Why didn't you just list the building for sale? And then like, hey, maybe the online academy can be a YouTube channel. It doesn't have to be an actual building. You don't have the money. You don't have the team. You don't have the resources. And also, you like to be on social media more. So just sell the building. Like, I'm like, this is so embarrassing. It didn't have to get to this.
We were not notified of this. This past weekend, without an email. This past weekend, without a letter in the mail. This past weekend, without a phone call. The city of Wilmington put a notice on the door handle of both of our schools, informing me that if we don't pay the past due vacant property registration fees and outstanding utilities by the 25th of Black August, they will sell our campus. Brothers and sisters, can I ask you a question? Why were we not notified that they were going to try to sell our campus? Brothers and sisters, why are they trying to sell our campus at the very moment that our accounts are frozen? Brothers and sisters, is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that the city of Wilmington is trying to sell properties that we own and have been working on continuously behind our backs? They were going to sell our schools behind our backs. They didn't even tell us that they were going to try to sell our...
Dr. Umar likes to gaslight people. Dr. Umar, you owe $18,000 in utilities. There is no way you didn't know. Like, I'm like, these bills were probably stacking up for months, if not even over a year. $18,000 in utilities, that's not a monthly bill. You have not been paying the bills. So you should have just sold the property. Like, you're crazy. You are really crazy.
Our schools, we received no notice in the mail.
Boy.
We received no notice by email. We received no phone calls at all that they were going to try to sell our schools. Instead, they put a notice on the door handle.
Well, for one, they don't have to call you or email you to tell you they're going to auction off your buildings, but they are required to notify you via mail. So either you don't have the right mailing address on file with them, or they did not send it. But if the latter is true and it's on them, you can, one, ask them to provide proof of that mailing, the date, the method. Again, that's after you verify that you even have the right address on file, because that could be your own fault. But if you did have the right mailing address on file, ask them for the proof of mailing and tell them to give you copies of any notices you didn't receive. Then that problem will be solved. And whatever they say you owe, you just need to pay it to avoid the properties being auctioned off. It's very simple. But the truth is, if you haven't paid the vacant property fees, they're not going to send you to the auction after just 1 year. So obviously, it's been multiple years of them not receiving the money, which wouldn't make this some big old conspiracy. It would just mean that you didn't pay the bills. That's it.
Somebody stole one set of notifications and sent it to the YouTubian struggle streamers. Somebody stole the...
Dr. Umar, just admit that you failed. It's okay. Like, you don't have to do this. You really don't have to do this. Like, yo, what is this? Hold on. What else is going on, you guys? Just admit, like, yo, Sha'Carri is crazy, you guys. That deserves a lie by itself. Oh, here it is. Hold on. I know what it is. Hold on. Oh, this one.
A wife at that time should cook, clean. One time, I didn't understand it when we were out to lunch in LA. And I'm not from Cincinnati, man. I ain't even in LA scene like that. And she see an actor that she worked with one time, and he came in, hey, kissed him on the lips.
Did you know that Halle Berry proposed to David Justice?
As a woman, when you date down, I've always said this: you will pay for it for the rest of your life.
Have you heard of David Justice?
How do they know that she dated down? These women are, the way these women just jump to conclusions is crazy to me. How do they know? Do they remember Halle Berry in the 90s? Do they remember this me in the 90s? Do they know who dated down and who dated up? Like, do you know baseball player how much money they make? These people are crazy. They're really, really crazy. These women are funny.
Is this one of the best hitters of the 90s?
River TV. What's up, guys? It's your girl Riva, and I'm back again with another video. So, of course, we have all seen a piece of, or at least clips of the viral video or interview, I should say, from David Justice in regards to his ex-wife Halle Berry.
A wife at that time should cook, clean.
So, we're gonna go ahead and get into the whole entire conversation, and I feel like it's so funny to me, the takes that I'm seeing on, you know, TikTok and social media from the women who clearly don't know who this man is.
I don't think they do.
As a woman, when you date down, I've always said this, you will pay for it for the rest of your life. David Justice and Halle Berry got married in 1991, which is 33 years ago. And now they've been divorced for the past 25 years. But he's talking about her in an interview. And for all the men defending him, well, they asked him, you should know to not speak about your ex from 25 years ago. They asked him because he's not accomplished enough for him to talk about what he's doing, because he's not doing anything except riding his ex-wife's coattail.
Like, it's very clear, it's very evident.
I'm like, I saw both sides. I really did. I was like, to me, I was okay. If you knew that cooking and cleaning meant a lot to you, you should have vetted her for that before you agreed to marry her. You know, like if these values mean a lot to you, like you should have vetted someone before you, like, hey, do you cook? Do you clean? Right? Before you actually agree to marry a person. I don't know. That's like, you know what I'm saying? I saw that part, but I also saw the part where sometimes people believe, oh yeah, the person will change. Oh yeah, you know, he'll do it, or she'll change, or he'll change. Or you know what? Or maybe one day she'll do it. Yeah, or maybe one day he'll do it, because you know, young people can be quite delusional, right? Young people can be quite delusional where they think, oh, she'll grow out of that. Oh, he'll grow out of that. It's like, no, that's who they are. I saw both sides too. I don't know how old they were in the 90s when they got married though, right? Hold on. So I'm like, So in 93, okay, hold on. Let me see her age. So she was born in 1966. You see, yeah. So she was 27 years old. I don't know how old she was, like 25, 27. So maybe, oh yeah, like she'll grow out of that, or it doesn't matter. And I also do believe that sometimes people believe that certain things don't matter. Like, for example, you'll have a person that's a Christian who wants to marry a Muslim, and they'll be like, oh, but we love each other so much, it's just going to work out. And I'm like, no. Love is not enough, okay? Because usually when it's just the both of y'all, you're Christian, he's a Muslim, or you're Muslim, he's a Christian, it's not a big deal until you have a child. And now, because usually what I've noticed also, what I have noticed is that people, when they're young and they're dating, they tend to be more liberal. They tend to be a bit freer. Like, oh, rules don't matter. I don't care about tradition. I don't really care about this. Right? But then people get married. And some people want to become more traditional once they get married. But especially when children show up. Because I was like, oh, I'm a parent now. How do I want to raise my child? Where do I want my child to go to school? This, and that, this, and that. So I do feel like when people start having kids, especially, people start becoming more traditional. So you'll have someone, oh, I'm a Muslim, but I don't practice Islam. Like, okay, that's cool. Okay. But then you get married. Now they want to start practicing Islam because they have a child. And oh, well, it will mean a lot to me if my child knew my religion. Okay, so that's one thing I do feel like with young people is that young people tend to overestimate like how much tradition means a lot to them, like being close to family, your tradition, like your family's traditions, and also like your church tradition and things like that, the traditions of your faith and things like that. So I'm like, it's very possible that he was always not a big deal until he realized like, oh, you know what? It's actually a big deal for me, which lets me know. No, it doesn't let me know, but it makes me feel as though their dating phase, their dating phase was probably very sexual. Okay. Makes me feel as though their dating phase was very, very sexual. You look good, I look good, you got abs, you got a flat stomach, I got a pretty face, you got a pretty face. I feel like most likely their dating phase was highly, highly sexual. And because like he lived somewhere, she lived somewhere. So when they met up, it was all kinds of sex and this and that. So they never really had time to really like, I wouldn't even say date, but be boyfriend and girlfriend. And okay, like, Because she lived in LA, if I'm not mistaken. He lived in Atlanta. Right? So I'm like, do they really spend enough time with each other? Because if you have a long distance relationship, when you guys actually see each other, it's mostly sex. And that's what we said about Chanel and what's his name again? Her Igbo husband? Chanel and whatever his name is. I forgot his name. So I can see his face. I can't remember his name. Right? But I'm like, it's a very sexual relationship. So most likely Halle and this man had a very, very sexual relationship. And maybe in the beginning, because she looks good, she smells good, she's very pretty, he probably said to himself, I don't need food like that because sex is my food. But what happens when the honeymoon phase dies out? That's when you get to really know a person. And I think from the time they were dating until they got married, they were in a honeymoon phase. They were not in a real phase. So then in the marriage, most likely he realized like, I don't like eating out so much. I don't like this so much. I don't like that so much. Which is why I say people should do premarital counseling. Because those people that do their job right are going to ask you questions that are way past the honeymoon phase, where you are both like, okay, like, do I really know you? Right? But people don't want to do that because they're so in love. They don't want to have tough conversations. Like even this whole paying the bills thing, I think people should have that conversation, right? If somebody says, oh, I would love to have kids and not work, people should talk about that. Or a husband, one day I might want to be a pastor. You might want to tell her that up front. But when people are in love most of the time, or they think they're in love because they don't really know what love is, because it takes years to really be in love with someone, right? They don't want to have conversations that don't feel fuzzy, gummy, butterfly, right? They don't want to have those conversations. So I can see both sides. I can see the arrogance of youth, like, oh, we're fine. Oh, we have money. Oh, we'll just go out to the restaurant. Oh, yeah. But I'm sure that also gets old. I think that really gets old. And that's why I take issue with Ashley's dating advice, because Ashley's dating advice is very superficial. Oh, lose weight. Oh, change your clothes. Do your makeup. Do your hair. Sure. That's mostly sexual attraction. But we got to go deeper than that, right? An outfit alone is not going to do it. Your makeup's not going to do it. Just being skinny is not going to do it. It takes real skills to keep a relationship. Okay? Though how you look as a start, like it gets you in the door. But what does it take to have a long-lasting relationship with someone? And it has nothing to do with how a person looks. That's why she's still doing her show. Because if it was all about looks, she would be gone by now, right? Why are you here, right? So I can see both sides, though. But I'm like, young people, I really recommend for all young people to go to premarital counseling. So, oh, we're good. We got this. No, you ain't got shit. All you have is sexual attraction. That's it. Okay? That's about it.
This man is a baseball player, okay? And was making bread at the time that he met Halle Berry.
But to me, even if, because these black girls are trying to say that, but I'm like, even if she was Oscar Halle Berry, because let's not forget, the reason why she got an Oscar, because in Monster Ball, a bunch of white boys are running a train on her. So let's be so for real. It's not like she gave a stunning performance. It's because of that sex scene with a bunch of white boys having sex on her back to back to back to back to back. Okay? She's getting slowed out. Okay? Let's be so for real. But my thing is, when you look at Angela Bassett, right? Angela Bassett, to me, Oscar, no Oscar, whatever. But I'm like, Angela Bassett is a very accomplished black woman. And she, to me, she's way more accomplished than Halle Berry, if you ask me, right? But yet, she was able to be Angela Bassett and to also be a wife. And I believe she cooks. I don't know how much cooking he's talking about, but to me, when I say cooking, like, yeah, I feel like she can cook, and she has cooked. She can cook. Now she gonna cook every day? Obviously not, because there are days that she works and then she's on set. She's a whole different state, different city, different country, right? But I'm like, Angela Bassett to me is a very professional woman, is a highly sought after actress, not just a black actress. Like, because her level of acting, it's not about her complexion no more, because she does all kinds of movies. Okay, she does roles that you will have a big white celebrity do. So she's a bona fide Hollywood actor, right? But yet she's able to keep a home. She's been married for a very long time. They've been married for decades with children. So who is Halle Berry to act like she can cook and clean? Who is she? Girl, you pretty, but you ain't that pretty, right? Like, please, right? But I'm like, something has to be said. I'm not trying to be offensive, but something has to be said about Auntie Angela Bassett been married for almost, I don't know how many decades she's been married, right? But yet Halle Berry, she's like on husband number 5. And she always loses the divorce. She always pays alimony. She pays child support. Girl, what is this? Right? What is this? So she's not successful in relationships. So I don't know. Maybe she should cook and clean. I don't know. But those 2 white men, they rent her ass to the cleaners. They take so much money from her. Right? But I'm like, she's not successful in relationships. And this is why I hope that Halle Berry thing is a cautionary tale to a lot of women who believe that all I need is to look good. No, you can look good and have a tragic romantic life. Like, it's sad. Like, me personally, I feel bad for Halle Berry. Because to be so beautiful and every relationship is tragic like this, she always gets left. She gets cheated on, she gets beaten. It's like, what the fuck? What is wrong with this chick, right? Her money is gone. Like, the 2 white boys, I think they took like maybe 20, some people say 50 million, what do I know? But those white boys, they took millions of dollars. I think the first one, the actor one, the young man she was having sex with, I think he took like 50 or 100,000 a month, something crazy like that. I'm like, you're a black man, black woman paying for white man? Are you crazy? Okay. But something is off. Something is seriously off. So your looks are not the only thing you have to worry about. A woman needs to really know, what do you bring to the table? Me personally, I think it's a valid question. Because you should know this. Because if all you have are your looks or how you are in bed, this is not going to end well for you. You got to be well-rounded as a human being. But it can't just be, the way I look, my ass, my titties, and like sex and blowjobs. Girl, there has to be more to you than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there has to be more. But I'm like, you look at Angela Bassett, like, she's been married for decades. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Yeah, let's see. You see? 27 years. So she pretty much got married when Halle Berry got her first divorce. So 27 years of marriage. Right? 27 years. She cooks, she cleans. Now, is it like every day? No. And also when he says she cooks, she don't cook, she don't clean, I was like, is it about her cleaning, or is she a messy person? Is she messy? Like her house, like her room is a mess, her bathroom is a mess, like she leaves stuff all over the place because they were not living together. She lived in LA, he lived in Atlanta. So I feel like when they got married and really had to live with each other, he probably like, maybe this girl is very, very messy. And not to be offensive, even today, you see it a lot on YouTube. You see it a lot on TikTok. Alex Earl, every time she does her video, her room is a mess. There's stuff all over the place. A lot of young ladies don't like to clean up. They don't like to put their stuff away. They're very messy. All they care about is doing their makeup, doing their hair. And it's like, you got to be ready. If you want to be married, you're going to have to think about stuff like that. You're going to have to. You got to put your stuff away. You got to put your stuff away. Right? You got to put your stuff away. You got to clean your stuff. Even like when you have your menstrual cycle, you can't just leave your underwear everywhere, anywhere. You can't just leave your pads. You got to wrap your pads. People can't see your, it's like, you have to know how to live with a man. And a lot of ladies don't know how to live with a man. Okay? Not trying to be mean, but it's real, right? Exactly. Like they've been married for a very long time. You gonna tell me that Viola Davis don't cook no food? She cooks, she cleans. But it's not like every day. But I'm sure she knows how to keep. I feel like when he say cook and clean, he probably trying to say like keep a house together, like just functioning clean kind of thing. But I'm like, it could be that Halle Berry is very messy. She doesn't know how to clean up after herself. She probably is a mess. You know what I'm saying? She probably is a mess. She's very pretty, but she could be very unkept. I don't know, y'all. Don't come for me. Do not come for me. Just saying. Okay.
Have you heard David Justice, one of the best hitters of the 90s, hit 28 home runs as soon as he debuted? He won the best rookie in 1990. He helped the Atlanta Braves win the 1995 World Series. He moved to the Yankees and led the team to win the championship again. 305 home runs, over 1,000 RBIs, and a batting average of .279.
Okay, he was making more money than she was when the two of them got together. And the way that people are nitpicking, this whole entire interview, like he's using.
I just see, and that's the thing, because to me, I don't know, you guys. I mean, don't be mad at me, but I just feel like if you're gonna marry a man that's really, really wealthy, right? You should know how to cook, because what are you adding to this man's life? Like, I don't know. I feel like, let me just say it this way. Y'all can be mad at me, it's fine, right? But I feel like a lot of women, the reason why they struggle with relationships is that they don't understand that men are the prize. I said what I said. Watch Kevin show up later, okay? Men are the prize. If you're going to marry a multimillionaire that is going to cover all your bills, this, and that, what does he get in return? You got to be a businesswoman. And I feel like a lot of women, they in the dating market, whatever, they don't have a business mind, right? Like if you have a company, like if you're a publicly traded company, you have investors, you have shareholders, you have a C-suite, like you have a board. You have to make these people happy or they will fire your ass. They will fire you, okay? If you work for a company, you better deliver or you will get fired. I don't know why modern women do not understand that in a relationship, they have to provide something to that relationship. And it's not your looks, it's not your sex. It got to be more than that because people can go hire prostitutes. People can hire sex workers, right? People can go hire an escort and you pay her one time and you're done. Right? You pay the prostitute, you're done. You pay the sex worker, you're done. You pay the escort, you're done. When you have a wife, that is a financial commitment over a long time. So therefore, the wife got to say, what do I do to entice him to keep wanting to take care of me financially for a long time and not just one time? Do you get me? Right? So I feel like, and this is me, you can be mad, that's fine. And that's why I'm going to say this. If you're married to a multimillionaire, I will say your job should be to study this multimillionaire and see the stuff that he likes and make sure that as much as you can, you are doing some of the things that he likes so he can see a benefit in you. Right? It's called customer service. I will never stop saying this. It is called customer service. Right? It's called customer service. I don't know how that works. But if you are married to a multimillionaire, he's giving you the life that you want. If you find out that this man has a thing for pound cake, I would assume you would learn how to make pound cake. No? Hello? Someone home? Right? Hello? Right? If you want to go marry a multimillionaire, whatever, and you find out he has a thing for fried chicken, I would assume you would learn how to make fried chicken, right? Because your job is to know what he likes, give him what he likes so that you can have the life that you want. Hello? It is not that hard. I don't know why this is so hard for people, right? And this is why woman after woman, they're losing in relationships because you don't know what you're supposed to do. You think a relationship is where a man caters to a woman. No. A broke man caters to a woman. A rich man will never cater to a woman. The woman caters to the rich man. This shit ain't hard. Matter of fact, you see it everywhere. All around the world, anywhere you go. People cater to rich people. Whatever makes you think it's different in a relationship. Hello? Are you there? Right? People cater to rich people. That's just how it goes. You become part of his life because he makes the money. So if he likes going to Broadway, guess what? I would assume that you're going to make yourself more and more familiar with theater. So you like, okay, I guess so, because that's how you're going to get the life that you want. Nothing is free out here. Nothing is free. And that's why the vast majority of women are listening to a bunch of losers, and they get loser outcomes because you refuse to accept the fact that men are the prize, right? The man that you're after, if he's really the one, he can have anybody. Why should he choose you? And therefore, you got to start adding stuff to your resume. I can do this. I can do that. Oh, there you go. There you go. Because that makes you stand out. That's how life goes. Right? He divorced her. When they got married, he's been fine ever since. Her, 5 divorces, whatever the fuck she's in, all kinds of millions of dollars paying to men. She does not have custody of her daughter. Like, her life is a mess. Her life is a mess. Her life is a mess. And I feel bad for Hallie too, because I feel like she really is the poster child of what feminism will do to a woman. This is it. You're going to have multiple sex partners, multiple divorces. You share custody of your children. You are paying men all goo gobs of money. Like, it's just insane. And now she's on Instagram in her bed with her new boyfriend, right? Doing promo for her lubricant line. I'm like, this is so beneath you. She goes to the Met Gala with her vagina completely exposed. I'm like, this is insane. This is really insane. Why? Why are you going through so much? Why are you going through so much? Why are you suffering like this? I'm like, I don't know. That's just me. I don't understand. I'm like, why are you suffering like this? You don't have to live like this. Like, you do not have to live like this. And say whatever you want. Okay? Marlene, I have made peace with the way the world actually is, right? A woman who is single, I don't care how much she's accomplished, will never be taken as seriously as a woman who's married. There is something, I don't know if it's prestige or whatever, respectable, I don't know. But there is something about a married woman that makes her more respectable, more demure, more this, more that. Like, oh yeah, that's class right there. If you're in your 50s or your 60s and you're still out here single, having sex with younger men and whatever, it makes you look batshit crazy. Hallie's one of them. Tracy's one of them. What's her name? Tia is one of them. Nobody will take you seriously. Because people in their head, everybody in their head has an image of what a gracious woman is. And that most of the time involves her being married. It really does. You see Beyonce leave Jay-Z? Okay, sure. All right. Nah, I don't make the rules. Okay? I don't make the rules. I do not make the rules. But if the girls are really silly, because even if she was the same Halle Berry from that won an Oscar, it does not mean that she don't get to go home and be a wife to her husband. They're very silly. And that's why many of these girls are not successful in relationships. They have a lot of people they have sex with because they do not understand what it takes to have a successful relationship. It's a lot of losers on social media, right? But you should know how to balance both worlds. You should know how to go into the business world, be a badass woman, right? Go into the acting world, be a badass actress, and come home and nurture your marriage, right? It's not that hard. But you see, I think the problem is it requires humility. And a lot of these women, the moment they start making a little bit of money, the moment they get a little bit of fame, it gets to their heads and they think I can do what a man does. No, the fuck you can't. I mean, you can try though, but you're going to end up getting divorced like a man and paying child support and alimony like a man. And that's exactly what's happened to Halle Berry, right? But you can do what you do out there and you can still go home and be a wife. Well, I'm not going to say cook every day, but oh, you know what? Maybe on Sundays, you cook on Sundays, right? And it doesn't have to be anything crazy. Like, cooking is fast. Like today, I made lasagna like super fast. Like, and it's not that hard, right? But I also do feel like if you're a woman too and you have a family, at least once a week, you should cook something for your family. You should have traditions as a family. And there's nothing that brings people together than food. I don't get the problem with this whole cooking stuff, right? And maybe if more women actually cook their food, they wouldn't be so fat, right? Maybe a lot of women would not be so fat if they cooked their own food. Because you cannot eat out your entire life. You're not going to eat out your entire marriage. How is that even financially sustainable? How's that sustainable? You have to make your food. But I'm like, every woman should know how to cook some things, right? Some breakfast recipes, some lunch recipes, some dinner recipes, some kind of dessert stuff. Like, you should know how to cook something, right? And you see, even with the EBT stuff, they're cutting away people's ability to buy sodas and chips and things like that. Because I'm like, yeah, people should not be able to buy that junk shit with EBT money, right? But I'm like, you should know how to cook a few things, right? And I'm like, and I wish even like Ashley, when she does her show, I wish Ashley would even ask the girls, okay, like, what do you know how to cook? It's always, oh, what about your makeup? What about your outfit? What about this? Girl, that's just like a first date kind of stuff. But what do you have that other girls don't have? What do you do that other girls don't do that can give you a leg up in this dating competition? I don't know. I feel like it's only modern women who do not understand that dating is competitive. So for you to get the best of the best, you're also going to have to be the best of the best. And it's not sexual. So many women are leading with how they look and their sexuality. You're going to lose. And before you know it, you're going to sleep with a whole lot of people. You're going to have sex with a whole lot of people. Then you start hating men. Yeah, because you're playing the game wrong. You're playing it wrong, right? You're playing it wrong. But I'm like, a woman who wants to be married also, she has to care about the home. She has to care about a little bit of home decor, a little bit of cooking, candles. I'm like, she has to know how to make her house feel like a home. And you can't say, well, I'm an actress. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Right? You chose to be married. So what are you doing to make your marriage interesting? And that's why I said, to me, this is no different than like, it's no different than customer service, right? I told a friend that today too. I'm like, she's like, oh, but Marlene, these men are always leaving, and they leave these women to raise these kids alone. I'm like, oh, girl, bye. Okay, this is y'all always trying to oversimplify shit. Okay, if you also, even just because you have a child with a man, does not mean he's automatically going to stay. You have to make the man want to stay, and you can be mad. It's okay, right? The day you get more mature, you'll get what I'm trying to say. Right? It has to be enjoyable. But if every day it's a fight, every day it's insult, every day it's an issue, one day he's going to leave. He's going to leave. And I think it's better he leaves before he chokes your ass. Right? But if you want people to stay, you have to make them stay. Right? And that's what I see. Like, you'll see a lot of girls, for example, oh, I don't care about men, but all they talk about is men. Stop lying to yourself. Stop saying things you don't mean. Oh, I don't care if he leaves, when you're very afraid that he's going to leave. Then don't say things you don't mean. I had a friend like that. She's acting so gangster. Oh, I don't care if he leaves. One thing, one woman. Okay, girl. And I kept telling her, don't let that man cross that front door. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Years later, only to cry. Oh, Marlene, I miss him. I want to talk to him. Marlene, I'm like, girl, shut up. He's already married now. He's married. He's moved on. I told you, dumbass, right? But y'all like to listen. You got to give people a reason to stay. But a lot of women, unfortunately, and you can be mad, but a lot of women, what they do is give a man 1,001 reason to get the fuck out. Because you're not enjoyable. That's it. Like, I'm telling you, like, even with Ashley, Ashley, Kendra, Lonnie, they do not understand how it works to be with a wealthy person. You're not going to go into a wealthy person and expect that man to change his entire life, his schedule, routines for you. No, he's the man. He has made it. Do you know how many heifers want to be with this man? So you are auditioning to fit into his life. He's not auditioning to fit into your life. He don't fucking need you. And I think, let me say something. And this is why most women don't understand. You don't want to give a man a reason to say, oh, you know what? I can just get a prostitute for this. I can just get an escort for this. I can just get a maid for this. I can just get a crock pot for this. And that's why I feel like with feminism and also like this, like all the home appliances, right? They really make you feel like a woman is optional. Like there used to be a time, especially when most women were not into feminism, Okay? You can be into woman empowerment without being a feminist. Okay? But I don't know why, and I don't know, it's so many women who believe that fucking lie, who think that because a woman was more of a home, like, I guess I won't say domesticated, but because a woman was more in the home, that somehow she was a pushover. Pushover where? Right? Like I could say my grandmother, for my mom's mom, for example, she was very traditional. My grandma could cook, y'all. She could cook. But she had multiple businesses and she was not a pushover because she would let my grandma know, you crazy. What the heck? But they just think that, if you are quote unquote a trad wife, it means that you just lay like a doormat and a man can just walk all over you, kick you in the head. And I'm like, and they get these ideas from movies. They themselves have never seen this. They themselves have never truly sat down with a woman that is traditional. They've never sat down with an elder woman that is traditional for them to say, oh yeah, she's getting her head beat up. And they're like, they just make shit up. They make shit up. A woman can be in the house. A woman can love her house. She can make her house into a home. It doesn't mean that she's a pushover. It doesn't mean that she's weak. It doesn't mean that she's an idiot. If anything, she's actually wise. Because there's nothing like feeding your enemies, if you ask me, right? But when you are a mature woman, you realize that you don't have to fight every single argument. You got to pick your battles because this is a long game. Marriage is a long game. If you get mad about this, and that, y'all not gonna last. You can't fuss and fight about every single thing, right? You got to pick your battles. And a lot of women do not know how to pick their battles. Everything is a battle. Everything cannot be a battle. Everything can't be a battle since he's going to leave your ass. You can't live like this. Even you, imagine if you were in even a friendship with someone and every single thing was an argument. Everything was a debate. Every conversation turns into who's right, who's wrong. You're like, you know what? This friendship is exhausting. Shit, okay? You are friends with people to get on the phone, Kiki, Love and Hip Hop, some Shade Room, some TikTok. That people want to have a good time with their friends. Yo, this is too much, right? So what I'm saying is, if you want to be successful in not just a relationship, but you want to be successful in a marriage, you got to look at it as customer service. You have to look at it as customer service. And both people have to make each other want to stay. But because I'm a woman, I will speak for a woman and as a woman. Sometimes the stuff I see, it's women giving this man 1,001 reasons to go. And you keep telling someone, I don't need you. I just want you. I don't need a man. I want a man. I don't need no man. You keep saying shit like this. Eventually, you're going to get exactly what the fuck you want. Bunch of fake ass gangsters. You're not that tough. You're not that tough. You're not that resilient. You ain't no fucking Teflon. You don't like being by yourself. You're a mush ball as fuck. You're a fucking marshmallow for love. Shut the fuck up. Don't say shit you don't mean. You know what I'm saying? And it's true. When a woman is in love, she is probably more vulnerable. It's a fact. And that's why you got to vet right? But don't give people reasons to leave you. Don't say things you don't mean. And you have to learn to argue in a way that's respectful, not in a way that's destructive. You don't like this. This is your person. If every time there's a disagreement, you go straight to the white meat, do you not see that you're being cruel? We got to stop acting as if verbal abuse is not a real thing. These words are very hurtful. What the fuck are you doing? You know what I'm saying? So my friend, I tell her, I'm like, he's considering leaving. He's not too sure because he had 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And I said, friend, you got to turn the sweetness on. Be a little sweeter. Ain't gonna hurt. Marlene, you don't know what he did to me. I'm like, listen, it happened fucking 5 years ago, bitch. You're either going to get the fuck over it or you just leave. Like, get the fuck out of here. But you don't get to keep somebody next to you so you can keep making him pay for shit that happened 5 years ago. You either stay or you go. I'm tired because that's also a form of mental torture. You got to let shit go. And if you can't let shit go, then be fucking gone. Because it's draining. It's draining, y'all. It's draining. Y'all, he left y'all. She acted tough for a while, but you know me, I would lie to you. Started crying. Oh, Marlene, I miss him. When I tell you he couldn't even stand her, it's like he hated her guts. And I would tell her that. I'm like, friend, when you argue with him, the words are so disgusting. I'm talking the F word, not F-U-C-K, y'all, for the gay people, okay? All kinds of F-bomb this and in front of the kids. Y'all, it was just, I was like, oh, I'm like, friend, this is not how people argue. It's excessive. And he's a man. You can't talk to people like this. Girl, go to therapy. She wasn't having it. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Like, listen, in this life, choices have to be made, right? In this life, there's a lot of reprogramming that has to occur. You see, and that's like, this is where I really get stuck, you guys, right? Yeah. And we're not even saying cooking all the time. Even me, Marlene, right? Let's say like Halle Berry, Auntie Angela, even Auntie Viola, right? I don't think anybody expects these women to be in here like with the Swiffer, but it's nice to know that she can use a Swiffer. It's nice to know that she can use a broom. It's nice to know she can use a mop, right? But I do feel like if you're a woman also, especially if you're a wealthy woman, right, and you're busy, then schedule the maids. Just schedule the maids. And also schedule the maids when he's not there. So he might think you did it. It's my thing is, even if you're not doing it, once again, it's customer service. And I said that to y'all. I said, to me, Marvin, if you ask me the question, to me, a marriage is no different than running a small business. I told y'all this. Like, people expect stuff from you. And I think today, the modern woman, because she was so brought up to be selfish, very, very selfish, and to only think of herself, anybody asking anything out of her, she's overwhelmed. She's overwhelmed. Like, you're going to have to snap out of this. Right? You have to snap out of this. And you're going to have to look at yourself as like maître d'homme, la femme d'homme. Yeah, like, you know how in the hotel they have the maître d'homme, which is like the man that just runs the hotel, like he knows everything. That's going to have to be you. You don't have to do it, but you will have to learn how to delegate. Right? A wealthy woman or a woman that's married to a wealthy man cannot live in a dirty home, y'all. Let's be so for real. She can't let the laundry just pile up. Girl, this is a wealthy man. Have some shame about your ass, right? So you can do it. If you don't do it, then I need you to be on the internet. I need you to grab the yellow pages. I need you to ask a friend for a friend that knows some cleaners, okay? And you can schedule your cleaning every week, every Wednesday when he's at practice, every Monday when he's at practice, right? By the time he comes back from practice, limpiar la casa, okay? Everything is clean. That's it. It's not that hard. Right? Right? You don't have to go shopping every day. You don't have to go to Pilates every day. You can go to Pilates 3 times a week and you can sign up for some cooking classes. And then there are certain days you can do pickup, like, like takeout, whatever, right? Maybe Saturdays and Sundays you do takeout. But then like the week, you should know how to cook something. You're running a business here. You're running a hotel. Like you got to take care of people. You got to take care of your guests. Yeah, it's not going to last. It's not going to last. It's not going to last. And I'm like, and the day a lot of women understand that men want peace in a relationship, they're going to see great progress. No, they want to go in there. They want to argue because, I've come to realize this too. I think it's part of American culture. In American culture, women are encouraged to be disrespectful towards men. Right. And I think because the culture says it, or society, or like even like the marketing, the corporation, or the government, that it means that you can actually force the individual to accept disrespect. Right. Women are not, if you're from here, you live here, women are not encouraged to have respect for men. Like, you know what? That's a man. I have to respect him, especially if he makes a lot of money. Like, you know what? Shit. He had my little friend. Right. They think they can talk to any man any kind of way. And that's why many of them are not desirable because they lack the deference. Like, you know what? That is still a man. And there's a way to talk to a man and there's a way to argue. And I'm like, if we want to talk even down into the culture, right? The fact that so many Black women are hooked at the hip with so many gay men. And a lot of gay men, their language is extremely vulgar. They're very, very vulgar. A lot of these gay men who like to be around Black women are extremely vulgar. And so these black women, they pick up on that and they start talking like that. Matter of fact, they even do their makeup like those people. Put those wigs on like those people. You know, on my other channel, when I did the video about the wigs, I said, oh, black women have a problem with wigs, right? And I've seen a few people say, oh, when did it ever get this bad? I said, yeah, it got this bad. It got this bad when black women started messing with gay black men, right? That's when their behavior got this bad. Their makeup got bad. Their wig addiction got really bad. Their tempers got really bad. Their mouths got even more vulgar, right? It's them embracing the black gay culture, especially black underground gay culture. Because I do believe there's like a sophisticated black gay men, right? But they don't go there. Right, especially then you have the RuPaul, we have the RuPaul era, we have the RuPaul's Drag Race with the whole baking powder and this, and that, right? Exactly. So a lot of black women, oh yeah, this is cute. But to most men, to most heterosexual men, that behavior is not cute. And that's why you don't see a bunch of straight men, even straight black men. But you don't see a bunch of straight men, I don't care who they are. You don't see a bunch of straight men trying to hang around like you know, those kinds of black gay boys, they don't. There's a reason why. Because they don't like that shit. Right? So you as a woman, you embrace this black gay culture and you start picking up on the lingo, the mannerism, the disrespect. And you know what? And also one thing we have to be honest is that a lot of young, those I don't know, eclectic gay people, right? Many of them have a lot of issues with straight men. Right? Because many of them were not accepted by their dads who happen to be very straight alpha male. So there's a lot of bitterness, there's a lot of resentment, right? Also, a lot of gay boys who are into makeup and things like that, they are attracted to heterosexual men, right? Many gay boys don't want to go with other gay boys. They like the challenge of being able to turn a straight man. That's why they're so quick to expose and to force people out the closet, because many of them are sociopaths. They are sociopaths, right? They are sociopaths. They intentionally want to go after straight men. The vast majority of gay men don't want to be with other gay men. It does not interest them. Okay? Now, if they can't find a straight man, they'll settle for a gay man, but that's not what they want. So they have daddy issues and they also have rejection issues. So you as a black man, you as a black woman, I don't understand how you don't understand that he resents you. These black girls are so damn stupid sometimes. But you know what? I don't want to sound anti-black. But I'm like, I have come to y'all. I don't know if black women just have a propensity for loser behavior. I don't know, right? But it's concerning because they love taking advice from people who want to be them. They love taking advice from people who want their place. They love taking advice for somebody who is willing to kill you to take your place. So many of these gay boys into makeup, they want to be you. They resent the fact that you're naturally born like this and they're not. They resent the fact that you can just walk up to straight men and have a chance and they never could. So do you think when you're spending time with them, they're going to give you ways to understand men better? No, they're going to give you ways to lose. So that way you can both be losers. Okay? But it's crazy, right? But I'm like, and you wonder why. You wonder why. It's like Ariel going to Ursula. She wants your life, bitch. She wants your life. So you think she's going to give you advice to get this price while she's over here in the dark, overweight octopus? You dumb bitch. You stupid little bitch. You dumb, stupid little bitch. You are so fucking stupid. You're so fucking stupid. You're just dumb. I'm like, people are just so damn stupid. You are really stupid. You go to your competition, and because your competition happens to be friendly and give you makeup tips, you think they mean you well. Lord have the mercy. I'm like, these girls are so remedial. They're so fucking remedial. You gotta stop being so damn dumb. Gotta stop being so damn stupid. Do you not want to win? Do you not know how? Is this a fucking curse? Right? You're trying to be with a straight man. So if anything, you should get advice from a straight man because he's going to tell you what the men you want are looking for. No, she goes to a gay man to understand straight men. He's not going to teach you that. Because if you get that straight man, what does that say about him? Do you think people are going to encourage you to have the things that they dream of and they'll never have? Are you stupid? You didn't grow up watching Little Mermaid? Was Ursula ever happy for Ariel? The fuck no. The fuck no. Do you know how many days, how many hours, how many weeks in that fucking ocean? She had a monitoring spirit over Ariel. How pretty she was, how much her daddy loved her, and the fish love her. Everybody fucking loves her. And then she gets on top of the water and they love her there too. The fuck? So when Ariel comes to her, she's like, oh, yes, you dumb little bitch. But she acts nice because she's about to fuck her over. I'm like, the fuck, the fuck, the fuck, the fuck, the fuck. You have to understand how life works. Anybody who wants to be you is going to give you advice to set you up for failure. It takes a really rare person to see you have what they want and to truly be happy for you. There is not that many people. Your own mother can be jealous of you. But the thing about women, though, they're like fucking Snow White. Okay? They're like fucking Snow White. These women out here, they're like fucking Snow White. Snow fucking White. Okay? Okay? Where is she? You see her ass, right? Taking poisonous gifts, poisonous advice, poisonous tips from other people. Oh, she means me well. She means me well, fairy godmother. She means me well. She wants me to win. She wants me to win. Girl, why the fuck would she? You know this person? No, I met her on TikTok. She wants me to win. You are a fucking idiot. And the day a lot of women realize that we have a lot of mentally ill people as influencers, you're going to be very careful who you take advice from. There are women out here, even men out here, who are making content intentionally to cause you failure, you dumb bitch. You're so fucking stupid. Like, you're so yeah. They love to listen to lies and bullshit. Because they think, oh, she means me well. She means me well. She's looking out for me, you know. She's trying to warn me, you know. Girl, she wants you just like her. You've listened to this girl for so long. Where are you now? You've listened to this man and his goofy ass advice. Where the fuck are you now? Right? Where the fuck are you now? Right? And just like Snow White, the apple is, oh, this advice is precious. This advice is so precious. The advice is so precious. This advice is going to get me anything I want. All the things I want. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Somebody who is not your family, is not your friend, is not your pastor, right? Exactly. That person is just going to willingly give you all this advice for you to just win and win and win. Yeah, the fuck right. You think the way, oh my gosh, child, there's a reason why I've been gone for so long. Because I'm like, I'm trying not to be myself. I am truly not trying to be myself. But some people need to get cussed the fuck out. You a dumbass little bitch. You are stupid as fuck. You really think if a woman knows how to get a man that's worth 200, 300, 400, 500, $1 million, $2 million, you think she's going to tell you? You think she's going to tell you? Have you ever seen a billionaire come outside and tell us how to be billionaires? Right? You don't think that she's looking for exactly what you're looking for? The stuff you're asking for, you think, oh, they're just out here just roaming the streets. They just roam the streets. It's so easy to have a man like that. Yeah, you're dumb. You're stupid. You're very childish. You're not ready for this yet. You are so not fucking ready. Because you would say to yourself, why would she want me to win? After all, she doesn't even have, she herself is looking for what I'm looking for. She is looking, she's looking for exactly what you're looking for. And you're gonna go ask her when she has yet to find it, how you gonna find it before her? Are you stupid? They're so dumb. They're just so dumb. When do you think Jeff Bezos is gonna come out here and tell us how to be billionaires? You think Bill Gates is gonna come here and tell us how to be billionaires? You think Warren Buffett is gonna tell us how to pick stocks for free? Oh, Marlene, I see you're suffering financially, Marlene. So here's how you pick a winning stock. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. They're freaking insane. They are truly insane. Anybody who knows something like that, they're gonna keep it to themselves. At most, she might tell her sisters or she might tell her best friend, but even that too, though, because some women, they want to be the only ones to be doing well while everybody else struggles. Right? So think about that, though. But they're so trusting. Oh, give me the advice. Oh, give it to me. What do I need to do? Oh my gosh, why would she tell you? And that's why they usually give bullshit advice. Oh, your outfits. Oh, your hair. Oh, your clothes. That shit is bullshit. We have seen people out here married to billionaires that never put makeup on. Okay? We have seen some pretty, I guess, regular people married to billionaires. Don't even put lip gloss on. So what does that tell you? It's not always the way that you look, but it's the way you cater to him. It's the way you fit into his life. How did Melinda Gates get with Bill Gates? Because she was his assistant, right? Because remember the first girlfriend, she didn't want to stay with Bill Gates because he was working so hard. Remember? So Melinda, she was like, yeah, I can put up with your schedule. I don't mind. I'll put up with your schedule. Right? Who remembers that? Melinda was his assistant. She was the one like, yeah, you can work as much as you want. You can sleep in the office. I'm not going to bother you. I'll bring in your food. What you want. Right? Am I lying or am I telling the truth, though? It's okay. It's okay. Mackenzie. When Mackenzie was with Jeff Bezos, because he also worked for that big fancy, like, the consulting McKinley, is that what they're called? So that's also very competitive. Like, you work like crazy, right? But I'm saying, like, Mackenzie fit into Jeff Bezos' life, and she helped him to build Amazon. Okay, give me somebody else. Okay, all right. You think these women are going in these people's lives and changing the rules? You change the rules, you'll see the door. And I told y'all this too, right? Y'all got mad at me, but it's okay. You got mad at me, but it's okay. It's perfectly fine. You know me? Let me tell you something. One thing about me, Marlene, God always gives confirmation, y'all. Right? I've told y'all the same thing. I said, this girl, yes, your sweetheart, Halle Bailey, right? Haley Bailey, whatever you say her name. She came into DDG's life and she tried to change his work schedule. The door. Okay? Because streaming is part of his life. Streaming is what he does. And yes, it might take 10 hours. Go occupy yourself. And yes, it might take 12 hours. Oh, well. Okay, good. This is how it goes. You want Eve and the rich man, okay? You think Eve went over there and tried to change that man's life? Oh, now you're going to do this. Oh, now you're going to change your schedule. Oh, now you're going to do... You people, like, these women are dumb. They are truly dumb, you guys. They are truly stupid. Anybody who marries a wealthy man, you ain't changing shit. You're just making it easier. You're like you're like a fancy personal assistant. You're not changing shit, okay? You're not changing shit. You get married to a rich man, your job is to make his life easier. And by doing that, he makes your life easier because you'll never need for money. That's how it goes. That's just how it goes. You're not changing anybody's schedule. You're not going to tell him to work less. You're not going to no. Okay? Absolutely the fuck not. And that's how I know even the girls out here who are giving advice, they don't even know these wealthy men. They don't know them, you guys. People who are incredibly wealthy, and you saw that in Diddy. Love Diddy, hate Diddy, that's not a problem. It's fine. It's up to you. Like, it's your choice. I ain't gonna tell you what to do, right? But one thing we realize about Diddy too, Diddy has that like that excessive, like, he's obsessed. He's an obsessed person. Maybe he has ADHD. What the fuck do I know? right? But Diddy is obsessed. We even saw that with the BDSM stuff, right? Because in the BDSM, why? Part of him doing the whole cuckolding stuff because he doesn't have a big penis. We've established that it's not a problem, right? So even with the whole penis stuff, he still wanted to compete with men that have bigger penises. Like the guy who got released from prison, their sex worker. He said, like, you know, he was like, yeah, if I had your penis. But one time, Diddy challenged him and Diddy lost. But that's why he's also successful. Because he's not normal. He's obsessed. Right? And to be crazy, crazy successful, you have to have an obsessive personality. Right? And when you tell these people not to be obsessed with their passion, the door is called the fucking door. Right? It's the door. Right? So whether a man works for himself or he works for a company, the more money he makes, the less you're going to see of him. That's why when they say, oh, I want a rich man and he got to do them all, you're not ready for a rich man. You're a big baby. You need supervision. You need a playmate. Most women who are married to very wealthy men, they don't see their husbands. That's why you have this life. You cannot fucking have it all. It's going to cost you something. And guess what? It's going to cost you time. When you see these women say, oh, I want a rich man, because of what they see in the movies. In the movie, he has time. You got a Casino Royale, like 007, like he's in Monaco. And that's the movies. It's the movies. In real life, most men who make a lot of money are extremely busy. Right? Even here on YouTube. Most wealthy YouTubers are posting a video every day. So that's what they write a script. Oh, mind you, they write the script because at that point, when you are that level of the game, you're not just sitting down and just record a video. Oh no, you're a business, you're a brand. You got some serious ass partnership. These are people who are getting like $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 to $400,000 like sponsorship deals. Think about Mr. Beast. How many hours in a week do you think his girlfriend sees him? A man who said, oh, I buried myself in a casket for 3 days. So he gone for 3 days. Oh, I climbed the tallest mountain. Do you think Mr. Beast do you think Jimmy sees his girlfriend every day? And guess what? Even Jimmy has a disease also. Okay? He has a disease. I forgot what it's called, but he has some kind of disease. So I feel like that disease also, it makes him like super obsessed, right? But even Mr. Beast, he has a girlfriend. He has now they're engaged now. How many hours do you think he sees that girl? Right? And that's the life of a man that's a high earner. You don't see these people. And a woman, you got to be strong mentally. And I'm like, these girls, they ask for this because it sounds good, but they have no idea the life of a woman that is married to a high achiever. Even Michelle Obama. You think she saw her husband? You all see how bitter she is? He will not have time for you. You need to entertain yourself, okay? Oh, you're married to a rich man and you go out to eat every night. You go to restaurants. You're always traveling. That is social media. Those nouveau riche influencers. They're not real wealthy people. They're influencers. It's a real thing. It's like, child, oh my gosh. They're very busy people. They don't see their families a lot because they work really hard. That's why you have this life, right? But what these women want is a man that's rich, but he has all this free time. You can't have it all. I'm here to tell you that. You will not have, maybe when he retires, and even that, if he's very competitive, he will never retire because he will always find something to do. I was sitting here the other day and I was listening to the Dear Diary podcast with Richard Branson, right? Child, this man, he barely sees his wife. Okay? If he wants to jump off a mountain, he gonna do it. If he wants to go into space, he gonna do it. So the guy was asking him, like, a lot of stuff you do, you can die. He's like, yeah, I just talked to my wife and my kids. I'm like, yeah, I'm still gonna do it. So they understand. But she's married to a man who's a daredevil. But you see how rich he is? That's my point. Rich people are not available. It's the movies that make you believe he has time for brunch. He has time for lunch. He's time for what? Time for what? Everybody wants, so many girls want to be with a basketball player. Do you know how many games they have away from home? Off season. Do you know how many hours they practice for? These girls are so damn stupid. You think that kind of money just falls on your lap? Because they never built shit. All they do is watch TV, watch TikTok, and think they have life figured out. When the more money you make, the less time you have. Because to whom much is given, much is required. These people are extremely busy. A lot of people depend on these people. And that's why a woman that is married to a rich man needs to know how to entertain herself maturely, wisely, right? And also, she's going to have to know how to keep this home because she's going to have to take her to home. He's not there. He is not there. And a lot of women, and I think that's why some women also end up filing for divorce because, but he should be here more. He can, but then you're going to have to downgrade your lifestyle. You cannot have it all. And you see, they go divorce these men, then they go in their TikTok and they start crying. Oh, I miss my husband. Oh, I miss the life I had with my husband. I miss being a stay-at-home mom. You know, there's one girl I saw a video. She divorced, the girl came and said her friend divorced her husband because she felt like he was working too much. Because she wanted to go out more. So she divorced him. Now that she's divorced, she's crying because she has to work. And the guys that she's meeting, because she also has children, they ain't shit. But her husband, he found somebody else. And guess what? Because he works so much, she gets to be a stay-at-home mom. She's like, but how come he moved on so fast? Yeah. What's her name? The black one. The lady that's, she's with Harrell Investments, right? But even her too, do you see her trying to change his life, trying to change this and change that? No. George Lucas is a billionaire. Star Wars, okay? May the peace be with you. So he definitely don't want no trouble, all right? But she fits into his life. And I'm pretty sure she stops at a certain time and she goes home. Play those games if you want to. It's up to you. But I'm like, they're not ready. These little girls out here, and I mean little girls, it's not their age. They are little girls in the mind. They don't know because they don't study greatness. They don't study. They're very, very arrogant. But otherwise, when you ask for some shit, you're going to find the women that are married to the kind of man you ask for. And you're going to study how they live. And you'll see these wives, they know how to entertain themselves because these men is busy. And that's why many times the only way you can have that kind of stuff is if you end up with a scammer. Because he's scamming. So he has all the time in the world to spend the money because it's not his money. Rich men, for the most part, are not out here spending their money. They're making money. The wives are spending the money. The man is making the money. So they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. It's just a bunch of goofy ass girls who grew up but maybe poor, I don't know, who were able to get a little bit of coins on social media, bought themselves a few Van Cleef, bought themselves, but it's not their pedigree. Being around wealthy people is not their pedigree. They have no idea. And a lot of them also, if they were to actually marry these men who make that kind of money, they would be miserable because they require a lot of maintenance. They require a lot of companionship. They're not independent. They want to talk to you all the time, text you all the time, call you all the time. The man got to work. You see, and that's the same thing with Cassie because Cassie grew up poor. Cassie grew up poor. I'm going to say it. She grew up poor. And that's why she said, the only way I knew to get his attention was by offering him a freak off. There you go. Because she's a poor little girl. She doesn't have the pedigree of a wealthy girl. She brings nothing to the table. So the only time she could get Diddy was by offering him sex. And sometimes he wasn't even going because he had other things to do. He was even telling her, girl, I got to work. Right? All she does all day is sit there with her paraphilic disorders and think about sex and more penis. If she's not having sex with Diddy and the freak offs, she's booking freak offs all to herself with these people, with them sex worker people. Because she doesn't know. Right? Because he works. Diddy works a lot. He works a lot. He works a lot. But then he got his life ruined by a bum who's sex obsessed and don't do shit. With a new husband also who don't do shit. That's why Alex Fine has so much time. Because he don't do shit. He's a non-productive piece of shit. He's non-productive. Right? But when you find you some rich people, rich men, they are extremely busy people. It's not like the movies. And I even think it's not even that sexy, to be honest. Because they work a lot. They work a lot. So that's why you, as a woman, you got to know how to entertain yourself. And you got to know, listen, I can't have it all. But for me to have this life, he works as much as he does. And we're not going to see each other as often. That's a real thing. And they don't want to accept that because they're dumb. They're just dumb. They don't understand life. Like, you just don't get it, do you? You don't get it. Right? You think Michelle Obama got to see her husband? You think Laura Bush got to see her husband? You like, these people are extremely busy. Even Jamie Dimon, I even wonder if his wife gets to see him. Because when you're the president, when you're the CEO of JP Morgan and Chase, like, do you even go home? Phone calls every day, all day. You talk with presidents. You talk with the chair of the Federal Reserve. I'm like, I can only imagine what his days look. I'm like, I don't think he has that much time. Right? But hey, she's going to find a way to entertain herself because he's a very busy man. But I'm like, and yeah, they'll have like their vacation and stuff like that. But there are many things he's not going to be there for. That is freaking Jamie Dimon. It's the CEO of JP Morgan. This man is responsible for like $5, $6, $7 trillion. The fuck? I will not even be surprised if he has a special room that she can't go into because the stuff he talks about is matters of national security at this point. I won't be surprised. But it's like all people, and that's the thing, it's like people just sit there and they just want other people's lives because people live out of jealousy and envy. And they think, oh, just marry a rich man and you will never have to worry again. No. Every tax bracket has a set of issues. Right? But you're just on the outside looking in, and all you see is the fancy house, the big cars, and this and that. But you don't see a woman that barely sees her husband because her husband belongs to the world. And I even think, not trying to be mean, but I even think like people like that, women like her, they fully understand that the job is the first wife. The job is the first wife. You're the second wife. They get it. And they don't try to compete with that because you will never win. Because he's not going to give up JP Morgan. He's not going to do it. Okay. He's just not. Hold on. Let me see. Because how much is it worth though? Let me see if I can find it. Well, there you go. All right. All right. So that's her husband. Okay. Stock price is almost at $292. The company market valuation is $821 billion, almost $1 trillion, making it the world's 12th most valuable company. Wife, me, I already know. You married to Jamie Dimon, you're not the first wife. JP Morgan is. But you will have the best life, though. He's not going to be there as much, though. You will have the best life. You'll have everything you want. Your kids can go wherever you want. You can vacation wherever you want. But your husband, he's everybody's husband, says you're not going to see him that much. You know, because it's a very serious responsibility. You know, at any moment, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, he might have to catch a flight to come to DC. Go talk to the president. Go talk to Jerome Powell. I mean, you don't see these people. You know? It's like it's the movies. Oh, you meet a rich man and he has all the time in the world. He has time for pillow talk. It's a fucking movie. Exactly. It's a fucking movie. I even wonder, like, even with Jeff Bezos, I wonder how many hours he really got to spend with Mackenzie, which is probably why she had to be part of the business for them to actually spend time together. Because when am I going to see you? If not, if you don't do it, when am I going to see you? Right? Because those kinds of people, like what's his name? Oh, Like Carl Young said, like those kinds of men like that, their purpose in life is not to be a husband. Their purpose is to do this. Jamie Dimon, his purpose is like to be the best CEO JP Morgan Chase has ever had, right? Barack Obama, his purpose was to be a president, right? What's it called? Jeff Bezos, his purpose was to build Amazon and make it the biggest company in the world. That is their purpose. It's not marriage. It's not marriage, right? Now, you can have a man who's obsessed with marriage and family and things like that, but then you have to realize he's not going to make that much money because he doesn't care about that kind of stuff. You can't have it all. If you want a man that's obsessed like that, makes a shitload of money, you have to realize he's not going to be that available for you because he got to go make the money. And you can't come and cry about this shit because you look at your life, right? Now, if you want a man that has like more life, family balance and stuff, he's not going to make that much money. But it shouldn't matter because that's not what you prioritize. You want life and family balance. Yeah. Right? So I'm like, that's how it goes. Okay.
Using her for clout or he regrets or all these kind of things is so mind-boggling to me because it's like women just cannot take the idea that a man is just being real about the situation and also making mention of something that he was asked about without making it seem like he is some begging loser. Like, it's so crazy to me. So if you guys are unaware of the situation, the first clip that actually went viral from this interview that did not get as much traction as the second clip was a clip in which he was talking about how, you know, while being married to Halle Berry, that she, when the two of them separated, she started dating somebody else and basically alluded to the fact that, you know, her ex was putting hands on her and was, you know, abusive and all these kind of things. And the media assumed it was him because that was her, you know, most recent ex-husband. And she never cleared up that rumor.
I would say hurt the most is Halle had a relationship with a gentleman who hit her inside the head. And so she lost some hearing. But she never made him public. And I'm not going to make him public. So I ain't going to do it like that. I know who it is. But for people to think, oh, we're happy David Justice because the only person they associated her with was me.
Now, the reason why I purposely wanted to talk about this is because, you know, it's not a coincidence that this clip is the first one that technically made its rounds on social media, on the other public platforms, and nobody really spoke about this. The women didn't care. The women didn't care that, you know, she was in a relationship with a man, married to a man for 4 years. And, you know, when they broke up was bad mouthing him, then came out and said that, you know, somebody had put hands on her and she lost hearing. I want you guys to listen to what I'm saying. It's not like they got into a little, you know, altercation in a small situation or whatever. And they was, you know, whatever the case is. And the person just put hands on her. Something so serious that somebody hit you and you lose hearing. How hard did that person hit you? That's a serious allegation. And the fact that obviously clearly did happen, and, you know, the person who everybody thought it was him, and she didn't see it necessary, deem it necessary, or care to even clarify that it actually was not him is very telling.
96 until even today. Sometimes I'll see someone on social media. Well, he hit her in the head. I'm like, oh, that's just a quick Google search. A quick Google search. They never said I hit her in the head. But one thing I didn't like is, but she let you think that. Right. She let the world think it. She didn't come out and say, oh, no, it wasn't David. But I'm not going to say who it was, but it wasn't him. No, she let the world think.
That's super trifling. And again, she was rising. She was a rising star at the.
But my thing is, if somebody lies on you, though, you should also stand up for yourself. Like if you then hit her, you know, like she's not talking about me, and you should have had your lawyer reach out to her. If you don't tell these people I'm not the one who hit you, then no, like girl, I will sue you because you can't just let somebody talk about you crazy. I just believe that. You hold on. This is a better video I can find.
To her ex-husband David Justice interview about her. For those who don't know, Halle Berry was married to the baseball player David Justice for 4 years, and he actually talked about their marriage on the podcast All the Smoke, and he was being a little chatty patty. I will say that. He said that Halle proposed to him. He said that she didn't cook or clean and she wasn't motherly. He said a lot of different things.
That followed up. I met Halle in May of 1992. So you talking about Then we got married January 1st, 1993.
Damn.
It really wasn't a lot of negative attention until I decided to leave her in 1996.
Yeah,
You know, I remember Hallie saying to me, you know, hey, she asked me to marry her after knowing me for 5 months. And I mean, I said, okay, but because I couldn't say no.
I mean, yeah, who's gonna say no at that time?
You know, and I said, okay, but I don't know if my heart was really into it.
Right.
But I didn't want to make her feel bad and say no. And then I'm thinking, okay, if we have kids, you know, is this the woman I want to have kids with and build a family with? And at that time, as a young guy, she don't cook, don't clean, don't really seem like motherly.
Like I said, she proposed to you and you thought she's going to be traditional. Yeah, that's very untraditional. But I heard even in the video, he was going to propose to her, but she beat him to it. So I guess he wasn't as awakened, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, it's not very traditional for women to propose to a man, especially in the 90s. Like, that's crazy. That is really crazy.
And then we started having issues. The honeymoon stage was over, right? And now it's just David and Hallie. And when it's just David and Hallie, I just realized this is not the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. So February 1996, I told her, hey, I can't do this no more. We don't have any kids. You said you wouldn't.
Like you said, the honeymoon phase. This is why Marlene, I am against these ultra lavish first dates, because they don't set a real expectation for what's to come, right? The crazy first dates, the super expensive first dates, second dates. Like I said, it's better to go for a cup of coffee, something small, right? But people want to do all these because it's like, it's not real. To me, those crazy first dates, they really remind me of like, what's that show you guys love again? What's that show? That Villa show? What's it called again? Love Island and stuff like that. Love Island, all these like love dating shows, they're not real. They grab people, they pretty much sequester those people, they hold those people hostage, right? They ain't got shit else to do. It's not practical. Like, imagine if these people had to date in real life. Oh, you stay in your house, you stay in your house, we see when we see each other. How many of these couples you think would actually make it? Right? But Love Island, I'm like, the premise of the show is very unreal. Yeah, Love is Blind, Love Island, The Bachelor. Even on The Bachelor, you guys, on The Bachelor, those dates they go on, none of these people can afford this. They can afford the shit. Like The Bachelor, it's like the life of a billionaire. Right? And I'm like, they're making y'all date as if, oh, you're dating this man, like he's actually paying for this shit. So like you're falling in love with him because you think, oh yeah, once we leave this house, it's gonna be like this. No, it's not. It's a fucking TV show. He's a regular man with a regular job. Right? And I'm like, to me, that's really toxic. And they should even follow those people with like mental health advice or like some kind of psychologist or a therapist after the show to make sure they can readjust to normal life. But you're not dating under normal circumstances. It's scripted TV. And they don't pay for anything, which is also not real. Because when you date somebody and you become boyfriend, girlfriend, then y'all might have to split some bills. But you see, that is not as romantic. And so these TV shows, they do the most. It's not real. And people become so consumed by these people. Okay? Become so consumed. So I'm like, no. And this is why I personally recommend the smaller dates. Because this is more, is giving more what your real life is going to be like, right? But when your first dates are crazy, like it's a fucking movie, you think that's going to last? No. So when things start to die out, when the honeymoon phase starts to die out, okay, like we have a budget, like we gotta, it's like, oh, now I'm bored. Oh, does he love me less? No, it was never sustainable. It was just to impress you. And I'm like, people have to stop trying to impress people and be yourself. Be yourself. Go on dates that are more practical, like dates that are more likely to be the kind of dates y'all will go on if you become boyfriend and girlfriend. Don't lie to each other. There's so much lying. There's so much romanticizing. There's so much Hollywood in the first few dates. It's excessive. It's not real. It's not real. And that's why it never ends well. All this love bombing business, it never ends well because it's not an indication of your day-to-day life. Because if y'all really do start dating, it's going to get boring because most people are boring. Life is not really that interesting. Right? But your first date, oh, we met at this fancy hotel, then the second da-da-da. You think that's going to be for the rest of your life? He's not a millionaire. And even millionaires too, sometimes they like to stay home, order Chick-fil-A, and read a book. Millionaire people eat fast food like the rest of us. They like to stay home like the rest of us. They also do grocery shopping. They might not go and buy the groceries, but once in a while, they're like, oh, let me make something on the stove real quick. You know what I'm saying? They stay home too. Like, be a real person. But there was so much va-va-voom. I feel like they were more in love with the aura of each other than actually who each other really was. Like, did you even know Hallie? No. Did Haley, do you know her? No. Do you know this man? No. He looked good. He's a baseball player, make a lot of money. Oh, she look good. She hot. That's it. Okay, let's get them married. Bunch of idiots. 2 idiots. Like, y'all crazy. I'm like, y'all insane.
Didn't want any money from me because really she didn't have any money. Yep. I was the one who bought the house in LA. I was the one who had my house in Atlanta. I'm really putting everything. Mm-hmm. And I said, you said you didn't want any money, so we don't have any kids.
So he's paying for everything. So she didn't have a house, so she was homeless. You see? So she had no money, she had no house. The least she can do is cook and clean. So I understand where he comes from, that cook and clean stuff. But like Lonnie said, that's also traditional. So if she proposed to you, you should have said to yourself, okay, like that's a red flag because I don't know, girl. Okay, let me be the man. Yeah. And I also feel like because she's from LA, he's from Atlanta, wherever he's from, they have 2 different cultures. Because LA people are different, y'all. They are really different. They are truly different.
We should just make a clean break. And she was like, no. No. And then all of a sudden I find out I got all these women. I find out I'm doing all this other stuff. And so what she was doing is, see, I'm just an athlete. I don't have managers. Mm-hmm. I don't have this system behind me. You see, she got managers. She got all this kind of stuff.
She got the machine.
Mm-hmm. So you got the machine now coming against me. Mm. The one thing that probably I would say hurt the most is Hallie had a relationship with a gentleman who hit her on the side of the head. And so she lost some hearing. But she never made him public. And I'm not going to make him public because I ain't going to do him like that. I know who it is. But for people to think, oh, it had to be David Justice because the only person they associated her with was me. Mm-hmm. Now, she said it was a former boyfriend. I'm not a former boyfriend. I was her husband. Right. That's different.
Big difference.
But literally from 96 until even today, sometimes I'll see someone on social media. Well, he hit her in the head. And I'm like, oh, that's just a quick Google search. Yeah. Do a quick Google search. That girl ain't never said I hit her in the head.
Mm-hmm. But my thing is you should have sued her. And you should have told her that she needs to say it's not you.
But one thing I didn't like is, but she let you think that.
Right.
She let the world think it.
That's tough.
She didn't.
But my thing is you have all this money. Get a lawyer and get your lawyer to write to her and say, people are believing it's me. If you don't clear that up, I'll see you in court. And that's it. Like, what? Why are you scared? Sir, I'm confused. Is you a man or not? But I'm like, you're not going to have people thinking that I'm the one who beat you so hard that you couldn't hear no more. You are insane. Don't put me in your bullshit. Yeah. And think about how many men have been destroyed because they had to lie to protect a woman's image, right? Tory Lanez, one of them. DDG, another one, right? Him also, right? Sha'Carri, she's the one abusing the boy at the airport. And then she was willing to lie to get him arrested. And I'm like, he did nothing to you, right? But I'm like, think of how many men though. Like, look at how they did DDG for Hallie. And I'm like, for what? Where is her movie, by the way? Where is her movie? Where's the movie, y'all? Where's the movie? Right? Even that little boy she was dating on that boat, she was kissing that boy on the boat. Where is he now? Where is he? Right? I told y'all she's lazy. She is lazy. She has no strategy. This girl, I don't know, whatever. Okay. But this is what they do. And then the sisterhood goes right along with it because men have to be the villain. And that's why I say, like, there's an undertone of supremacy, right? When it comes to, oh, hey, T, right? When it comes to how women actually treat men and how they see men. Oh, he's always the bad one. Do you know all the facts? Were you there? Right? But you see, Marlene, not from the jump, but after I took my time and I really studied DDG, I was like, yeah, Haley's a problem. Haley is a problem. And I said to me, she's very lazy. I told y'all this little girl is very lazy. She's very problematic. She loves to lie. She loves confrontation and she loves drama. And in her own request or her own petition for a protective order, she told y'all she was half naked when he showed up. Why are you naked? Why are you naked? Right? DDG is so bad. DDG is so horrible. DDG is such a monster. No problem. Now he's coming to pick up the child. You knew what time he was coming. He rings the doorbell. She opens the doorbell, y'all, and she's naked. She's half naked with no shoes on. Right? And then she wants to tell people, oh, I just wanted to put a halo in the car. For what reason? You're naked. You don't have clothes on. Don't even have shoes on. So somehow she has to put a halo in the car. So that's the back seat. Next thing you know, she's now in the front passenger side. How did you get in there? How'd you get in there? But you see, the sisterhood doesn't like critical thinking. How did you get in there? Why are you in there? If you put the baby in the car seat, you should be back in your house. No, she's in there fighting with a Daryl. Then she says he grabbed her head and he slammed her head into a steering wheel. I'm like, the steering wheel of a Rolls Royce? And you didn't end up in the hospital? Once again, I'm like, yeah, because the vast majority of the sisterhood, not only have they never seen a Rolls Royce, they've never been inside of one. So I get it. I really do get it. Because the day you see a Rolls Royce, you're like, yeah, that thing is so fucking heavy. It needs a steering wheel to match it. And the day you get inside of a Rolls Royce, you like, if anybody slams your head on this damn steering wheel, oh, you're going straight to the hospital. You are going, that's a thick ass. Even on the website, they say it's a thick, it is a thick, yeah, it was chipped. There you go, it was chipped. Why was it not broken? Somebody grabs your head and slams your head into the steering wheel of a Rolls Royce. You're not bleeding. Your nose is not broken. Your lips are not busted. It's like it's a cosmetic chip on your tooth. After he slammed your face into a steering wheel. Okay, sure. I mean, it's just, people are just, oh my Lord. Like, this is just, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And do you think she leaves the car? No, she stays in the car. Because to me, if somebody grabs your head in close proximity and slams your head into a steering wheel, that person is trying to kill you. It's not, oh, they're trying to restrain me. No. Me, you grab my head and you slam my head into a steering wheel. I'm considering that to be attempted murder because you're trying to kill me. Because the skull it's not that strong, like it's not that resilient. It's just a few bones. And then it's your brain in there. How can you grab a person's head and like just slam their head into a steering wheel? That is attempted murder. That like you can kill somebody doing shit like this. You can cause bleeding in the brain. You can cause bleeding a person can hemorrhage in their brain because you grabbed their head and you slammed their head against the steering wheel of a fucking Rolls Royce. Are you fucking crazy? I'm calling the police. You're getting fucking arrested, you dumb bitch. No, she stays in the car, half naked. And then she stays in the car because, oh, I want to keep Halo safe. No, if he really slammed your head into that car, I mean, mind you being dizzy and all, you take your baby out this damn car. Because if he's willing to kill you, what the fuck is he going to do to Halo? No, she leaves Halo in the car seat. She remains on the front side passenger seat. She's like, oh, I just want to make sure Halo is safe. Don't you have a concussion to tend to? Don't call the police. Doesn't call the paramedics. And mind you, she left her door wide open. It's all, I'm like, it's all her own petition for a restraining order. It's all in there. The door is open. And mind you, DDG lives like about like an hour and a half from her. So a man grabs your face, slams your face into a steering wheel. You stay in the car. You stay and ride out for almost 90 minutes to his house. What if he kills you in that house? So she gets there. His entire family is there. She's like, oh, I'm only here because I want to make sure Halo's okay. Like, yeah, Halo's fine. So then her half-naked ass, I don't know if she took an Uber, but she went back home where she left the door wide open. Anybody could have been waiting for her in that house. Anybody could have been waiting for her in that house. How can you leave? You're not dressed. You don't have shoes on. You want to put a baby in the car seat. Somehow you end up on the front passenger side. You're fighting this guy. You stay in the car. You drive half naked to his house. You get there half naked. His entire family's there. How embarrassing. They make you look crazy. So now with your half naked self, you got to get into an Uber and drive a whole 90 minutes back to your house where you left your front door open. Who does that? A toxic person? A woman who is not ready to admit or accept the fact that the relationship is over. And it's only over because you don't want to let him work. He needs to stream in peace. Let the man do his little goofy ass streaming on Twitch. Okay? That's what he does. That's how he makes his money. Like, I'm like, and they're all struggling. They're all struggling. Even like I'm like, before I used to really believe what they were saying about DDG. Like, oh, he broke, he a dusty. I'm like, DDG got more money than Haley. Of course. And he should. I don't even know if that's his real girlfriend. Because the thing about DDG, he knows how to get the algorithm going. So, because when they were doing their university, their streaming university, people felt like he had a connection with that girl. So I'm like, maybe he's doing that because that's what the people wanted. So I'm like, is she really his girlfriend or he's just doing it for the algorithm? Because these kids, they know, like him, DDG, all these people like Kai Cenat and them, they know how to get these numbers moving because they need their money. His rent alone is $20,000 a month. Daryl has a lot of money. He has a lot of money. She's broke. Haley is broke. And they don't want to admit that because once again, these women live in a fairy tale. La, 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 la. They don't live in real life. She doesn't have any money. She signed a 6-album deal for $1 million with her sister to Beyonce. So that's $500,000 per person to give 6 albums. Yeah, you're broke. Right? I don't know how much Disney paid her, but it's not comparable to what DDG has. He has more money than her. He has more fans than her. He's more connected to the culture than her. Like, right? But they don't want to admit that to themselves. Oh, no, Haley's on this pedestal. Haley is a struggling person in LA. They are struggling. Her and her sister are struggling financially because they've made some very, very bad business deals. Right? DDG, he's not a 360 artist. He's not signed to a major label. He don't have to split his money with nobody. That's his coins. Brother he got like 4 or 5 YouTube channels. He makes a shitload of money. And what she was doing, she was stopping him from working. And because he broke it all, because she's too damn clingy. You can see when you look at her. She's too damn clingy. She can't take it. So because she can't take it, she has to lie and destroy his reputation. It's the same thing with Sha'Carri. You did something bad at the airport. It's a freaking airport. There's TSA everywhere. There's police everywhere. You decide to put your hands on him. Now they're holding you accountable. And now because you can't take what you're about, the consequences, oh, let me lie on him too. Oh, I have something in my phone. I have a girl, shut up. Everybody saw you abuse the boy. You were the one being physically abusive. All you have to do is apologize. No. Apologize? The fuck? No, I need to lie. He needs to get in trouble too. But she met the right police officers. They're like, no, it's you. You're under arrest. Shut up. And they took her ass. I'm like, you are crazy. But it's like every time these women get in trouble, anytime these women get in trouble, they have to start lying on a man. They have to lie on a man, destroy his name, destroy his career, because God forbid they have to take accountability. It's the same thing with Meg Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez. She lied. She absolutely lied. And, and the thing is, like, I'm telling you, like, you might say, Tory got stabbed in a prison, which is really sad. But I'm like, Megan, I really feel sorry for her soul. Because the day her karma finds her, it's going to be so sad. It's going to be so sad. And if she thinks Jay-Z will protect her, she thinks the Carters are going to be there for her, please. The Carters don't care about nobody but themselves and their children. But in this life, every lie has an expiration date. You can only lie on someone for so long. Every single lie has an expiration date. And I don't know why these women out here are so incapable of holding themselves accountable. So you know what? I messed up. It was my fault. I was in the wrong, and I sincerely apologize. That's it. That's that. But you were in front of police officers trying to get this man arrested. And now because there's so much footage, there's so many cameras, there's so much video footage, right? Now she comes to social media, oh, I want to apologize. I want to apologize. No, you are no shit type of person. You are not a good person. Because as soon as you get in trouble, you want to see somebody else go down, that you're willing to lie to take someone else down. It's absolutely disgusting. He did nothing wrong. And I'm like, I was sitting there, I was watching her stuff yesterday because I watched the entire video. And I'm thinking to myself, how is she any different than a Karen? How are you any different than these countless white women who are always lying on black men to evade their own sexual perversion? How are you any different? And that's why when people when I see these girls, oh, if Uncle Shannon had married a white woman, a black woman, if Jonathan had been with a black woman, this would have happened. I'm like, oh, shut up. It would have happened. Shut the fuck up. Every woman out here has her version of crazy. White American women, they have their flavor of crazy. Black American women have their flavor of crazy. Latina American women, they got their own flavor of crazy. Everybody out here lies. You cannot say, oh, if you had been with a black woman. No, because every black woman is not the same. And there are many black women that ain't shit, and they will lie on you. They will lie and get you arrested. Doesn't matter who she is. She can be rich, she can be poor, in between, doesn't matter. She can be very beautiful to not so beautiful. Look at Haley. Look at Halle Berry. Oh my gosh. Look at Halle Berry, right? Very beautiful, but she's a liar. She lied. Because she could have been like, you know what? He didn't do this. It's not him. But why? Because deep down inside, she was mad because of the divorce. So if this was a way to kill two birds with one stone, why not? Let his reputation take a hit. Right? And I'm like, to me, that's a supremacist. That's really disgusting. Because how are you different than the lady who lied on Emmett Till and got him killed? How are you different? How are you any different? You lie just like a white woman. You will lie. You will lie to the police. You will lie to a judge. You will lie to your audience. You will say things that have never happened because you want to see a black man in prison. How are you any different? How are you I'm like, there's so many white supremacists out here. You don't even have to have white skin to be a white supremacist. If you will lie like a white supremacist to get somebody black with a penis in prison, you ain't no better. You are no better. You are truly no better. But I was sitting here yesterday, and you see, I don't know. It was just so disgusting to me. It was just so disgusting. Because if they didn't have the cameras, they probably would have believed her because she's a woman. And they would have grabbed him and locked him up. And guess what? Unlike her, he would have lost everything the same day. Nike would have canceled him. Everybody would have canceled him over a lie. Over a fucking lie. But thank God, though, it's 2025 and there are cameras everywhere. And she did it at an airport. So you can't, oh my gosh, this is irrefutable. You did this shit. You're violent. You are a violent ass woman. But because these women have these images that they build for themselves, right? Nothing can go after you. Cannot attack their image. Oh my gosh, I have this image to preserve. So therefore, I'm going to lie on this man and ruin his life. And that is so disgusting. That is truly disgusting. Just like Meg Thee Stallion, she lied on Tory because her story makes no sense. It truly makes no sense. How you are the front side passenger seat. You got out the car. You walked away. Your back is turned. So how do you know who shot you? How do you know? She doesn't fucking know. She just lied. She just lied. And when you even look at the video, you can even see that because she had no shoes on. There is a clear part when she gets out the car. You can see that she stepped on something. She stepped on something. It's right there in the video. And this is why the first doctor who saw her said that, oh, it was glass fragments. The second doctor, I'm sure, after Des Perez, the narco trafficker, made a phone call. Oh, no, it's bullet fragment. Okay, where's the bullet? Where is the bullet? To this day, nobody knows where this bullet is. It's so disgusting. It really, really is disgusting. And this is the kind of society we live in, where women are encouraged to lie on men and destroy their lives because they have an image to protect. Are you kidding me? You are willing to send someone to the gulags to get stabbed, to get shaped, to get mauled because you have an image to preserve. These people are supremacists. They're excessively dangerous. They're a bunch of sociopaths. They're batshit crazy. I'm like, you are fucking insane. If your image means that much to you, just be careful how you move. If you move carefully, you won't have to worry about your image. But to know that you're doing things that are bad for your image, and when it's time to answer for your actions, oh yeah, let me just go lie on someone. That is disgusting. And I'm like, today, too many women today are comfortable lying. And a lot of these female celebrities are way too comfortable lying on people. But guess what, though? One thing about this life, your karma gonna find you. And the longer it takes for your karma to hit, the worse it's going to be. Like I said, Meg Thee Stallion, when her karma finds her, Aquarius, from one Aquarius to another, I feel sorry for your soul because it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. Because if you put prison on somebody, most likely Meg Thee Stallion will end up in prison. Most likely, Meg Thee Stallion, she's going to end up in prison. She's going to end up in prison. Even that girl, Sha'Carri. When I looked at Sha'Carri, I said, this girl, the way I see her, like what came to my mind, I saw her being homeless. I saw her on drugs and I saw her being homeless. Because you have to fear. Like you got to have the fear of God. You got to fear God. You have to fear God. And as the Bible says, do not bear false witness. Don't say things you never saw. Don't accuse people that you've never even seen the person do anything. Have you seen that person? Do you see it? Do you know for a fact? If you were to stand right now before the throne of God, right? If you were to stand right now before the throne of God, can you repeat what you just said? No. Just lying because it's fun to lie, because you are rewarded when you lie. America is such a sick place that it's now a society that is built for liars. It is a society that's built for criminals. It's a society that's built for sociopaths. Because think about this, right? If you lie, you get rewarded. Because as long as your lie fits the narrative, you will have so much money, right? And also, when you get caught lying because you're a woman, it's okay that she lied. It's okay, right? So there are no consequences. There's only upsides to being a woman and being a liar. There are no punishments to be a woman and being a liar. Nobody holds you accountable because women are not being held accountable because they're building, they're encouraging these women to move as supremacists. They have replaced the white racists with these women. That's it. America's just it's just a game of musical chairs, right? Who gets to be the new supremacist of this generation, right? So for a season, it was the white racists. Now it's the women that are encouraged to be supremacists, to just lie on people. Just lie, destroy people's lives, just get people killed, get people sent to prison, ruin their careers, ruin their image because somebody broke up with you. Somebody how dare, because they see these men as their slaves. Oh, he's my sex slave. Oh, he has to worship the ground I walk on. Every time I hear that shit, like you a crazy bitch. Remind me to stay the fuck away from you. You're not a God. You're not even the God. Why would anybody worship the ground that you walk on? They're sick as hell. They're a bunch of sociopaths. Okay? You're sick. You have some weird pathology in there. Nobody should worship the ground you walk on. Are you insane? You're a regular person. We're all regular people. Why does somebody need to worship the ground that you walk on? Are you insane? Does he even worship the ground that his mother walks on? And yet she carried him. Yet she gave him life. And yet she raised him. So his own mother is not even asking for him to worship the ground that she walks on. But you want a man to worship the ground that you walk. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? Right? But even that, they're told it's okay to speak like that. Because humility, oh my gosh, being humble, oh wow, it's a sin. Right? Because there's no virtue, there's no class, there's no grace. Because I'm like, you like sometimes when you speak, you're like, yo, do I really want to be responsible for saying these kinds of things? I don't need anybody to worship the ground that I walk on. It's a fucking ground. Right? But this is what they want. You're a man, you come into my life, you have to submit to me. And if you don't, well, I'm a woman and I know how to talk to these women. So therefore, I'm going to ruin your reputation. I'm going to have people believe that you're a cheater, you're an abuser, you're this, and that, because you need to come back and grovel to me and beg me to save your reputation. Like, you're crazy. I would have sued her. Yeah, she's bisexual, which is why I also feel as though he shouldn't have messed with her. I feel like the girls, if a woman's already been with women, she needs to stay over there. She really got to. Because, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, stay over there because that's what you like. So he himself, he shouldn't have done that. But I feel like a lot of young men also, they don't know that they have the right to say, yeah, this shit ain't cool. I'm not comfortable with that. You have the right to say that. I feel like a lot, because some of these girls are really, really aggressive. They're really, really aggressive. And I feel like many guys don't know how to say, like, hey, you're too aggressive. I don't want this. I don't want it. And I also feel like it could be the fear, oh, he doesn't want to be with a black woman. Well, if she's aggressive, you have the right to say, no, she's too damn aggressive for me because I'm a man and she's a woman. I'm not a lesbian, right? Hello? Like, no, you don't have, nobody can force you to be with a black woman because you're black. That is crazy. You have to feel safe in that relationship. And as a man, if a woman makes you feel unsafe, say no. Because she's not going to get better. She's going to get worse. She's going to get worse. If off the rip, she's already this aggressive, the relationship, she'll be fucking paranoid. Like she's going to have so much paranoia. It's not going to be safe for you. So you have to say no. Say no. I told Tracy the other day, I forgot what it was, but oh, this young girl, another girl too, she's like Italian, whatever. She killed her boyfriend because he told her he's going to break up with her. So he was asleep. She just drove into a wall at 100 miles per hour. Okay. And she told him she's going to do it, but he didn't take her seriously. So I played the video for Trey and I said to him, you will never in your life accept domestic abuse. Like you will never accept verbal abuse, any kind of abuse. You will never accept that. The first day a woman disrespects you, Trey, she's out your life. Because you have to take people seriously. Anybody who makes a threat to your life, just because you're a man, doesn't mean that people are allowed to threaten your life. Oh, I'm going to put you in the car and drive into a wall. I'm going to kill you. Whoa. Because if you were to talk like that, they will lock your ass up. So a woman also does not have the right to tell you that she's going to kill you. The fuck? And you better believe her. Stay the fuck away from her. A woman cannot say to you, I'm going to put you in the car and just drive you into a wall. And that's what she did. And she made sure he didn't have his seatbelt on. So he was good from there because she didn't die because she had her seatbelt. And she drove into a brick wall at 100 miles per hour. She killed him. And she didn't just kill him. It's like she just shattered his body. And there was somebody else also in the back seat. He didn't have a seatbelt on. When the police officer gets on the scene is just so gore. You hear the man crying. Because he can't believe what he's looking at. Like these girls out here, they're incredibly violent. They are violent. They lie. They do all kinds of, they're really, really demented. So now she's in prison and she's like, oh, I'm not a killer. They act as if I killed 86 people. Oh, I really miss my iPad. I'll play for y'all later, like in another live, right? And her mom is encouraging her. And I'm like, you killed 2 people. And you killed your boyfriend because he said he was going to break up with you. So she murdered him. And I'm like, this is insane. So I'm like, yeah, this kind of pathology, I am seeing it more and more into a whole lot of women. Oh, he left me. Oh, he doesn't want to be with me. So I need to ruin his image. And that's exactly what Haley did, right? Because she knows he's a streamer. So if you go out there and also he's not just a streamer. The thing about DDG, he's black. He got tattoos. He has dreadlocks. You know, if you look at him real quick, it does give YN a little bit. Right? So she knew exactly what she was doing to say, oh, this young black man grabbed me and threw my head into a steering wheel. She's feeding into a stereotype that young black American men are innately violent. How is she not a racist? Like, you know what I'm saying? If she was not black, you would say, yeah, that's a white racist. That's a racist. Because you're using a known evil stereotype created by white racists to send one of your own into the gulags. Like, what is this? What is this? When it, like, you know, dang well, that's not how it happened. And most likely her tooth didn't even get chipped that day, right? But hey, it was already there, so why not? She was fetching and looking for bruises on her body. So that's why I say, when people say things, when I hear some of these women utter things like, oh, you know, if you have been with a black woman, no, black women are not a monolith. Some black women, yes, they're a dream to be with, but some are not. You got to find the right one. But if you find yourself a great black woman, it's not because she's black. She's a good woman because she was raised right and she wants to be a good person. It's not about her complexion, right? Complexion don't automatically make you good or bad. It's your mindset. It's what you decide to be and how you decide to treat other people and how you decide you're going to show up in this world. So yeah, if you find you a great black woman with great values and things like that, yes, you're going to have a great relationship because she's a good person, because she wants to be a good person. You can also find a white girl that's actually really good. Not every white girl is crazy. But once again, because she has self-awareness and she wants to be a good person. If you find a great Latina, because she wants to be a good human being. So therefore, she's a good person. But you can't look at complexion. Oh, yeah. I was talking to another sister and she was like, oh, yeah, she's really into Asian men. And I'm like, well, you watch a lot of K-drama, so I can see how you can fantasize about Asian people. But you have to remember, there are flawed people everywhere. There are good Asian people and there are batshit crazy Asian people, right? So if you want to be with an Asian person, it's because he's a good person, not because he's Asian. There are a lot of crazy Asian people because there's no perfect people, right? You gotta find the right person. But I'm like, she knew how damaging such an allegation could be, and yet she's black. And she's not just black, she's black with dreadlocks. So you would think, from one lock-headed person to another lock-headed person, you would think. No, but Haley went along with it because she's hurt, she's embarrassed, she wants attention, she wants sympathy, she wants brand deals. And because she has no fucking business mind, right? This is what she did. Because she knew she was going to be rewarded for doing that. Right? So you can't sit here and tell me that today in 2025, a black boy or black man is safer in a black relationship. No, he's not. No, he's not. I would say he's even more at risk because there's a lot of black women today who are just dying to live the racist white woman fantasies. They're dying to behave like a deranged, batshit white woman. They want to be like those ain't shit white girls who just lie on people and get people murdered. They want to be that. They want to be that. And the moment you don't want to be in this relationship anymore, she will behave like a Karen. Like her black skin means nothing to her. She has no loyalty to you because you're black. You're a black man. She's a black woman. And if you don't do what she wants you to do, she knows exactly what to say. She knows how to show up on social media, this, and that, and she will ruin you because she doesn't have to have facts. All she has to do is accuse you of something. That's how America is now, right? You don't have to prove that somebody actually did something. All you have to do is accuse somebody of doing it. Right? And I'm like, DDG, if he didn't have his friends, if his friends didn't know him, like Aiden, Kai Sinelli, if they didn't really know who he was, right? And if they had these crazy deals with the small hat people, right, they would have turned their backs on him. But because they know him, they really know who he is. And they know she's crazy. And they know that Haley is full of shit. And everything she does on social media is acting. It's an image. People don't know the real her. But those people behind the scenes, they know the real her. They know how she fights people. She puts her hands on people. She cusses at people. She threatens, like even when you read the text messages, she threatened to kill Halo. Oh, if you don't want to be with me, first of all, she said she grabbed the knife. First of all, she took his gun, right? And you see how the sisterhood completely overlooked that. She took DDG's gun and she disappeared with the gun. He's like, what the fuck? Where the fuck is my gun? And yet nobody's holding her accountable. Why are you taking this man's gun? And where the fuck are you going with his gun? And also you're postpartum, you have a baby. Why do you have a gun? Well, what the fuck is this bullshit? Then she went and grabbed a knife. I'm like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? And she's the one that gets to have she's the one who gets to have custody of Halo. It's a fucking joke. It is a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke. Because if these, even that judge, I will not, oh my, you didn't read the text messages? She was like, oh, if you want to be with Lala, because I guess he had sex with Lala. Who the fuck is Lala? What the fuck? Who the fuck is Lala? Okay? So she's like, oh, me and Halo are not going to be here for this. And he was like, where is my gun, Haley? I think he had to go call the police or something to get the gun back. But is this a normal person? Is she normal? Like, who does this shit? She took his gun, Queen. She took the gun and she ran away with the gun. And then she's sending text messages like she's going to kill herself with the gun. And then she also had Halo because there's a comment she made and it was like, yeah, me and Halo are not going to be here for this. Like, look, what the fuck? What are you going to do? Then there was another text where she had a knife. She had a knife. And she was threatening to end her life if he didn't want to be with her. Even keeping Halo's pregnancy, it was blackmail. Because she kept saying, oh, if you leave me, I'm going to go have an abortion. Can you imagine? So he had to like walk on eggshells, be her slave, so she would not go kill baby Halo in the belly. I'm like, it's crazy. I'm like, if anything, that's why I feel like, I really do feel like his lawyer, the judge on that case, the judge has to be a black woman. That judge has to be a deranged, misandrous black woman because any person that is there to do what's in the best interest of the child, those text messages are truly unsettling. Like she should have to go for a psychiatric evaluation because what the fuck? Girl, I'm not saying it's okay to cheat, but it's like you're not the first, you're not the last. A man cheating is no reason for you to take your life. Why would you take your life? Girl, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my God, imagine me, oh my gosh, Jimmy cheated on me, so I need to go kill myself. I am not killing myself, okay? I am not killing myself. I'm not killing myself. Why would I kill myself? For what? For what? He's a 27-year-old rapper who's also a streamer of whatever. Like, okay, sure, whatever, right? You're gonna kill yourself. Leave your mom behind, your sister, everything you've worked for, your fans. You're going to kill yourself because DDG had sex with Lala? I'm like, this girl's a fucking child. She's a fucking child. Wumpty wump wump. Even Cardi B, do you know how many times Cardi B got cheated on? She didn't take her life. And people are even saying that Saweetie slept with Offset, but I kind of believe that too, though. Because why would the Migos break up like that? Like it had to be, if it's not money, it's a woman. If it's not a woman and money, it's both, whatever, right? But I'm like, this is a family. Quavo, Offset, Take off. They are a family. And the group just broke up. I'm like, yeah, probably a woman. So I'm like, yeah, I've always believed that Saweetie was having sex with Offset. Why was she not? And Cardi never liked her. So I'm like, yeah, it's kind of giving like, yeah, it probably happened, right? But I'm like, think about the number of times that Cardi got cheated on. She didn't take her life. Why would you take your life? It's not a pleasant feeling, but it's no reason to take your life. What the fuck? And also, he's not your husband. He's a boyfriend. He's not your husband. He's a boyfriend. And also, who knows if y'all were even together. But nonetheless, let's say y'all were together, you were committed, and he had sex with Lala. That is still not a reason to talk about taking your life, for you to want to take your life, for you to grab a gun. It is never that serious. It's never that serious. No man is worth your life, just like no woman is worth your life. People want to cheat, let them cheat. It's their body parts, like whatever. But you don't take your life because somebody had an affair. Like that's cheated. That's crazy to me. Yeah, it's the text messages. I saw their text messages, right? But it was like, if you don't stay with me, I'm having an abortion. That was it. Even one time she took pills. She took the abortion pills. I don't know if she did it right because she don't seem like she's too bright. But she took the abortion pills. It just didn't work. But I think she was in a lot of pain. She's in a lot of pain. But Halo, he's so cute. He's a fighter. So like, bitch, you ain't gonna kill me today, bitch. You're gonna die first before I die. So I think she took the abortion pills and Halo was just protected. So it didn't work. But she was in pain, right? But nothing happened to him. Right? But she tried though. Then it was like, oh, if you don't stay with me, I'll do it again. But that's the whole relationship. It's blackmail. If you don't do this, I'll kill the baby. You don't do this, I'll kill myself. Oh, I have an abortion. I'm like, this lady is not mentally stable. She needs a psychiatric evaluation. But if she comes online and she plays the sweetheart, I don't know. She knows. She knows. She's extremely manipulative, just like this one. And maybe that's why her karma is her bad relationships with men. Because how can you lie on someone and think that you're going to go on to have these fruitful relationships and things like that? It's not going to happen for you because you're a liar. You are a liar. Right? Yeah, you're a liar. If you want to go into your future and have great relationships, prosperous relationships, you have to know how to have clean breaks with people and do it in a way where you don't bring harm to people. Right? I get it. He probably asked for a divorce and you were really hurt and things like that. I get that. Right? But ultimately, you can also say, you know what? We only got married after 5 months. We barely knew each other. If you didn't want the divorce, you should have said to him, I'm going to work on being better. That's it. It's not that hard. But ultimately, whether it's a man or a woman, I say people have the right to leave. Everybody has the right to leave. If you don't want people to leave, you don't get to lie, steal, destroy, all that weird shit, right? You can humble yourself and say, you know what? I know you want to leave, but I would love it if you could stay with me. And here's what I'm going to do. That's it. Humble yourself, right? Even Haley, yeah, you have a baby with him. You really like DDG and you don't want him to leave. Okay, say that. But you also have to understand that he has to work. He has to work. He can't be in bed with you all day. You're broke. He's not. You're signed to a record label that don't give a fuck about you. He has fans that actually care for him and he runs his own business. And he has bills to pay. So he has to work. But I'm like, they love to tell you, oh, men can't handle rejection. Neither can women. Because we're all human beings. And rejection, it hurts, right? But you still have to learn to handle rejection with grace and not be destructive. Because you never know when you'll need this person again. You don't have to destroy people because you're mad. And you don't have to destroy people because they chose to go a different way. It's their choice. They might come back to you. But it's a lot harder if you act like a fucking animal. But if you are gracious and they leave, like, you know what? Maybe I do want to go back. Because she's a really good, she's a good person. He's a good person. They're very gracious. You don't have to lie on people. Yeah. I really do feel it. Me, honestly, you know how people love to say, oh, he trapped her. I don't know how a man can trap a woman into pregnancy, because a woman knows her ovulation cycle, or she should know her ovulation cycle, right? The only way a man can technically trap you is like he has to know your ovulation cycle. He has to have sex with you on your ovulation cycle, and he really has to force you to sit there while he just comes inside of you, right? So I'm like, no, I think Haley wanted to have a baby with him. I think she really wanted that. You know, I think she like, oh, we're going to be together forever, wumpty wump wump, you know. But then I feel like maybe when she got pregnant and maybe he started like being a little bit more distant, it made her scared, you know. So she's like, well, I guess I'll just do this and scare him so he can stay with me, right? But I really do believe that Haley, she loves DDG more than he loves her. He doesn't love her that much, right? And I think that got to her because she loves him more. Right. And I think the problem is maybe for some women, when they realize that, you know what, I love this man more than he loves me, being vulnerable like that, feeling like, oh, he controls my emotions and things like that. I feel like it makes them feel powerless. So the only way they think they can get the power back is by being batshit crazy. And unfortunately, what they do is they become the man is going to be more scared of you because you're unpredictable and it's frightening behavior. Because you're not acting like a rational person, right? So for me, I think that's what happened. Because remember, she grew up watching his YouTube channel. She grew up being subscribed to his channel. So she's a fan. She's a fan who finally got attention from the guy that she was always watching on YouTube. So I think she wanted to have the baby. A lot of these women are now being made into baby mamas. They want a piece of these dudes. Like they want a piece of them. And they also feel like if I have his baby, then there's always a reason to talk to him. Just like the girls who got pregnant by Duke Dennis. They wanted babies with him. That man didn't force them girls. Did anybody call the police? Was he ever accused of rape? Was he ever accused of sexual assault? No. They were willing participants because they want babies with these guys. They do. They want a piece of him. Like, you know what? If I have his baby, I get to have a piece of him. But they can't admit that on social media because with the Black sisterhood, you always have to present, I don't need a man, right? But deep down inside, they're burning for a man. And they burn so much, they want a baby that looks just like the man. It's okay. Yeah. So I'm like, to me, I feel like she loves DDG more than he loves her. You know, he doesn't love her like that. And I even feel like when he says, I don't call her by her name, I call her the mother of my child, it makes her really mad. Because it's like, oh, so you mean to say everything we had, like it didn't mean anything to you? It did, but he's a Libra, so what you gonna do, right? But I'm like, yeah, calm down. You really, really have to calm down. But going and destroying somebody's relation, like destroying somebody's name like that, it's hard to come back from that. And you know that he's the one that you want, and out there's no one else like that. Like the guy that she was on a boat with, like obviously she got bored. And I told y'all, because he broke. He's broke. When you've dated a man that has lots of money, it's really hard to go back to someone that has no money. It don't hit the same. Also, DG has money and he has clout. He has millions of followers. You date some unknown producer with no money, he's not known, can't do shit for you or your career. It's like, it's not the same. It's not the same. The stuff you have with DDG, he can't afford that shit. He don't have it. Doesn't have it. So I'm like, it doesn't hit the same. So I just feel like sometimes, even if you're mad or you're sad about him want to go away, the calmer you are, the easier it is for him to come back. Right? But he's also really young. Sometimes young people have to go and then they got to realize, you know what, maybe I do want this, right? But calm your ass down. Calm down. Right? Find you something to do. Like, and also find you something productive to do. But I'm like, it's quite obvious. If you're willing to lie on someone, it's quite obvious that you're still in love with that person. You love that person. Because why are you lying? When you're done with someone, you're just done with someone, right? But when you go above and beyond, okay, I'm like, and I'm gonna say, even her movie, she will come back from Italy. We're gonna see the movie, and you'll see the movie's going to flop. The movie is going to flop, right? Because if she was any kind of smart, which I told you, okay, if she was any kind of smart, she wouldn't have even filed for the restraining order. Because once again, just like when she got her stuff with Disney, right? There was the pregnancy stuff, so it took the attention away from the movie. You're going to Italy to shoot this movie, and now you got this whole custody melee going on. It's like it's not a good look. It's like you have a very ratchet brand. It's like it's not good business. So when the movie comes out, it is not going to do well. How much you want to bet? It's not going to do well. And that's what he told her. I don't think you want to go to court. But she didn't want to listen because she's not smart. A lot of women are not smart. They're emotional. And when you're an emotional person, we already know you have a low IQ. Not smart, right? Emotions are for children. Grown-ass people need to start being strategic. Then we'll know you're intelligent, right? Right? Because even if you have your personal issues with DDG, the thing is, given his platform and the people that he knows, right? It's always better to have a friendly relationship with him. So that way, when you do your movie, you can go to every single stream, whatever, and promote your movie, right? Promote your movie. Right? But you don't want to go fighting with people like that because he has a lot of fans and he has a lot of people who support him and he has a lot of people who can make your life miserable. And nobody wins. Nobody wins. That's why many things never, ever should have gone public. But once again, she wanted to play dirty because she wanted to take Halo to Italy to herself. You cannot do that. He has a father. You can't just take somebody's son for 2 months and be like, oh, you're not going to see your child for 2 months. Do things the right way. But like I said, when she comes back, her movie's going to fail. Yeah. So I'm like, when she comes back, her movie is going to fail. And then that's it. You only give us so many chances to be successful. But the music flopped. Little Mermaid flopped. The new movie is going to flop. And that's it. And people are going to stop checking for you because nothing you do works. Now you can turn to an influencer. That's about it. Right? That's about it. But I'm like, and that's why I told you, I'm like, when it comes to that girl, what's her name? Kelsey Simone, is that her name? The one he was with before, the girl from the YouTuber, right? I'm like, to me, that girl, she's a lot smarter than Haley. Because she's a regular girl. She's not signed to Beyonce. And she was able to build a platform with like over 1.something million followers. And you're Haley. You got a big machine behind you. And all you have on YouTube is 500,000 subs. And you can barely get 100,000 views per videos. You're not a serious person. You're just not a serious person. Mm-mm.
Come out and say, oh, no, it wasn't David. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to say who it was, but it wasn't him. No, she let the world think that it was me. Still. And that I never appreciated with her. I thought she was dead wrong for that.
So that's some of what David Justice had to say about his marriage to Halle. And I do understand where he's coming from when he spoke about his frustration over Halle not clearing his name when it came to those abuse allegations, because Halle claimed that somebody in Hollywood abused her, but she did not say who. So a lot of people just assumed it was her ex-husband and she never cleared that up. So that was wrong of Halle to do. But I think the reason why Halle did not say who it was, though, is because she couldn't. The person who put his hands on her obviously was protected. So I guess she was afraid of getting blacklisted or made.
And I'm like, even like impressive sometimes. She'll just say the dumbest shit ever. So she was like, oh, she couldn't say who did it because the person was protected. So because your first husband was not protected, so it was okay to do that to him. So if you can't really talk about it, then just don't bring it up. Oh, I'm not going to expose my real abuser, but hey, I'll throw you to the wolves. Hey, you're not protected, so there you go. Because you need a story so that people have sympathy for you, so that you can get more press, you can get more interviews, you can get more roles. You see, this is what they do. This is what they do. I'm like, these women do not know how to compete. They do not know how to compete. They need sympathy. Feel sorry for me. Like even go on TikTok, right? How do most women build their followings on TikTok? Oh, a man did something to me. A man did this to me. I was even thinking yesterday, I was like, what happened to Rashidas? Right? What happened to her? Where is she now? Right? Rashidas, where is she now? Like, what happened to her channel now? Let me see. I was like, where's this girl now? What happened to her? Let me see. Okay, you see? So 3.4 million subs. Y'all see this, right? 3.4 million followers on TikTok. Okay. Now look at her views. 26, 27, 163, 40, 33, 60. You see her views, right? So what does that tell you, right? By herself, she is not. You see, Who Did I Marry? So that got like almost like 500,000 views, right? You see, by herself, she's not capable of building an audience. This is how the vast majority of women today are building their social media following, right? That's it. Sympathy and payola, right? A man did something to me. The man did me so wrong. A man did this. The man. Because that's the only way they know how to win, by asking for sympathy, right? And even if nothing happened, they'll make up a story. They'll lie. If you remember this whole Rashidas stuff, when it happened, I was like, okay. I was not a supporter, because to me, she was full of shit, right? She was full of shit. She was really full of shit. But you see, the problem when you're dealing with supremacists, right? Because I told you feminists, all them people, they're all supremacists, okay? When you're dealing with supremacists, a supremacist, they only care about who's the good guy and perceived good guy, or the good woman, and the perceived villain, which is the man. That's it. The actual details are actually listening and like, okay, does this even make sense? Like, what the fuck? No, because all they want is their narrative, right? Woman done wrong by a man. A woman was abused by a man. A woman was taken advantage by a man. But when you listen to Rashidas and her 50 episodes of Who Did I Marry, you realize that she is the predator. She's the villain. She's the bad person. And I remember like I talked to Nicole about this. I said, when I listened to a little bit of it, I was like, that man, Legion, Jerome, he has to be schizophrenic. But even in his mental illness, he gave her a lot. He gave her stuff she couldn't even give to herself. Right? And it's like, and that's why you realize, I'm not trying to be mean, you guys. I'm not trying to be mean. But this is why the things like that really make me realize why a lot of women are just not suitable for relationships, and why a lot of women will never get married. Because if you don't have a heart, if you don't have empathy, I don't know where the fuck you're going to go. Okay? I don't know where you're going to go in this life. Because when you listen to stuff, even if you want to hate the man and you want to despise the man, you also have to listen. Like, that's also a human being, right? Jerome, come to find out, he worked as like those forklift people. So I guess he was like making like $20 an hour, right? She met Jerome in a few weeks, like a matter of weeks. She already moved him in. He was already paying her rent, not half of the rent, the entire rent. She's not his wife. She's not his fiance. They just started dating, right? She took advantage of someone that has schizophrenia. And even when she went on the Tamar Hall show, that's how you see even Tamar, you see why it took her so long to get married. And not to be offensive, you see why she married who she married. Because let's be so for real. Someone like Tamar, her husband should be way more attractive than this. I'm not trying to be funny, but she's too damn beautiful to be with this raisin in the sun. Okay? Tennessee Williams, right? But I can see why you also, Tamar, it took you like 40, 50 years to get a husband. Okay, because you ain't got no damn empathy. But like the fact when they even brought up that Jerome had schizophrenia, you should see how they just glossed over it. Like it's not a serious mental illness. It is a very, very serious mental illness. But if a woman had schizophrenia, oh my gosh, she's schizophrenic. You gotta understand that. They had no mercy for him. I'm like, his brain is like this. He was born schizophrenic. He cannot help it. But your greed, you can help it. Your laziness, you can help it. Right? How does that even make sense to people? You meet a man in COVID. First of all, it's COVID. So you even know this man. She was so desperate to pay her rent. She let a complete stranger in her house, y'all. I'm like, she's so lucky that all she had to say is what she had to say, that she ended up dead. Because when you have schizophrenia too, you can kill people. Because some people that have schizophrenia, they think that people are coming after them to get them. Okay? But ultimately, probably a week or 2 weeks after knowing him, she moves him into her townhouse. The townhouse is $900. And nobody in the sisterhood says, girl, you don't have $900. $900. She couldn't pay it. So most likely she was behind on her bills like Dr. Umar. So Jerome comes in, brand new relationship. He paid her mortgage and he paid her fuel for her utilities, right? Within a month or so, he said to her, all you have to worry about is your phone bill. And nobody says, wow, like that's really nice of him, because you guys have not even been dating for more than 30 days. And that's why I say these women out here, they look at men as slaves. You meet somebody in 30 days, he pays all your bills, but you're only responsible for your phone bill. Which is why, this is what I said, even Gabrielle Union, and not to be offensive, but Gabby is way prettier, okay? I'm gonna stop there. But Gabby is way prettier than you. She's way more beautiful than you. Gabby even has to pay half of the rent. Gabrielle Union pays half the mortgage, right? She pays half the rent. And when she don't have the money, she stresses out. And yet, you meet a man who probably makes like $20 an hour. Dwayne Wade is worth $174 million. And he makes her pay half the rent. She pays half the mortgage, right? You are with a man that probably makes like $20-25 an hour. And the only thing you have to pay for after a month of knowing him is your phone bill. Girl, what? Girl, what? Because I'm listening to, I'm like, even me, married to my husband. Do you know how long it took me, like how long it took to get to a point I don't even have to work? Right? Are you kidding me? It didn't happen in 30 days, I'll tell you that much. Right? Are you kidding me? Are you seriously kidding me? And nobody says, you know what though? Jerome was still a good man. Her car broke down. The girl had no money. No money, no credit. Jerome takes her to a dealership. She wanted a BMW, an X5 that's blue on the outside and cognac on the inside. Mind you, she can't even pay her rent. So you live in a townhouse. Listen to the level of mental illness. She lives in a townhouse. Her rent is $900. One would have even said, if you can't even afford $900 a month, why did you go? Why are you leasing this place in the first place? You can't afford it. Now, if you decide to live there, maybe like, oh, it's more safe, it's more secure, no problem. Why don't you get any roommates? Right? So she went and signed for a lease where she knew she was not going to be able to make her rent. And nobody calls her a bum. Nobody calls her a bum. But imagine if a man said, oh, yeah, I went and signed for my lease, but I don't know I'm going to pay my rent. Oh, you bum, you a dusty, you broke, you this, you that. No, she's just as much of a bum. She's a bum. Because $900, you don't have $900? No. So she goes and signs for a lease that she can't afford. It's only $900. She ain't got it. Met a random man and moved him into her house so he could pay bills for her. Now, her car breaks down. No money, no credit. And she has the audacity to ask for an X5, a BMW that's almost like what, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000. Girl, you can't even pay your rent on time. And once again, the sisterhood does not say, okay, like you're delusional. Why can't you go for a Camry? Why can't you go for a Nissan? You want an X5. Seriously. Right? So they go to the dealership and somehow he gets her a car. Now, it's not an X5, but at the end of the day, he got her a car, which is more than what she could have done for herself. And nobody says, you know what? You got to say thank you to Jerome. Because, yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to have an X5. But sis, if you live in a townhouse and your rent is $900, you have no business driving a car where the car note might even be $1,000 or $2,000. What do you look like paying more for your car note than you pay for your own rent? Hello, somebody, right? So she leaves with a car. She don't say thank you. She's upset because it's not an X5. I'm like, okay. And there's even a part in her series where she said, oh, the one thing I miss about Jerome is that every time they used to go out, she never had to bring her purse because he was always paying for stuff. He paid for everything. Then she also said, like, sometimes she will come home from work and he would just buy her stuff on Amazon. Like, if he saw her on Amazon and she was looking at stuff that she really liked, he would just buy it for her. She's like, oh, but sometimes I will buy it for him too. Also, Jerome would cook. She's like, oh, he wasn't a great cook. I'm like, but you ate the food though, didn't you? Right? You ate the food. One time he drove himself to some, like Augusta, Georgia or something like that, because that's where his doctors are, because he wanted to be locked up because his mind was going crazy and he didn't want to hurt himself and he didn't want to hurt other people. So responsibly, he called the people and he told them he was coming and that he needed to be locked up because he needed help. So he's gone for like a week or two to get treatment. She never checks on him. She never goes there, nothing. Even when she realizes that he's talking to people on the phone and there's nobody on the other line, she never says, are you okay, Jerome? Like, do you need to see someone? Because I've noticed that you talk to people, but there's nobody on the phone, boo-boo. No, because as long as he was paying the bills. When you listen to her story, the only time when she started having issues with Jerome is when he got sick. He got very sick. So when he got sick, he wasn't able to pay bills like he used to. But then you will say to yourself, if you are a good human being, that's why, I'm not trying to be funny, I'm trying to be mean, but that's why most women today, I fear them. I'm serious. Like every day I wake up, I have more and more of an anxiety around modern day women because I think they're very evil. They scare me. They really do scare me. Because I'm like, a good person will say, okay, he paid the rent. He paid all the utilities. So what did you do with your check? Because he was doing this for almost like a whole year. So if she makes $3,000, even $4,000, a whole year, you're not paying a single bill. Where you should have at least, so that means like you should have saved maybe like, I don't know, at least like $36,000 or even $20,000. Where is the money? Right? So Jerome gets sick, everything goes to shit. And nobody's asking her, Barisa, where is your money? Because if you're not paying the rent, then that $900 that you would have, if you wasn't there, you would have paid the rent by yourself, right? So at least the $900, you should have saved the $900. So in a whole year, you should have had at least $8,100, maybe even $10,000. No, hey, Ace, she has nothing. Because when Jerome left, because he got so sick, so I guess she kicked him out. I can't remember. But like a few weeks or within like a month of him leaving, she lost everything. She lost the house. She lost her car. She couldn't keep up with anything. And once again, nobody in the sisterhood is telling this woman, but where is your money? Did you not save any of the money? Like when he was paying all these bills, what did you do with your money? Right? And I'm like, how can any rational, logical, decent human being listen to what she said and not be afraid of this woman? Me, I'm scared of her. Like she scared me. And she just kept going and going and encouraging these women to hate this man. When all he did was, even though he was mentally ill, because I'm like, he's born like this. And when you study schizophrenia, it's really sad because people that have schizophrenia, they don't have enough white matter. He was paying for things. Did you listen to her series? He was paying for things. Who was paying for her rent? Who paid her rent? Did you actually listen to her own, like her entire series and her resume? He was paying for things. It's still on her page. Go listen. He paid for her rent. It came out of her own mouth. He paid for the rent. He paid for the utilities. And he told her the only thing you have to pay for is the phone bill. So how can you say he wasn't paying for things? She wanted an X5. He didn't have money for an X5. Exactly. So then how can you say he wasn't paying for things? Right? She wanted an X5. He could not afford an X5, but he still got her a car. Did he not? Why did she get a car for herself? Right? She wanted to live in a $700,000 house that he could not do. But where she was currently living, who was paying for that? He was paying for it. Right? So my thing is, you as a woman, you go and you sign a lease for $900. You can't afford it, but somehow you think you're deserving of a $700,000 mortgage. He was trying to make her happy. But at least you can say Jerome, he has a mental illness. He's schizophrenic. I don't know if you know anything about that. Maybe you should look into it. But you're born like that. It's like being autistic. You can't help it. You're born like that. Now they can give you treatment and stuff, but you are autistic. But if you're born with a brain and your brain does not have enough white matter, there's nothing we can do about that. That's who he is. Now she's not schizophrenic. So how is it that she's taking all the money from a man that has schizophrenia? That is predatory behavior. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. Because as a grown-ass woman with a job, because she did work at the police station, where the fuck is her money? Where's her money? Where is her money? Right? So I'm like, we can all be so for real. She said these things out of her own mouth. Jerome paid for the rent. He paid utilities, and he told her the only thing she has to worry about is her phone bill. She also said that one of the things that she missed from being with him is the fact that when she used to go out with him, she never had to pay for anything because 98% of the time, Jerome would pay for stuff. She also said every time she goes on Amazon, if she's looking at something on Amazon, he will buy it for her because he wanted to make her happy. She also said Jerome would cook. So she didn't have to do all the cooking because he was also cooking. And this is a man that has schizophrenia. So at what point do we look at Risa Teese and say you took advantage of a man that's mentally ill? Because that is disgusting. If you see somebody talk, if it's one time, that's okay. But you start seeing a behavior where someone is talking to themselves, like they're talking to somebody on the phone and there's nobody there. At what point, not even on some lover shit, at what point do you say, I'm concerned? Because I've noticed a trend that you talk on the phone with people and there's nobody there. You know what I'm saying? No, like it's insane to me. But I'm like, he only makes $25 an hour. But Dwayne Wade, he's worth $174 million. He's making Gabby pay the bills. We saw this woman have an anxiety attack on an interview. Like, oh, when I don't have half my rent, I can't sleep, I can't breathe. So at what point do you say, like, okay, Risa, but where is your money? Where is your money? No, people allow this woman, a grown-ass woman, by the way, because it's her lease. It's not his lease. He came into her life and he took on her lease. And she never saved. Okay, then she needs to also admit that she's mentally ill as well. But the moment she knew he was lying, did she try to get him some help? No. Even when he went to Augusta, wherever the fuck he went, and he was locked up in there because his schizophrenia stuff was acting up and he was afraid to hurt himself. So he was there for a week or two. Did she drive up there and check? Did she try to talk to his doctors to better understand his situation and what he was fighting against? Right? No, she didn't care. But as soon as he got sick and he couldn't pay the bills like he used to, it became a problem. Even one day, she said like one day he called her because he had no money and he needed money for food. This girl could not even send this man $20. And I'm like, you really ain't shit. You ain't shit. Even me, my worst enemy calls me for $20, I'll give it to you. Right? But I'm like, he did a lot for you. And she was like, oh, he got behind on his bills. I'm like, yeah, because he was paying your bills. But for as much as he did for you, if he's calling you from his car and he's like asking you for $20, you can't even cash out this man $20. I'm like, this girl is, I'm like, oh my God. To me, I don't know. I guess because I'm West African, I don't know. But to me, that is so disgusting. Because I always feel like if somebody gave you something, even a glass of water, you should pay it forward. If somebody was there for you, he paid your rent when you had no money. He paid your bills when you had no money. He cooked for you. If he's really out if he's really, really out and he's calling you super sick from his car, you can at least send him $20. Like, here, get you something to eat. Like, for real. I'm like, wow, that's crazy to me. That is really crazy because I listened to her. That is crazy to me. And that millions of women allowed this girl to take no accountability. Nobody said, when you realized he was schizophrenic, like, did you stop asking him for money? Did you feel bad for him? Did you realize, like, the people he's talking to, it's not his fault. He is schizophrenic. Sometimes you even have to put these people on a suicide watch because many times they believe that people are coming after them. And they can hurt themselves because they truly hear voices in their heads. But he kept the job as long as he could, being schizophrenic. He paid her bills and he neglected his bills. And not even once she said to herself, oh, wow, he really loved me. Because he could have paid his own bills. But he fell behind because he was trying to help her. And here she is making a 50-part series exposing him. I'm like, this is so disgusting. It's so disgusting. I feel like this. I'm like, American culture sometimes is really trash to me anyway. So what do I know? But the way people treat people out here is so disgusting because it's like there's never any kind of gratitude. Especially when you realize like, yo, like he really was schizophrenic. Like he really has he has a mental illness. He was born with his brain. He was just born with a brain that doesn't work a certain way. So when you realize that and you see how much he gave to you, when do you say, you know what? I probably should not be making videos where I encourage people to see a man that has a mental illness in this way. How's that okay? How's that okay? Like, to me, it's so disgusting. How's that okay? You know what I'm saying? And I see why. Like, even in American culture, I see why over here it's everybody for themselves, because it doesn't matter if you help people because they will be so forgetful. So this is why nobody helps anybody out here. Like, you're on your own. Like, if you need money, you're on your own. If you have bad luck, you're on your own. Because what's the point of helping people? Because no matter what you do, they will never say, you know what? I might not be friends with you today, but once upon a time, you were there for me. Right? No, people get the help that they need and then they just move on. And sometimes if you're very unlucky, they'll lie on your ass and try to destroy your reputation. But I'm like, what do you get out of this? What do you truly get out of this? And what really triggered me once again is the fact that nobody asked her what happened to your money. Because at least if he's paying all these bills, I would expect you to have saved some money. But as soon as Jerome leaves, she loses everything. She lost the townhouse. She lost the car that he got her. She lost everything. So obviously this woman here is not good at managing her finances. Right? But yet she's being treated like she's a victim. I'm like, a victim of what? Because when it first started, I really thought she was going to say the man came into her life. He stole her social. He took her credit cards. Like he did some real fraud, like some real scammy shit. Right? I was really expecting that. Oh my gosh, like this man went into her life and then he just took her identity, started opening all kinds of credit cards, took her money and then flew to Dubai and had mad sex with mad bitches. Right? But it was none of that. It wasn't any of that. It's just that there are certain promises he made that he was never going to meet. But I felt like even with those promises too, because he wanted to make her happy, because obviously she's delusional. If you live in a townhouse where your rent is $900, what business do you have asking for an X5? People who have X5s, they usually like live in a mansion, right? But if I can't even pay my rent, why would I want a car note that's almost $2,000? Because if you get an X5, like not only is the car note expensive, but the insurance is also expensive. Who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for that? So just hearing that alone, I'm like, yeah, she does not have her financial priorities in order, because you should just drive a Toyota, right? So, I want to live in a $700,000 house. Why? With what money? You could barely maintain a $900 house. Because if you guys go, let's say y'all were even able to get approved for a mortgage for $700,000. Okay. But what happened if he gets sick? Can you take on the mortgage? The answer is no. So therefore, you have no business going there. And also, she said that she met Jerome on Facebook, right? They met on Facebook dating. When you go on Facebook date, like when you go on his Facebook, you can see that he's not a VP of nothing. It's very obvious. He has a weird obsession with wrestling. He collects these wrestling belts. Like he's a bit off. Okay. No vice president looks like that. No vice president is on Facebook dating. No vice president has this weird obsession with WWE wrestling. It is bizarre. So the fact that even herself, she wanted to believe that he was a vice president, I guess you're right. She's also mentally ill. Because what vice president of any reputable company in Atlanta is going to be on Facebook dating and look like Jerome? I saw Jerome because they showed, like, they exposed him. So I found his Facebook page and I'm like, there's nothing about this man that gives vice president. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. And even her, not to be offensive, but a man who's a vice president, he's not going to go for a girl that looks like Lisa Tisa. So whatever. But maybe that's what she wanted to believe. No problem. But the fact that nobody, yeah, he's very weird. He is really weird. I'm like, and also a vice president. Why would a VP of a company move into your townhouse that you can't pay for? That makes no sense. If a man is really a vice president, he's not changing his life for a woman. You're going to have to move into his apartment. Why would a vice president move into your apartment? Right? But that's what I'm trying to say. Because these women are fetching for, tell me a story where the man is the bad guy, where man is the bad guy. Even the pregnancy, Cassie, I didn't believe in that. Okay? I didn't believe in that, Cassie. I think she lied about the pregnancy. I really think that she said that because she wanted money. I think this woman is obsessed with money. Because even when you scroll, I don't know, because now she has so much content. But me, you know, I don't trust people. You know, I don't trust social media. I don't trust nobody. When she emerged on this thing with the who did I marry, Cassie, I scrolled all the way down. She tried it before. It didn't go as well. But I feel like she learned from it and she came back with this series. I kid you not. I feel like she was broke. She was desperate. She understands exactly what social media is for. I'm like her. She could definitely be the next. What's my girl from? What's the lady who wrote How to Get Away with Murder? That black woman. What is her name? She could definitely be her. She's very, very creative like that. Okay. She had tried it before. I think she called it something else. She did like 2 or 3 parts and she stopped. If you scroll you got to go all the way down, down, down. She had tried it before because she was doing all kinds of stuff on TikTok. And the first time she tried that shit, I think that video had like 400,000 views. I should have taken a screenshot. I probably have it here on my channel. But it's like she had about like 400,000 views. Every other video was like at 1,000, 500. So I felt as though she told herself there's something there, right? Because to me, from what I got with this lady, she's not good with money. She's horrible with money. She has a shopping addiction, and I do believe she has lots of debt. So I really do believe that, and oh yes, because there was a video like that too. There was another video like that. I really do believe that she was trying to get into the creator fund. She needed money. I really do believe that she was trying to get into the TikTok creator fund. You gotta scroll. I mean, you gotta be patient. You gotta scroll all the way at the bottom. Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. And I'm like, she realized that there's something there. Because on TikTok, if you're a woman and you go on there and you start bashing men, you'll make it. You are going to make it. Shonda Rhimes, there you go. So she had tried it once. I think she did like 2 or 3 different TikToks, then she stopped. But her first one, when I saw it, they had like 400,000 views like that. So I feel like when she did it, she realized that there was something there. Right? So then, most likely, she took the time and she organized herself. Because when she starts her new series, the first thing she did in the first video is say, oh, I take accountability. So that way, people were not going to slam dunk on her ass and they were going to have empathy for her. Her first video, she's in the bathroom. She has like a bonnet, like some kind of rollers in her head. And she's like, oh, I take accountability. Right? Because if you've consumed a lot of social media, you get to a point where you understand exactly how to show up on camera so that people don't roast your ass, but instead they start, okay, I'm going to side with her because you took accountability. Taking accountability is not just saying I take accountability. It's also doing things that show that you have taken accountability. Right? That was her first video. So, and you see, and because she kept going, and even when you study, like if you ever take the time and you study a lot of these TikTok coaches, they'll tell you that one of the best ways to grow on TikTok is to have a series. And she came up with a series where the black man is the bad guy, and it worked. It really did. Right? And you see, now that she has no more content like that, the engagement is not there. Right? It's the same thing with Morgan. Morgan came out and said that she had a random man from Atlanta. Because remember, before we get to the Risa Tisa moment, we have a lot of these women and this horrible man, right? We have Morgan with the random man from Atlanta, like, you know, and she just blew up, right? We also had Aunt Gail. Miss Gail came outside, right, and said that she caught her husband with his mistress at the Delta Lounge in Atlanta, okay, at Hartsfield Airport, right? But guess what happens every single time, Cassie? These women get exposed, right? Because when Morgan came out with the random man from Atlanta, she was, oh, he ain't shit. Cool, no problem. People had her back. Until what? Until people discovered that he don't have a driver's license. He has like 8 or 9 baby mamas. She knew this, and that. But what happened eventually? Morgan went back to him. Morgan went back to the random man from Atlanta. So much so that she got dropped from her agency. The one that signs all the black girls, I forgot the Gray, something Gray, I forgot her name, right? She went back to him. Miss Gail. When Miss Gail came out, everybody had her back. Oh, he ain't shit. Womp. She was out here making part 1, part 2, part 3. Until what happened? Until the side chick, Sabrina, is that her name? Sabrina got sick and tired of her little charade. So Sabrina told us, girl, I'm doing exactly what you did. Like, what you mean, Sabrina? Come to find out, the man was married. Miss Gail was a side chick. You see? And once people realized that she was getting her karma, people pulled back their support. Because initially, we were all under the impression that Miss Gail, no, I haven't seen that one. We were all under the impression that Miss Gail was the first wife. No. Miss Gail is the second wife. Because guess what, Cassie? He left the first wife. He started having an affair with Miss Gail when his first wife was going through postpartum. You said, the fuck? The fuck? Right? So Miss Gail, trying to make it seem like, oh, I'm not like you, Sabrina. She made it worse because she came and told us her business. And I actually listened. Because she said he was not his type. So I'm like, okay, so what made him your type? His money? Oh, yes. Okay, she said, oh, I told him to go home. I was like, well, I guess you didn't say it hard enough. She said, oh, I didn't need any money. But then she said, oh, I had my kids, so I was broke because she was a single mom. Oh, he told me he filed for divorce. I'm like, you could have gone down to the courthouse and checked for yourself. But he bought her diamond earrings. Because the first time she met him, indeed, he's not her type. Because he was fat. He was fat. Like Nutty Professor fat. Big fat. That's not her type. Until her friend told her who he was and how much money he made. Right? Because the first time she met him, she was not into him. But her friend told her who he was. Because he works for a bank, right? He works at a bank. It softened her up. So you can tell a man to go home. But if you tell him to go home, but your legs are open on the bed, are you really telling him to go home? Girl, go play with somebody else. Okay? So then he got her a trip. They flew out for Essence Fest. They went to New Orleans for Essence Fest. And then he also bought her diamond earrings. So when they were actually in the hotel, they were in New Orleans in the hotel, the wife called the room. She picked up. And she said, I won't talk to my husband. So then Miss Gail gave the phone to the man. And she still didn't say, well, that's it. I'm going back to Atlanta. No, she stayed. She stayed for Essence Fest. She stayed to enjoy herself, and she kept her diamond earrings the whole time. The first wife is at home going through postpartum. You see? And this is why I say today, I mean, that's just me, but maybe Lonnie as well. But I said, for me, as far as I'm concerned, if a woman comes outside and says, oh my gosh, my husband cheated, I'm not going to jump like, oh my gosh, he ain't shit. No, I need more background information. Are you even the first wife? You need to know. I know these things, right? Because did he really cheat, or he just being himself? I've seen a lot of things. And that's why today, anybody say, oh, my husband cheated. Nah, it does nothing to me anymore. Because a lot of these women, they hold pertinent information. You see? So what Sabrina did to Miss Gail is exactly what Miss Gail did to the first wife. It's her karma. So that's why I said, Lonnie will tell you this. That's why I said, right? The moment she realized he was having an affair, she should have looked the other way. Why do you care? You haven't cared for 28 years. Because I said, Lonnie's here, Lonnie will tell you. Because she said that because he had American Express. That's how she found out. Because he was coming back from a trip and she wanted to go pick him up. So she called American Express, some kind of bullshit. I'm like, yeah, you full of shit. Somebody probably told her and she wanted to see it. And most likely they told her she looks like you. Okay? Because she told us, Lonnie's here, she told us like in 28 years of marriage, she never opened any bills. She's never opened any bills. She's never opened any of her statement from American Express. And her husband, because it's her card. It is her American Express card. And then she added her husband to her card. And I'm like, and you don't want to check to see what's going on? Like, what if he messes up your credit? And I said, most likely the reason why she didn't want to check the bills, especially the American Express statements, because she didn't want to see it. Right? Because why would you not open, like, why would you not check? It's your card. It's your card. Like the American Express card is your card. He's added onto your card. So my thing is, why would you not want to check your statements? 28 years, she never checked. So why are you checking now? Keep acting like Ray Charles, bitch. Like, what the fuck? Why are you going to check now? Why do you care? Because and she's like, oh, he's not my type. There you go. So why the fuck do you care if he's cheating? Because what made him your type was the financial security. As long as he's paying the bills, as long as you have a roof over your head, you have your Rolls Royce, you can go to your Falcon games, you can go and be in an owner's suite, you can shop at Neiman's, Beardoff, you name it. Why the fuck do you care? Why do you care now? Lonnie's here. Ask Lonnie. I said that. Why do you care? Let him cheat in peace. What's the problem? He's not your type. You're not in love with this man. You're here for the money. The only time you can tell me this man is cheating if he takes your resources and he gives it to another woman because you're here for the money. You're not here for love. Right? She wants to divorce at 60, 65. Girl, you had never paid a bill in your life. Sit your ass down somewhere. Wait for the man to die and take his money. Like, girl, go sit down somewhere. Okay? You sound crazy. But you see, we saw that. So it was Morgan. It was Morgan, Miss Gail. I forgot who else. And then we had Risa Tisa. So I just felt like, to me personally, I felt like she knew what the people were looking for. And she gave them just that. She's like the Shonda Rhimes of the freaking TikTok. And she just kept going and going and going. So that creator fund, she killed it. Now that part I will definitely give her credit for that. I definitely will give her credit for that. Right? But I'm like, girl, you sound crazy. And now that she has no more stories to tell, there's no more evil man doing her wrong. There's no man who's lying to her, right? You see, she struggles to keep an audience. See, life update. They only want to hear mess from her. You see? That's all they want. You see? That's all they want. How can you have, Lucy? How can you have 3.5 million followers and these are your views? Because they don't care. Because the only reason why they followed her because they wanted to hear more of that. And I've come to realize that a lot of women, they gravitate towards negativity, doom and gloom. Tell me about a man who did you wrong. Tell me about a man who lied to you. People rather focus on negativity than focusing on how do I become my better version so that I can attract the best thing possible. Right? They love that. And she understood that. So for that, I will give her that. She's a great marketer. But to me, honestly, Jerome is not as bad as she made him out to be. I'm like, he's schizophrenic. And so when it came out, because she said it, she's like, oh yeah, his family called her. And they told her that he's schizophrenic. Then Nicole called me. She's like, oh, Marty, you were right. He's schizophrenic. I'm like, yeah. Because I listened to what she said. And the stuff he's doing, that's what schizophrenic people do. It's not even like, he's not even trying to be funny. And I'm pretty sure in his head, he really thought he was going to get her that house. Like, It's a real disease. They're not here with us. They're somewhere else. Sometimes you have some people who have schizophrenia, they think they're part of the CIA. And they go on missions. Like, what the fuck? Yes. You can have people who have schizophrenia, like then they struggle with like thoughts of suicide, like they want to jump off of buildings and stuff because they really hear voices say, go kill yourself, do it, do it, do it. You know, it's a thing. But like these voices they hear, I mean, for them it's real, right? But I really do believe he thought he was talking to people because they're not here with us. They're somewhere else. Sometimes they come back, they have moments of like being here, and then they go back. You know, it's just like imagine people that have dementia or people that have Alzheimer's. They can't help it. You know, even people that have dementia, sometimes it's possible for an elderly person to have dementia. Like they'll remember your name today. They were like, oh my gosh, grandma's coming back. Grandma's coming back. No, it's just like, it's like a nerve thing. It's like, you know, like when you kill a chicken, they're dead, but they're still shaking, right? People can have a false sense of hope like that. It's like, no, they have dementia. There are days they'll remember you, but it's not like, it's not from I want to say it's not from a real place of remembrance, but it's not like if you have like your everyday memory stuff, like it's not from there. It's from somewhere else. And then they'll go back to having dementia again, right? Like they'll have a day, they'll be fully mobile and in a good mood, whatever. And then there are other days they're just like babies. They can pee on themselves, poop on themselves. You know, you just can't take that to heart. It's the brain. It's just the way it is, right? So I'm like, but they cannot sustain an audience. And that's why I told you guys, when Haley comes back from Italy with the movie, right? The movie's going to flop. It's not going to do well. And that's the sad part about using toxicity in your relationship to build a name for yourself and to have sympathy for you, like to make people have sympathy for you. It's the same thing with Cardi B. Her album also that she's trying to release, if she ever does release it, it's going to flop. It's not going to succeed. Because her brand is foolishness. Like it's not, she hasn't really built a real fan base. Like it's foolishness. They care more about her relationships and who Offset's having sex with than they care about her music. And you see, and this is why I do believe Beyonce has always made an effort to never let her relationship precede her art, because it's like, because next thing you know, nobody cares about your music and all they care about is your relationship, right? So it's the same thing with Risa Tisa. People only cared about her or what she had to say because she was feeding their fears. Like, oh yes, men are liars, men ain't shit, men are this, men are that. But if you listen carefully, Jerome did a lot for her. He did more than most people do. There are women out here who are married and they pay bills. They pay their bills. They pay a lot of bills because the husband needs the money. So for him to be a forklift driver and to make like $20 to $25 and for him to come in there and pay all her bills like that, to the point that he stopped paying his own bills because he wanted to make her happy, I do feel like she could have acknowledged that, because that's a big sacrifice. Because a lot of people here, even wealthy people here, even wealthy men over here, they will not pay your bills. They want you to pay your bills. I even said about Candace Owens. I even wonder if Candace didn't have to sign a prenup to marry this white man. Because the way Candace carries, the way she carries on social media, it's really hard for me to believe that the man she married, his family is worth $200 million. Because the stuff she does on YouTube and Twitter, to me, it really is beneath her. If my husband came from a family, y'all, that had $200 million, I'm doing philanthropy. I'm not fighting Nick Fuentes. I'm not fighting Ben Shapiro. I'm not working for the Daily Wire, right? But I'm like, did Candace have to sign a prenup? Because according to Nick Fuentes, she only knew the man for 2 weeks. They were talking on Zoom and then they got married. So maybe because they got married so fast, his family forced him to have these prenups with her. So that way, in case something goes wrong, she can't come for their money. What do you guys think? Because Tamar had to sign a prenup to marry Adam. Because his family was concerned about their money. And in case something goes wrong, they didn't want Tamara to come sue them for their money. So I'm like, could it be that Candace has a prenup? Because the way she carries on social media, I don't know, y'all. I find it really hard to believe that this man is that rich. I mean, they could really be rich, but if they have this much money and she just had a baby, and every day she's doing these goofy shows attacking Brigitte Macron and her penis. I'm like, do you have a prenup? Are they not giving you any money at all? Like, do you have to fight for yourself? You know, it's very weird to me. Really weird. So let's go back. Hold on. Where was I again? Right there.
Maybe losing out on certain awards, but her ex-boyfriend Christopher Williams actually did say that the guy who abused her was Wesley Snipes, allegedly.
You were talking about how you were tired of people accusing you of mistakenly accusing you of beating on Hallie, and you said it wasn't you that busted her eardrum, it was Wesley Snipes.
You got to realize, when I finally did say that, it was 17 years later.
Yeah.
They've been told they can't tell the truth. And I'm thankful for Hallie that she's able to be like, okay, I'm not the one they're considering for the Oscars. It's okay. It's totally fine.
That's very interesting. Now, I want to get back to what David Justice said about Hallie not cooking and cleaning. Now, Hallie was a busy actress. She was always traveling and doing movies. She didn't have time to cook and clean, and she didn't have kids yet. So how could he?
I'm like, impressive sounds hella crazy. She's like, oh, she was a busy woman. No, she was not busy. She definitely was not busy. That's crazy. Also, like I said, Angela Bassett also is a married woman, a highly sought after married woman in Hollywood. And I'm sure she cooks and she cleans. Okay. I'm sure she cooks and she cleans. Like, how do you feed yourself? Like Halle Berry, if she was married to him, not married to him on a day-to-day basis, like how does she feed herself? She always orders food to go. She's always at a restaurant. How is that sustainable? Like, how are you not going to go broke? I'm like, impressive. I'm like, shut up. All right. Oh, she's very busy. There are plenty, even Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart is way busy. She's way more busy than Halle Berry. And guess what? She cooks also. There are plenty of women that cook, and they're super rich. They're really, really rich. To me, you can never say, oh, I'm just so rich. I am just so this, and I've never even cooked a meal in my life. That's just outrageous. That's outrageous. Also, rich or not, I don't care. You should know how to clean your house. Even if you have maids, even if you can afford the maids, right? Just because you have maids or you can afford maid service, does not mean that you want your house to be utterly chaotic, because it's embarrassing. You know what I mean? It really is embarrassing. I remember like one of the pastors I had in New Orleans, like the black pastor I had in New Orleans, John, y'all, they live in a very fancy area, like in the West Bank. It's called Belle Chase. They had the big houses there. And one of the girls that used to work for me, her mom was actually like, she used to go there and clean. They would pay her to go there and clean. And she was like, Miss Marlene, they're so filthy. They are just so filthy. The woman does not care, doesn't clean. Her kids don't clean. But I'm like, people will talk shit about you. It is not a flex. I don't cook, I don't clean stuff. It is not a flex. It's not a flex. How do you live? You should have a certain level of care about your living environment, right? Everything does not have to be pristine every day, but it should be working clean. Make sense? Like even yesterday, I had to clean this whole bathroom yesterday, y'all. It took me like almost like 6 to 8 hours. Y'all, it was so much work, right? But you should take pride in how you live. You should take pride in your house being clean. You should take pride in your house smelling good, right? Just keep it together. Now, if you have the money, yeah, you can have the maid service come like every week, or you can have the maid service come every 2 weeks, or the maid service come once a month, right? But even when the maids do come, you don't want the maids to come to your house and your house is a complete dump. They will talk shit about you behind your back. They're going to talk shit about you behind your back. All right? Make sense? Right? Now, if you're rich and you have lots of laundry, get people to help you, right? But if you're not rich also, well, you should do something about your laundry and fold your clothes and put them away. Okay? I feel like today, whether it's IKEA, whether it's Temu, whether it's Alibaba, AliExpress, or you name it, Amazon, they have a lot of storage units. They have a lot of organizational stuff, right? You can be organized. You can truly, truly be organized. But I'm not going to be down with, oh, she's a busy woman and she's a busy actress. Girl, bye. Okay? Girl, bye. Even if you're Angelina Jolie, even if you're Scarlett Johansson, you should know how to cook something and you should know how to be clean. You should. I said the same thing about Alex Earl. She's too damn messy. Every TikTok video, she's in a mess. Her clothes are on the floor. Her shoes are here. Her friends are stepping on her clothes. It's like, girl, pick the shit from the floor. Just pick the stuff up. Pick the stuff up. And if you live with someone else, especially in a relationship, you should try to, be a little cleaner. Now, I will also say this also. If you are in a relationship as well, be very mindful about your wigs and your weaves because they do shed a lot. They shed a lot. So get some Swiffer stuff, get, little vacuum stuff, but make sure you pick up all that hair from the floor, okay? Because the wigs, the weaves, they shed a whole lot. They're all over the damn place. Even my hair, and mind you, it's natural hair. But girl, even cleaning hair off the ground is so freaking annoying, all right? So be mindful of that. But when you live with other people, you got to try to be clean. Your toilet bowl. You should try to scrub your toilet bowl at least once a week, okay? Don't let the toilet bowl have like the color stuff around the ring of don't do that, okay? Gotta know how to live with people. Burn some candles. Open some windows. Let the air come in, right? Okay? When you have a stove also, like put a lot of aluminum foil, try to dress up your stove and things like that. But do your very best. Clean your fridge as well. Do your best for your fridge to be organized, right? But it's like you are living with somebody else. You kind of want to be mindful and don't be a total sloth. Okay. Don't do that. It's just not a good look. And I will also say this, when you're very pretty, like when you're Halle Berry pretty, right? You should be clean. Okay. You can't be a pretty girl and then you live in a very, very messy way. Like it don't match. Okay. When you're very pretty, you should be very clean because you're very pretty, right? So when people come into your space should be just as pretty as you're pretty because you're very pretty. Halle Berry is very pretty. She's very beautiful, right? But imagine a very pretty woman like that and you go into her apartment and there's stuff all over the place. That's crazy, right? Take a day, take a weekend, clean your damn house and open the windows and spray some Febreze and burn some candles, all right? Like, that's crazy.
Assumed that she wasn't motherly. That was kind of weird for him to say. But Halle did respond to it, and she actually posted a picture of her and her man, Van Hunt. And in the caption, she said, "Whoo, cooking, cleaning, and mothering."
Yeah, but imagine if you had done that sooner. Because this is man number one. Like, what man is this for her? 7, 8, right? It's sad. So how many mans? How many divorces? How many mans? And also, how much money have you wasted in divorce? Let me see if I can see how much money she's wasted in her divorces. Hold on. How much money let me see, because she spent a lot of money divorcing these men. I can't type to save my life. Let's see what I said. Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay. So it says right here, so David Justice, the white man, it was a $20 million divorce settlement. Jesus Christ. It would have been a lot cheaper to keep that man, to cook and clean and keep the first husband. Okay. Gabrielle Aubry, okay, with their daughter Nala. So Halle Berry initially ordered to pay $16,000 a month in child support. And in 2021, it was reduced to $8,000. Well, she also has a son. Divorce and child support from Oliver Martinez. They have a son, Maceo. Okay. So she was supposed to pay, she's paying $8,000 a month in child support for their son. And she's also required to pay Martinez an additional 4.3% of any income she receives above $2 million. So she's like a slave to these white men. Okay. Berry is responsible for Maceo's private school tuition, uniform, school supplies, extracurricular activities, according to people.com. She will also cover Maceo's health insurance and 100% of insured medical expenses, including therapy. And she paid $50,000 to Martinez divorces lawyers. Jesus Christ. Okay. Right. So ultimately, people can say what they want about this black man. He was actually nice to her. So if all he required was cooking and cleaning, she should have cooked and cleaned. Because these white zaddies, the lobster and pasta, as y'all like to call him, she's pretty much their slave. So one white man, she gave him $20 million, you guys. Let me tell you this, right? If you have to cook and clean for a man versus paying another man $20 million in a settlement, what option would you choose? Okay, I will cook and clean. Let me keep my money. Okay, you see, I'm like, they love to do, oh, he's talking too much. Maybe tomorrow I'll do a better video. Oh, he's talking too much. Ultimately, that black man, her first husband, the black man she was married to, he's a way better man than all the lobster and pasta, the crustaceans that came after. But think about how much money she's wasted on these white people. That is crazy. That is really, really crazy. Hallie, you should have cooked and cleaned and kept the first husband. Yeah, that's sad.
She also used this gif of the reality star Tiffany Pollard ushering somebody to go left. So basically, she was sending a message to David. It's been 3 decades since they broke up. It's time for him to get over it.
That's easy for you to say because you're not the one who was accused. Like, people are out here accusing you of beating on a woman. It's very easy for you to say. He's not going to move on. She needs to clear his name. When it came to these white men and their demands, she gave these white men exactly what they wanted. One wanted $20 million. She gave the $20 million. Another one wanted $16,000 a month. She gave the money. Another one was 4.3%. Every time she makes over $2 million, she gave it to them people. So make it make sense, right? They're very quiet. They're very submissive when they have to be plantation slaves for white people. Okay? No. David, if you feel hurt, I mean, I think you should have sued her, whatever. But nonetheless, though, like the girls say, speak your truth. It's your truth. If you want to share your truth, go ahead, right? Go ahead. But I do believe that you are way more reasonable than any other man she's ever been with. And maybe tomorrow, if I have time tomorrow, I got to class tomorrow, but what's it called? Maybe this weekend, maybe like on Sunday or so. Sunday, we're going to go and look at Halle Berry and all her relationships. And we're going to realize that David was probably the most reasonable man she met. He didn't want your money. He paid for everything. He got the houses. You divorced. He never tried to come for your money, right? Right? You lost the prize. You should have cooked and cleaned because this is crazy. This is really crazy.
It really is time. I mean, he claims he left her, but he's still talking about her. Make that make sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense because she destroyed his reputation and he still heard about that. Another thing that's so funny about Impressive, she doesn't show her face. She doesn't show her face because she doesn't want to be attached to what she's doing on YouTube, right? But yeah, so you understand that your face, your image, your reputation, it matters, right? So you have a faceless channel. But then you want to tell somebody whose face is out there how he should feel when he was lumped in with domestic violence, beating on Halle Berry as a black man, and that he's the one who beat her so hard that the lady couldn't hear anymore. No, that's really hurtful. He's heard about that because she could have cleared that shit up. So the day you decide to show your face and where people can start making up rumors about you, then you're going to tell somebody how they can feel. Until then, with your faceless channel, you cannot tell somebody whose face was attached to something heinous like domestic violence, oh, it's been 3 decades. Who cares? Who cares? There are people who are wrongfully incarcerated. They've been there for 2-3 decades and they're still not giving up for justice. You should never give up for your justice, and you should never give up when you've been done wrong. These women have to stop trying to silence men who need to say how they feel. That's how he feels. Because it's not okay. If you know Wesley Snipes is the one who beat you up, then say it's Wesley. Otherwise, don't say it. Right? Oh, I'm going to protect Wesley, who's the one who's actually beating you, but I'm going to have people thinking, oh, yeah, it's David who did it to me. Are you okay? Are you all the way okay? Because most likely she wanted to go back there and be with Wesley Snipes. So that's why she didn't want to fully expose him, because she wanted to leave the door open for her to go back. Girl, please. You are crazy. Why would one man abuse me and I'm going to make another man pay for that? Like, you're crazy. So no. Yeah, he should have sued her. He really should have sued her. Like, you're going to take this back. He should have sued her. And who cares what they think? If people are really out here believing that you beat on women, you have nothing to lose. Take her ass to court and you tell her, you better tell your people it wasn't me. Okay? I never hit you. You're not putting that on me. You're crazy. You are really crazy. But he didn't fight it. I'm like, why would you not fight it? If somebody is saying things about you that are not true, you have to fight. And if you're a multimillionaire, get you some lawyers, right? But I'm like, when it comes to these white men who took all her money, she's very submissive. They took her money and they took her children. Like I remember her daughter, like the little girl that she had with the French guy, she could barely see her child. I know, what the fuck? You pay all this money and you can barely see your baby? Are you kidding me? But these white dudes, they did her so dirty. Did her so dirty. Even that young, what's that girl? The young lady from Love Island, Alondria. How you say her name? How do you spell her name? And Nick, right? Y'all, let me tell you this, right? This girl, I truly pray. I really, really do pray that this white boy doesn't do her dirty. I really do. I really do. Because I hope she understands. I truly, truly hope that she understands that this is business. This boy, Nick, is not into her. Sorry, he's not into her. He wants to be famous. He wants to be seen as a white savior, a white messiah. This white boy is not into her, y'all. Sorry to say it. He's not into her. So I hope she understands herself. I hope she's not setting herself up for failure. Like, oh, yeah, he loves me and he likes me and blah, blah, blah. No. Everybody who goes on this show is going there to be famous. What is this? Okay? People go on this show to be famous. They're not sincere. Okay? This is scripted TV. So my prayer for Alondria is that she understands that this is a game, right? It's a fake relationship so you can grow your following. He's going to grow his following. You're going to get as many brand deals as possible. And maybe a year or 2 years from now, you're both going to issue a statement like, oh, it was so, after much thought, after, much consideration, we've decided to part ways. This ain't real, right? This ain't real. So I might be very careful, be very, very careful, be very, very careful. Just like I feel like all these white guys who dated Halle Berry also, I feel like they were just preying on her. They were predators and she fell for it because she was not careful. Because how the freak did that man get 20 million out of her? 20 million. You guys, listen to me. If he was able to get 20 million, I don't even know why, but maybe he had some serious dirt on her. Maybe he had I don't know, but her life could really be a mess. Her life could truly, truly be a mess. And that man has some serious, serious ammunition. So to protect her image, she paid him $20 million because $20 million for a divorce settlement and you were not even married for that long? For what reason? For what reason? Hold on. For what reason? Why would she pay that kind of money? Why would she pay him this kind of, why? So what does he know about her? Hold on. Because I'm like, that's not a divorce settlement, y'all. That's blackmail. You see? 3 years of marriage, y'all. 3 years of marriage? 20 million? Please. Even Cassie. Cassie did at least 10 years with Diddy. And it was like crazy, crazy. So I'm like, 20 million for a marriage that lasted 3 years? That man has some crazy shit on her. He's probably recording her, taking pictures of her, videotaping her, right? That's why I tell you all the time. There's weird ass fantasy that so many black women have that the white man is my savior, the white man is my resting space. Good luck with y'all. Y'all must not watch Game of Thrones. You probably never watched Game of Thrones. You probably never read The Prince by Machiavelli because the day you start to study white people, you're going to be scared of white folks. Okay? But I'm like, that is not a divorce settlement. That's blackmail. $20 million. That's the kind of money a multi-millionaire will pay for someone. Like maybe you've been married for like 10, 15, 20 years kind of thing. You give that to a wife and you got a bunch of kids with her. You know what I'm saying? But for an actress, to pay a man $20 million after 3 years of marriage, he has something on her. And it's so bad. She was scared. She was really scared. I'm like, you see? Huh. Child. I'm just saying, like, you know, so I'm like, I hope she don't believe in that. I hope she understands business, right? But I'm like, exactly. 3 years, 3 years of marriage, Lonnie, 3 years of marriage. 3 years of marriage. So he got 20 million. And then he also asked for 4.3% of every time she makes more than $2 million. How is she not his slave? So the 20 million is not enough for you? No, he wants every time she makes anything more than 2 million, she has to pay 4.3. And even the money he has, he still doesn't have to use his own money to pay for the tuition. So she paid him 20 million. Anytime she makes more than 2 million, she got to pay him 4.3%. Then she got to pay for tuition, books, clothes, extracurricular activities, medical expenses, out-of-pocket medical expenses, health insurance. Like, why? You also have 20 million. Why don't you take some of your money to help with the baby? And she agreed to that. What does that tell you? There's something dark about this woman. It's very, very dark. And she was she was scared. So did she try to hurt her child? Did she try to hurt herself? But it's something extremely damaging. And she does it again. So when the man says she's not motherly, could that be why the court always gives like custodial? Because I feel it seems like the men have custodial, they're the custodial parent. She doesn't have primary, I don't think she has primary custody of her kids. 2 kids. So something is off with this woman. Something is off. You know, even the black girl who did The Bachelorette, that dude, I think he's Iranian or Persian, whatever he is, like whatever he happens to be with his white skin, he was like, he doesn't want to work also. So I think like she got to pay him like $50,000 a month. You guys, these white boys out here is cutting up. But they know how to prey on these black girls. And these black girls turn into slaves. They pay these white boys to stay home. Maybe Sunday, because tomorrow maybe tomorrow, I don't know. But tomorrow I got my strength training class. But I've noticed that it's a trend though. It really is a trend. They go after a particular kind of black woman and they take all her money. But I'm like, $20 million though, after 3 years of marriage. He has something on her. So what David is saying, I think there's some truth to that. Her not being maternal, what did she do? Because most courts, they want the mama to have the baby. So if the court is taking the baby away from you, what the fuck does he have on you, Helly? Like, what does he have? And it's probably so bad. It's really, really bad. That's why she's been acting so batshit crazy lately. Like, she's always half naked everywhere. She's out here kissing random people. She goes to the Met Gala with her pum pum exposed. It's like, what the fuck has gotten into you? It's not just the prenup, Lonnie. It's not the prenup. It's something bad. It's something really bad. Because you can have a prenup. But what if he has you, like, what if she grabbed the baby and tried to kill the baby? What if she does crack in front of the baby? So at that point, if he's like, okay, I'm going to release the pictures. Okay, what you going to do? I'm going to get rid of the prenup. Because to enforce the prenup, you got to feel comfortable enforcing the prenup. Right? Because why was even Kevin Federline, why was Kevin able to get so much out of Britney? Her mind. Her brain went boo boo. Oh, her, yeah. But you see, because of Britney's mental illness, it was a lot easier for Kevin to get custody of the kids. Custody, money, child support, alimony, this, and that. Because Britney was not well. She was not mentally well. So I'm feeling as though Haley is batshit crazy. And I think she probably has done things to harm the kids. Or she has done something harmful around the children. And he most likely recorded it. And he has it. and she got really scared. That man, this white man, he blackmailed the lady. You can't tell me otherwise. Yeah, that's not this one. I don't know if it's this one, but he fought the French boy. Because the French boy is a younger man, Aubrey. He fought that one. But I don't know if it's this one though. But I think it's this one. Two of her white boys started fighting in the yard. Yeah, it's the white boys. Yeah, they were tussling. A fractured rib. Wow. Jeez. What the fuck is this? Child. They love putting these white men on a pedestal. But ultimately, both of these white men cost her a lot of money. I see why people say she spent like $50 million. I'm like, how much money does she have left over? Oh. Wow. I did not know that. Yeah. I'm gonna look into that because I'm like, that is crazy. He knows something about her. He was recording her. She got scared. Because that's not a divorce settlement. This is a payout. This is hush money. Multiple sources indicate that Halle Berry has been open about her struggles with mental health and suicidal thoughts in the past. Specifically, following her divorce from baseball player David Justice in 1997, Berry admitted to experiencing a deep depression and contemplating suicide. She described sitting in her car, planning to take her life, when she thought of her mother finding her, ultimately preventing her. Wow. Okay. So I feel like the Martinez guy, the Latino one, the white man, I feel like the Spaniard, I feel like he was recording her. I think she has episodes. And they're very violent. Very violent. And most likely she also takes medication. So therefore, it's not safe to leave children in her presence. And it's not good for her image. Do you see, like, let me tell you something. Do you see how much, like, people become enslaved to their image? Right? Think about how much she paid. $20 million. Think about Uncle Shay, how much he paid. Think about Diddy, right? What money are, like, even think of Jeffrey Epstein. All these people he was blackmailing. Trump is on there too. Don't lie to yourself. Okay? Because their image. People will do anything to protect their image. So you used to be a struggling actress. You work so hard, so you can pay a white man money to shut the fuck up so you can keep your image. Girl, live your truth though. Live your truth. If you're a crazy bitch, just be honest. But I'm like, don't let anybody weaponize anything against you. No, whatever you want to say, just say it. Even if he takes your child. Let's say, oh, he's going to take my child, Marlene. He can never take your child, okay? Because once that child is 16, they get to drive, he's going to come see you. You got to be patient. That's all you have to do. Don't let people blackmail you like this. Like, this is crazy. right? But he's also a very disgusting human being because he took something like he took her darkest moments and he was recording them. Like y'all, he recorded stuff. He recorded her. He took pictures. He probably also took pictures of her meds. He knows how bad it is for her image. So how much you want to bet he preyed on her? Yo, it's getting late. Don't go to sleep, okay? But don't worry, we'll do this again tomorrow. If not tomorrow, maybe on Sunday. But I feel like these white boys, they preyed on her. And I told y'all the same thing, but y'all didn't want to believe me. You didn't want to believe me. I said to y'all, I said, Cassie and this Alex fine dude, he going to take them children. I told y'all this. I said he will take the kids. He will take the kids. Because the way Cassie had her lawyers write that lawsuit, she fucked up. She really fucked up. I don't know if she knows how to read or whatnot, but she really fucked up. Because in the lawsuit, you guys, in the lawsuit, like the lawsuit against Diddy, it said that she was still using while she was pregnant. Like with her, I guess her first pregnancy, she was using drugs while she was pregnant. And then when the baby was born, she went into rehab. It's in the lawsuit. It's in the lawsuit. And I'm like, this Alice fine dude, oh, he's so supportive. He's a real man. Nah, he a real white man. He a real colonizer. He is patient because he knows what he wants. You guys think, ladies, think about what I'm saying. Think about what I'm saying. His reaction is not normal. His reaction is not normal. Like, no, it's not even a man thing. Even a woman, even if a woman heard that her husband was doing freak offs like this back to back to back to back, and he told you he was done, and he went back to the woman, and he had more freak offs, you would lose your mind. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Right? You think it's normal for a man to hear that his wife has had sex with all these people? Men from prison? It is not normal, you guys. So what the fuck is he up to? Anytime you see someone that is not having a natural human reaction, they are up to something. He wants something big. He's thinking about the long, like, what's the long term here? Get the money. Because he can't get the money. He needs her to get the money. That's why I said Cassie never should have testified against Diddy. Like, listen, Diddy paid you the money, just go off to the sunset. Because I told you, when we were doing the Diddy case, I'm like, you guys, I don't put it past this white man to have divorce attorneys ready. Do you know these people? And right now, even not right now, even from the moment he met her and Diddy, that dude could have been gathering evidence on all of them. This whole, oh, he's a hero, Prince Charming, he's full of shit. He's the fucking trainer. He was hired to train her and he slept with her. I said this man got no damn integrity. Because a man that had real integrity and he really saw her as being somebody who's being trafficked sexually by Diddy, the last thing you want to do is have sex with her. Like, girl, that's crazy. I'm not like those people. No. While she's still being trafficked by Diddy, he's also having sex with her unprotected. Is that a good person? Is that really a good person? But these women are so damn stupid. They never think critically. This is like the way, even in the courthouse, the way he reacted, it's not normal. It's not normal, you guys. Like even me, Marlene, let's say it was Jimmy doing freak offs. I can't take this. It's a lot. It's a lot. Like you would watch Armand, even the stuff they were allowed to hear in the courthouse, even Armand was grossed out. And then the jury, they got to watch some of the freak offs. They put their headsets on and they were watching that stuff. They're like, looking like, that's your wife? Child. That is not a normal reaction. He's not being supportive. He's being conniving. He has a plan, y'all. He's going to take the money. He's going to take the children. And the way he does it, I'm telling you this, they're not going to be mad at his ass. Oh, he was so supportive. He really tried. He really tried. Watch. Watch what happens. You're like, Marlene told me, this dude is up to something. He is up to something. And I'm like, from the very moment he met her, but at least from the moment she went to the lawyer people, he probably has his own lawyers as well. He's going to take her children. He's going to take the money. Just like Kevin Federline did Cassie. No, Kevin, I'm serious. It's not normal, Kevin. It is not normal. It is not normal. This is not a normal reaction. It's not a normal reaction. Because like to be in that courtroom, like the stuff they were saying in there is too much. Then all these guys, y'all, Kevin, it's like it's a rotation of men because they had at least 15 sex workers testify. Kevin? What about the first one, the stumpy one, the one that looks like he plays football? Talking about Cassie and him asking her for the HIV thing and this, and that. There are things that Alex heard in the courtroom he never heard before. You think she told about Michael B. Jordan? Yes, Kevin, they had like 15 people. They had the Punisher. That's the light-skinned man. The Punisher was in there. They called him the Punisher. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What about the FaceTime call? What about the FaceTime? That he called her on FaceTime and then she sent him to voicemail because she was having sex with Diddy. She kept going back. There was a part where Armand even asked her, like, oh, do you still love him? And Kevin, she took forever to respond. They asked her if she was jealous of Kim Porter. She said yes. She talked about how she was hurt that Diddy said that Cassie was his soulmate or whatever. Huh? Kevin, it was too much. It was just too much. I'm like, whoa, this is too much. Like, listen, it's not even about being judgmental, whatever, but anybody would have a reaction to this. Like, it's just too freaking much. And then also you think, and you also think he has a big penis, like these black guys. Like, these black dudes were chosen, Kevin, because they have gigantic penises. So you don't think he's sitting there like, you know, like, you will never fulfill her. Even Diddy couldn't do it because behind Diddy's back, she would still have sex with the sex worker, Kevin. That's why she kept her numbers. And that's why everybody thought they were special, because she maintained a relationship. Oh, you're my favorite. Oh, you're my this. That's how she was talking to them people. She's the real madame. She's the real ringleader over here. And if you watch the videos, if you watched her interviews, like some of them, if you watched her interviews with Vlad, oh, I thought I was the only one. I thought I was the only one, because she would say, oh, I really like you. You're special. You're my favorite. Like, she would use that kind of language. So the vast majority of them, when they realized it was a rotation of other men, they were really sad. Because they thought, like, oh, she really likes me. She really likes me. Right? She's out here having sex with prisoners. I'm like, it's not a normal. How would any woman feel if you go to the courthouse and you hear that, oh, your man is having sex with like prostitute, your man is having sex with escorts, he's having sex over here, over there. You're going to be grossed out. There's only but so much a person can take. So I'm saying the fact that Alex Fine was so calm, poised, cool, and collected, he has the end goal in mind. Because if he really had love for her, he would have had a reaction. It is too freaking much. Even me, I had to stop covering the stuff. I'm like, this is so diabolical. It's so disgusting. What the guy, the first guy, the short one, the stubby one, he talked about like she's the one who introduced him to peeing on people. Because she said, pee on me. And he was there. And so I guess he just peed. And she was like, no. And he said she told him, like, oh, not like that. You have to sprinkle it on me. And the entire time, Alex Fine is sitting there. Child. Who can put up with this shit? Like, it's one thing to say, oh, my wife had multiple sexual partners. But this is not just sex. This is degrading. They pee on people. They rub oil on people. They poop on people. They do all kinds of weird stuff on people. Okay? Exactly. It's really disgusting. Like there's the whole peeing stuff. Well, everybody had to come inside of her. Everybody comes inside of her. And then Diddy, he plays in that stuff. This is a lot. This is a lot. And then you realize she kept everybody's number. I mean, it's a lot. It really is. It's really disgusting. It's really disgusting. They come on her. They pee on her. Diddy goes and plays with that. Then he comes on her also. Then they do it again. How can any normal person take that? It's a lot. So I'm saying if he's cool, calm, and collected, he has a bigger plan. The money and the children. So to the media, to the public, he has to present himself as a supportive husband, a non-judgmental husband, you know, but then he'll say, I really tried to help her, but she just can't. She can't shake off her addiction. Like I said, in her court, like her court filing, her lawsuit against Diddy, in the lawsuit, she did say that when she was pregnant, she was using drugs. And after she had the baby, she had to go to rehab. And I'm like, what the fuck would you put that on there? Then everything she admitted to on the stand. And then the people who came on the stand. Right? And the thing that is really bad too, the thing that is really bad, if you think about it from a divorce, like if for him filing for divorce and him asking for custody, what's also really bad for Cassie is that Diddy was not found guilty of a RICO. Which means she wasn't trafficked. Which means she's a willing participant. So do you see how Diddy not being convicted of the RICO makes it easier for Alex to sue for full custody and all the money? And he might even ask for her to have supervised visits because she's a drug addict. Okay, wait and see. She doesn't. I mean, I'm not being mean, but she's not too bright, you know. She's not too bright. Because a bright person would have taken that money and, you know, just disappeared to the sunset. No, she had to go to trial because she wants to play the victim, because she wants sympathy. I'm like, you're not thinking about your daughters. You're not thinking about your daughters. And I even told you, I'm like, these girls, when they get older, and the fact that he was not convicted of a RICO, they're going to be like, okay, mom, that's a lot. That is a lot. Because the kids are going to read it. Their friends are going to read it. And I said, imagine picking up these girls at school. Right? But Diddy was not convicted of a RICO. He wasn't. Which means she's a willing participant. So when Alex introduces his divorce filing, it's going to be a lot easier for him. And guess what? How much you want to bet it's worse? So just like Halle Berry, she's not going to want to go to court. Because it's not going to match the victim image that she carved for herself for the public. Because he helped her to do that. And by being the supportive husband next to her, he helped her as well. Because he's like her supporting actor, right? And I'm telling you, just like Halle, she gonna get scared. She gonna give this man everything he wants. And by that time, Diddy's already out. He can't be tried again. There's no double jeopardy over here, right? There's no more money to get from Diddy. She didn't think about this strategically. She didn't think. And that's why even like the sex worker man from prison, he told her, when you do stuff out of revenge and you're out here digging graves for people, dig your own graves right next to them. Because you are also going to get buried by your own revenge. Like, I'm like, she was not thinking. Because to me, the most important thing is you got to keep custody of your children, right? But she's still in love with Diddy, that her goal is to hurt Diddy. And it's not being a mother and protecting her kids. Because a protective mother, I'm not going on the stand. You're crazy. Exactly. Because it would have been like, girl, she's out here messing with these black boys. So it's giving the hood, it's giving the ghetto. But having a white husband, it cleans her up. It sanctifies her, right? It redeems her to have a white husband. And he's fully aware of his whiteness. Even though he's a broke ass, dusty ass, ain't got shit white man who slept in her mother's basement. Right? The power of being white. Okay? But I'm like, this man right here, y'all, and I've said this before. Kevin will tell you. I've said this before. Alex is going to file for divorce, and he's going to file for sole custody of the kids. And he's going to ask for supervised visits. Because to this day, you guys, Cassie still does drugs. Her stuff with Diddy, it was so, like, you see the text message from Diddy telling her to stop, get some help. Diddy even try to get her to go to rehab. And you think she just stopped? Okay. No problemo. No problemo. But I'm like, the way Oliver Martinez was able to get $20 million out of Halle for a 3-year marriage. 3 years, $20 million? So you're trying to say every year being married to her was worth like $7 million? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? But like I said, he has so much dirt on her, and it's really bad. She got scared. She got really scared. Because whatever he has is not good for her image. And Cassie's going to have the same problem because she crafted an image for herself, for the public to feel sorry for her and things like that. And she needs Alex to support her for it to people keep believing that. But if he gets upset and he's like, no, I'm going to expose you, because he knows a lot. He knows a lot. Because he's in on it. He was in on this lawsuit. And I'm like, he's going to take this money, he's going to take the girls, and he's going to ask for supervised visits, just like Kevin Federline, because I don't trust her. Because this man as well, they want to hate Diddy so bad. Sure, whatever. You can have more than one villain in a movie, okay? But like I said, listen to me. If Alex Fine had integrity, if you really do feel like Cassie is being trafficked as some kind of sex slave, right? You would never even want to sleep with her, because you would say to yourself, she has been programmed to reward people with her body, right? So I don't want to be that kind of man. I don't even want to be that kind of person. So you would get her out, you would get her some help, and then you would allow her to take time to herself, because you don't want her to say, oh, because he saved me from Diddy, therefore I owe in my body. Because if she really is a trafficked person, that's how she's going to think. Right? So you like, no, I don't want nothing from you. I just feel as though it's a very unsafe environment, and I want to get you out. And you don't owe me anything. Because if you were my sister or my mom or any other person, I would never want to see a woman in that position. No, y'all. While she's still with Diddy, while she's still being a human trafficked sex doll, whatever she is, right? He decides to have sex with her. So is that really a good man? Imagine rescuing a quote unquote prostitute and having sex with her. How are you different? Right? If you want to rescue a young lady from prostitution, you should even get nothing sexual should even be going down, because like you don't want her to see you like those men. Like, girl, I want better for you. Right? So maybe you'll have sex with her, but it's going to take years to get there, because you want her to know she doesn't have to lead with her body. Like, I don't need sex from you. I'm good. Just like, chill. No, she's dating Diddy and she's having sex with Alex. Is that a good person? Because if Diddy is shit and you're so much better, you should have higher standards than Diddy. You should have more integrity than Diddy. And you should even have more empathy for Cassie, because like, yo, you are a woman that's being sexually trafficked. So your mind is fucked up. And once again, because I'm a man and I'm doing something nice for you, you think you have to give me your body. And we got to break that cycle. You can't think like that. You don't owe anybody your body. You can just say thank you. That's it. And that will take years. No, he's having sex with her. Same thing with Kid Cudi. Right? Like, you people, you are some very unserious people. Right? So that's the way I feel. But time will tell, though, and I'm sure I'm going to be right, because I'm like, he's going to file for divorce. He's going to ask for full custody. She's gonna have to pay for a whole lot of shit. You're gonna take a whole lot of her money, and he's going to ask for supervised visits. And she will have to comply because he has a lot of dirt on her ass. He has a lot of dirt. And I'm telling you, as we speak, even before the trial began, this man has his own divorce attorneys. They're lined up and they're giving him advice. And they're telling him how to do it. That's it. She's Vietnamese. What is she got? Filipino? She's Filipino in the white people's world. She ain't gonna win. She's not gonna win. They'll chew her ass up. A goofy ass Vietnamese girl with no life skill, no intelligence, with all this money, $30 million. The worst thing Cassie ever did was let people know how much money she made. Did he give you 20? And the hotel gave her 10 million. They're coming for her ass. When I tell you the way these white people will besiege her, she's not ready. Even the fall of Rome it's going to be way more merciful than the way they're going to take this girl down. Even the way they took, I don't say like the way they took down Gaza, but even the way they took down Gaza, you have, child, this girl is like Gaza 2.0. The way these white people are going to besiege this young woman, she has no idea what awaits her. She has no idea. She has no idea. $30 million. She has access to $30 million. They're coming, y'all, and they're coming hard. They're coming so hard for her. She'll be like, wow, if I had known, I never, ever would have started this. America is a land that was built on exploitation, taking from people, raping, pillaging. She gonna understand what these colonizers are made of. And it's not gonna be beautiful for her. But they needed her to get the money from Diddy. Now they will get the money from her. And she's an easy prey. She's very easy because she is smart. And she has a lot of money. But I'm like, Alex, fine. He's going to take that money. He's going to take the kids. Okay? So love y'all. I got to go to bed now, you guys. I got to go to bed. I wanted to come outside and talk to y'all for a little bit because I've been gone for so long. So hopefully you enjoyed this live and you enjoyed the replay. I will try to be out. If I'm not out tomorrow, by God's grace, I'll be outside on Sunday. So we can really look at Haley. Oh my gosh, Haley. Oh my gosh, it's hard. Haley Berry, whatever her name is, Halle Berry. Okay, and we can see what happened with her and all these white people and all these white men. Okay, love y'all. Bisous. I'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. Bisous. Gotta go. I'm tired. I got some sleep.